Hey everyone. Sorry it didn't repeat again. But the truth hurts. Sometimes there's actually a stream instead of it repeating. Thanks for all the compliments and so forth. Karen's going to stream with me today as much as she can. She's not getting Archer at school, so maybe she can stream the whole time. I'll still be eating so that you're less confused. So we have an unusual pairing this round. Fabiano, who normally would be, the one to watch for winning the tournament, is white against Ray Robson, who is the one to watch. So we have the player who's tied for first, Ray, who hasn't lost a game this event, black against Fabiano, the highest rated player in the event, although maybe not when the event is over, who has white and just lost 2 games in a row. Yeah, I didn't think Fabi would be half a point out of clear last, but maybe thinking's not my strong suit. Now, the other funny pairing is Lenderman, Jeffrey Shong, because Lenderman's tied for first, and Jeffrey Shong is in clear last, which is very surprising. He has 2 out of 6. First of all, it's surprising that 2 out of 6 is clear last. If there's a 12-player tournament, 2 out of 6 is never clear last, ever. But somehow it is. So very, very, very suspicious. I've never been so suspicious. So basically everybody has the same score in the tournament. And also, Bruzon has 50%. After 6 rounds, there's usually 3 or 4 players with 50%. He's the only one. That's also very strange. And he has 6 draws. So at least he did it the right way. Now, in the women folk event, we have Carissa Yip, my pre-tournament favorite, versus Anna Zatonsky, who is having really bad tournament, and she's tied for last, which is surprising. Derm Dave subscribed, thank you. Then we have Totsav, who's having a bad tournament, is white against Nimsova, who's in first place. Also surprising. And Irina and Ishwaran are both half a point behind. They're actually tied with a plus score, and they're playing each other. Ashritha, I think, hasn't lost a game yet, which is confusing to me.
Hey, people are complaining about the board color. Maybe we should change it. It is a little bright.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Yeah.
You say people, you mean one person?
Well, I was kind of thinking more than one. Yeah, it's trying to learn. But why don't you put it on...
I didn't do it.
I did it, but put it on brown.
What? But I'm eating.
That's always safe. If you give me the mouse, I can do it. Yeah, we'll change it. Ben likes to change the color a lot. I personally always just like to pick one board that I like and stick with it. But I would say let's just go back to it. Try brown.
Brown? Is that your color?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. All right. All right.
Now, how about that? That seems soothing. I like that color. Hey, P. Schneider.
So Nazi's tied for second, and she's playing Megan Lee, who's tied for last. Sabina's playing Tokyo Genova. Tokyo Genova's tied for second also, I believe. And Sharevich is playing Talia. Talia has white. And she played D4, so I guess the round started. So there you go. All right, let's have a look at some of the matchups in the championship. Bruzon has 6 draws out of 6, and he's white against Sevian. Sevian winning yesterday against Fabi. Lenderman, Jeffrey Shong, we talked about. Burke is white against Wesley. Burke lost a very long endgame to Sam Shankland yesterday, and Wesley, I think, has 1 win and 5 draws. Very Wesley-esque. Schwiertz versus Shankland. Neither one of them is having the tournament of their life, but if you win a couple of games, you can fight for first. And Sam's trying to play a Berlin, but, trying is the first step to failure. And Dominguez Naroditsky, obviously, Naroditsky, the pre-tournament favorite, almost guaranteed to win the event, but not having a great tournament so far. Shocking, right, Ken?
I mean, isn't he playing expected?
Yeah, I'm kidding.
Oh,
Yeah,
I know.
right. I mean, the people on the internet are like, yay. P.S. Schneider, or P. Schneider.
Yay, P. Schneider.
Thanks for, the sub, and thanks for the Worston chest for gifting a sub, and so forth. Okay, Dominguez is confused already at move 2. He's like, what do I play here? And the key matchup, I think, Fabiano versus Ray. Ray likes to play this line that only he plays against he plays bishop c5 and moves his a pawn, and yeah. And then usually he loses. So Fabiano decided this is, he could play anything with white, and he decided this is the variation that he doesn't think Ray plays the right line against. And I agree. I think the line that Ray usually plays against the English is not the best. But he's thinking on move 3. So d5 is a main move. c6 is possible. Knight c6. Bishop b4 is very common. But Ray usually plays a bishop c5 variation. So he knows this is what Fabi has prepared. So he's thinking, can I out-prepare the preparer? And the only way to know that is to ask the IRS. Where's Danya? Oh, right here. Okay, Danya already losing on move 3. No, I'm kidding. He's playing Karen's favorite defense with black, the Yanish Schliemann, right? Yeah, f5. That's all Karen plays. Now, in my opinion, this is actually sound, but a lot of people think it's not. And obviously, Danya did a lot of prep, and Dominguez, who I'm sure has looked at this at least, a few times, probably hasn't looked at it in the last week. So he's going to have to remember what he prepared, and Danya is going to be booked to the teeth. So we'll see if the opening is a winner for Daniel. And also, when I played in the World Cities Team Championship in the UAE many years ago, one of my teammates was Robert Hungaski, and he likes to play this with black. Very few GMs and super GMs will play f5, but it happens. White can play d4, d3, or knight c3, and Daniel has to be ready for all of them. Knight c3 was played, and this is one of the sharper lines if Daniel goes into the sharper line, which is takes, here, takes, knight takes. You could play queen d5 or queen g5, but I think theory prefers queen g5 now. I think so. I looked at this with a student of mine about 15 years ago. He was about 2200. And I remember he played the wrong one. He played the one that was considered bad. Now, the engine likes white here, but as Run DMC would say, this position is...
tricky.
That's right. Very tricky. Anyway, that's the main line.
Hayes fan.
What's that?
I was just saying Hayes fan.
Oh, yeah. So I don't know if... obviously, Danya knows the theory. He's just wondering what Dominguez knows. And so forth. Okay, Ray didn't play bishop c5, played bishop b4. That's the more common move. And now Fabi, in his bag of tricks, played a very unusual move, e4. And I don't know if Ray probably doesn't even know that move because Ray doesn't usually play that. And what's that? So, Now, what's funny is, if this pawn is here and the knight is on f3, knight c6, I know that line pretty well. But yeah, with the knight here and the knight here and the pawn here, I don't know that line. What's funny is the engine says bishop c5 is reasonable, since white has ceded the d4 square. If he plays this, that would be awesome. I mean, it would, because he played here and then he goes here. I like that. I don't know if it's good, I just like it. Okay, so this is weird because Sam has played the Berlin before, so Schwiert's thinking here is weird. He's just thinking, should I play knight c3, d3, or castles? And he's also thinking, am I going to try my hardest for a win, or am I satisfied with the draw? Sam obviously satisfied with the draw since he's playing the Berlin. And he has the black pieces. Yeah, if you want to win, you play d3 here. And if you want to try to win an even position, you castle. And if you have some weird prep in the 4 knights, then you play here and hope that you know your prep better than your opponent does. But yeah, that's the most testing move because it avoids that end game that we're going to see if he castles. We shall return, and then we have a Ruy Lopez. Okay, d3. So Burke doesn't want to play that end game. And okay, Wesley is one of the world's leading authorities on this position, and black is pretty much equal. I don't play bishop c5 myself because it's too good. I play d6 first, which is played occasionally. But all these Italians and Ruy Lopez's, they look alike, right? That's why Betty White didn't know if it was Italian or some kind of Spanish. Did you get any of that?
I wasn't even listening. I was trying to understand the game.
Good mom.
Sorry.
Mm-hmm. You missed my Betty White reference.
Oh. I was trying to understand.
For reasons I don't understand, the other commentators on the other channels, they rarely mention Betty White when doing U.S. Championship analysis. No, that was a Family Guy reference when Peter wrote an erotic book on tape as read by Betty White. She read the book, and then Peter's writing was, that girl was totally hot. She was Italian or some kind of Spanish. But Betty White read it, so it's funny. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Betty Page, what about Betty Davis? What? You're too young to understand. Yeah. Anyway, Peter and Carter published the book. The wife's dad, he's a billionaire. Mm-hmm. He got it published. And they were making a lot of money off of it. But then a guy was driving his car and he heard the erotica and he got too excited, so he crashed his car. Then he sued them. So they lost all their money. Truth hurts. Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. If Spencer was here, he would agree profusely and correct any little mistakes I made in the description.
He was in the chat earlier. Mm-hmm. Hey, Spencer. I don't know if he's still there.
Go, Spencer, but stay there. All right. So obviously Wesley is still in preparation since he has more time than he started with. And Wesley has a lot of preparation in the Berlin, in these lines in particular, because he has a lot of games, even with Magnus. Magnus versus Wesley, they have this position with both sides. God damn. So pretty great prep from Wesley, and nobody agrees with me, as you can see, but when I'm playing one of the top players in the world, which I'm not, and I'm playing one of the best prepared players in the world, which I'm not going into their prep. Sorry. So Burke is like, oh yeah, I'll go into Wesley's prep because I'm good. Yeah, fine. Good going. Okay. And then this looks familiar. No, this isn't familiar. This is Lenderman versus Jeffrey Sean. Jeffrey ensued the Nimzo Indian and played d5, Queen's Gambit exchange variation. Bishop d3, Queen c2, put it in h. Boring. All right, and white is clearly slightly better, very slightly. I would have white in this position. When I'm white in the QGD, my knight's almost always here, 95% of the time. Higher rated players like to put their knight on e2, Botvinnik style, which was more important in the 1950s than Gangnam style. That wasn't important at all. Yeah. And what white wants to do typically is play f3, e4, e5, resigns. The black resigns. And get that big center. Occasionally, we can trade this bishop for either this or this, and then we can play knife f5. But I don't play this way. I like my knight on f3. This also makes bishop g4 silly, which it's not silly after this because, putting pressure on the knight. Now that doesn't, does Vishwa nothing. So this will be a slow positional maneuvering game. And typically, Lenderman plays very quickly, which I agree with. So Lenderman tied for first with Ray and Jeffrey in last place. Ridiculous. All right, here we have a reverse Benoni. What was that, Karen?
Well, Spencer said this is a Rosen trap. If white castles, there's some bishop takes on h2.
Bishop h2. No castling. The biggest trap was, I think it was white. It was black's turn, but yeah. Bruzon versus Sevian. Boring. Okay, they played a reversed Benoni. This is a favorite of what retired British grandmaster?
Retired.
Mm-hmm.
British.
He would play the Benoni with white and black.
I don't know who's retired.
Your favorite GM, David Norwood.
Oh.
You heard of him?
I've heard of him, but
okay.
I'm not going to ever get that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, David Norwood would always play both sides of the... He'd play the Benoni with white and black. He liked the Benoni. Yeah. That's why he's retired. Because, Benoni's no good. All right, let's go to the women folk. Carissa's trying to sack all her pawns again in the same fashion that she beat Totsav. Now, I had this position in Foxwoods when we played like 3 years ago. 2 years ago? I think it's 3 years ago. I don't know. And my opponent played bishop d7, and I played here, and I know the line bishop here, c4. That's like a line, I've played it with black. I used to play the French defense. So I've played this with black. But my opponent played here, which I wasn't familiar with because, my opening preparation is not so good. So the idea is if you take back, which is the correct move, now white can't play c4 because there's no c pawn. And this is a lot of games. I just didn't know. I figured that was theory, and I figured this wasn't theory. So I played that. Then my opponent started thinking a lot. So then we just played our own game. Okay? And Carissa didn't do any of that. Carissa likes to sacrifice an attack, and Anna likes to think forever, get in time trouble, and then blunder. I don't know if she likes it, but that's her MO. So instead of taking the book move or knight takes d4, the Feingold move, Carissa castled, as she did similarly against Totsav a few rounds ago, where she also left this tension here forever. And then Anna's like, well, I haven't lost on time yet. Let's try to start now. And you can see Carissa has more time than she started with. Yeah, and Anna's never going to move, ever. She might lose on time now on move 7. If she does, you'll be like, how did Ben know that, right? Yeah, Anna doesn't like to move. Yeah, I don't move either, but I'm playing the tournament. So, So Anna's going to get a reasonable position. Then she'll be behind an hour on the clock. And then Carissa's going to out-tactic her. This is my prediction. This is the quintessential youth versus not youth. Zatonsky was playing in the U.S. Women's before Carissa was born. Although not really, but close. Very close. What year is this? 2021? Very close. Maybe. And so forth. Yeah. Anna can transpose with bishop b5. I don't know. It doesn't really transpose into anything because if I take and take with the knight, that position's never occurred in chess history. So if she takes and takes this, that would sort of transpose into main lines. Carissa's never going to take that. She literally doesn't care about pawns. She cares about attacking the king and playing aggressively and having more time, stacking paper to the ceiling, etc. Now, I'd like to point out on Twitter every single day and on all the other channels and occasionally on mine, everybody's asking, why isn't Jennifer Yu and, well, it wouldn't be isn't if it's and, or Annie Wang playing because, they're pretty good. And the answer is one goes to Harvard and one goes to MIT. So I guess they decided school was more important. Obviously an absurd decision, but what are you going to do? Let's see. so forth. Never move unless it's your turn. Never move. Right. See, Karen has black in this position all day, whether she likes it or not, because she plays the French. Right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Nimsova Totsav, a very sharp Sicilian. Okay, she played the Lowenthal Kalashnikov variation. Now, it's only called the Kalashnikov if she has 2 guns, 1 for each of you. But after D6, C4 is explosive. Now, in the Lowenthal, which they're calling it, which is a misnomer, that's A6. Okay, A6, here, here. Queen E7 and Queen F6 are both theory. And after those moves, white can play Queen D1, trade queens, or play Queen C7. All theory. That variation's older than God. And that variation exists. So it's got 2 things over God. But she played the Kalashnikov D6. So this is like Sveshnikov on steroids. Okay, the Sveshnikov would be knight f6, knight c3, e5, knight here, here. This is every game ever played. There's 1 billion games in this position, including many games between Fabiano and Magnus. But e5 is a way to play, which gives white another option. And that option Totsav took by playing c4. Obviously, if the knight is here, it's harder to play c4, especially for Totsav because she's not a grandmaster. I could probably get away with it. You know, I'd play and they'd be like, what? And like, he's a grandmaster. Let him jump over his knight. Okay, so we have sort of a bind, and this actually reminds me, this pawn structure of the game we saw yesterday between Sabina and Crush, which eventually was drawn. Now, black hasn't played knight f6 yet, as in the Sveshnikov. Therefore, sometimes black wants to trade the dark squared bishops because that bishop's not very good. If the knight is here, we can't jump over our knight. Obviously, the d6 pawn is under attack. So these things have to be done delicately. Mm-hmm. What movie? Wizard of Oz.
Hey, did you get any basil rolls?
Right there.
I might eat that real quick. Because I'm hungry, and it's after 2. I haven't really eaten today except for a brownie. So I'm going to go over here. I'll be
the
right back.
breakfast of champions. Yeah. Hooray! All right. Karen's had enough.
No, I'm hungry. And I'm going to watch from right here. I just don't want
Knight
to be
c3, a6, knight a3, f5. Another advantage that black has of not playing knight f6 early is playing an early f5, which we often see in the Sveshnikov, but not this early because the black knight is on f6. The important thing is Karen and I are both eating. I remember when Josh Waitzkin was still playing chess for some reason. I think it was in Chicago Open, maybe. He had this position. He played f5 early. He was white. I don't know. Anyway, he had either white or black in this position. And I think the end result of this game that Josh played was he quit chess. Yeah, I think that's what happened. Vegan sushi. Delicious.
So F5 is good or not good?
It's the idea right now. Julian Berman subscribed. Excellent white skin, nothing. Yeah, that's what it should be. Kyrie's the sanest man who ever lived. except for one thing. I think Kyrie, after he retires, is going to work on Fox News. That's my prediction. Trying to learn keeps doing exclam Josh Waitzkin, but nothing happens. I think we did have a command for that. Maybe. All right. They're writing a sequel to Searching for Bobby Fischer. I'm not sure if they're going to make a movie or not. It's called Searching for Talent. Oh, snap. Gotcha, Waitzkin.
His fault is Daddy.
There should be an article. There should be a match we set up. We could have it here between Waitzkin and Beth Harmon. He never found Bobby Fischer. Yeah. Okay. So following the Feingold rule, always play E takes F5. Bishop D3. Obviously, this bishop's better than this one. This bishop on E7 is shallow and pedantic. That bishop's pretty good. And always retreat. And I guess black is still in her prep since she has more time than she started. And I guess Totsav is out of her prep because her prep's not very good. And, white's slightly better because, 3 pawn islands, weak D5, weak D6. But it's dynamic. The knight on A3, frankly, is ridiculous. That has to come back into the game. And, I'll take white all day. I'd still lose, but I'll take white. This isn't very popular at the top level, but it's interesting. Gain some time on the clock. All right, now we have a game Crush versus Istritha. And that was a bishop F4, QGD, C5. Could also play knight BD7. I take you, you take me. All right. And in this position, white can castle queenside, or white can play A3. And after queen A5, knight... I guess she knows this better than I do since I don't play the bishop F4 QGD. I guess rook D1 is the main move. Because you want to stop black from playing D4 if possible. Okay, rook E8. And the players are playing quickly, so this is just theory. And then E5. I've seen this, but I don't play either side of it. So I literally don't remember what theory is. I figuratively do. Knight D4. Yeah, this is just all theory. And frankly, this is again one of the very similar to when you play Karawan or so, not to go into their 25 moves of prep. If I was Crush and I'm playing, a teenager, I'm going to play something really boring and squeeze based on my years of experience, many years. And instead, they're going into a sharp theoretical battle, which Irina is going to show that she knows more than Istritha. It's 50-50. Either she knows more or she doesn't. And if I'm Crush, I'm going to just try to win the game by playing chess. I'm a better chess player, not see who has a better memory for this theoretical line. Okay, queen B1. And this has just all been played a lot of times. Players are playing instantly. The engine agrees with these moves. Knight E4. Yeah, Crush isn't worried at all because she prepared all of this. It says white can do anything here, but she played this. Obviously her prep. This bishop's hanging, this knight's hanging, B4 wins a piece, etc. And she played B4. Queen always retreat. Always retreat. And in this position, I'm guessing this is the first time in the game that Irina doesn't know the position well because she's thinking a long time. And maybe Astritha, this is the end of her prep because she doesn't have more time than she started with. And the engine says white's slightly better. This knight here is a little funny. This knight here is not funny, but white has two isolated pawns. I mean, I would just say it's equal, but one good thing about this for Crush is she won't get into time trouble. I mean, she still will, but Yeah, you don't want to get into time trouble against a young player because they're too good tactically. Anyway, if we go back 2 or 3 moves, there's probably a lot of GM games, and probably this is like where theory ends. And now the players will never move. So yeah, if you want to be a top level player and you're going to play these lines, you got to know tons of theory. So probably, normally, frankly, the U.S. championship players aren't looking at the women's games to see what the latest theoretical wrinkle is. Okay. However, in this instance, I'll bet a lot of the players are looking here to see like what they know compared to what's happening. Because the bishop f4 QGD, a lot of GMs play for both sides, and they know this line, and they're like, what do they know compared to what's happening, and and so forth. So they're probably having a look at this game. Okay, Nazi's playing for the win by playing non-theoretical, weird nonsense. Okay, I agree. That's what she should be doing against Megan Lee. So Megan Lee will have no prep for this because Nazi's just making it up and so forth. Nazi's like, let's just play chess and I'm better than you. Not, let's play 25 moves of theory and you've analyzed it with your coach for a year. Okay, so I agree with, now obviously White's better here, but Nazi literally doesn't care. Yeah. And, whenever you're playing Pakidze, whether you should play a lot of theory or get out of theory quickly, that's a real Sophie's choice, right? You just don't know. Well, all right. Need a player in the tournament named Sophie so I can make more jokes about that movie. Tigers Modern. Yeah. Etc. Delicious. And this is Tokyo Genova versus Sabina Foizor. E3 recommended by Spencer. Now black wants to play D4, so we take. You can take either way or either way. She took with the pawn. And obviously Sabina's not well prepped on this variation because she's thinking forever in every move like I would. And then D4. Otherwise, black's probably going to play D4. All right, so we're probably going to see an isolated queen pawn position. These pawns will be traded. Oh, or we won't. Sabina's like, I don't want an isolated queen pawn. I'm going to get the hanging pawns. All right. Yeah. B6 is a little bit unusual because the bishop has this diagonal. So giving it another diagonal is sort of wasteful because, black hasn't developed these pieces yet. So it's a sort of a waste of time to avoid the IQP position, which I really usually don't avoid. Yeah. Etc. Yeah, too slow. So I already prefer white. And this is Talia's white against Sharevich. Another bishop f4 QGD. Yeah, normally I don't like this square for the knight in this variation. I don't think that's the best move. Put it in H and then bishop D6. So white is clearly slightly better because when we trade these bishops, this bishop is nice and this bishop doesn't really have a good home. It has passive homes, but not aggressive homes. Let's see, should I make that joke? Nah. Okay, I mean, I should make the joke, but yeah. And so forth. So I prefer white, and as per usual, Sharevich is playing very, very, very quickly. I'm guessing her prep for this tournament was to play quickly. That's good prep. That was my prep for the Kings versus Queens Chess 960 event in St. Louis in 2011. It was game 25, delay 5. So my prep was play quickly. That worked out very well. And so forth. That's right. somebody pointed out I'm stronger than Arena because I picked her up over, my shoulder and she can't pick me up. So that makes me stronger. Maybe it just makes me bigger. All right. And here we have the boring world of Niels Bohr. Very solid, slow, positional game. So Fabi did everything right, which so far this tournament he has not done. He got out of theory immediately. He got a really boring position with no tactics, and he has a time advantage. This is the three things you want against Ray. Ray's really good at tactics. Ray's really good at his prep. And Ray's weakness is he has no time on his clock. So White's not better, but this is more of a Fabi position than a Ray position. Fortunately for Fabi, he's not playing well this tournament, and Ray is. Nom, nom, nom. Delicious. Knight d7. At some point, he wants to play f5. If the bishop wasn't here, I would say he wants to play knight c5 to e6. But with the bishop there, that's harder to do. Controlling d4 some more. Next, yours. So next. Okay, knight f6. Yeah, I don't know this variation as much as I know d5. I think knight f6 is safer. This might be what Hungaski plays with black. Now you can see by the time situation, Danya knows this position, and Dominguez is not as familiar since he's used all of his time. Queen e2, bishop e7, two bishops with an extra pawn. What else? All right, so Danya's down a pawn. He has the two bishops. He's sort of at the end of his prep, and Dominguez has been at the end of his prep for a while, I guess. And black has the open E and F files, two bishops. White doesn't have any weaknesses. So, I'll take white, but black has active chances. He wants to attack Dominguez and get him out of his, his comfort zone, because Dominguez likes to squeeze and be slightly better. He doesn't want a lot of stuff going on. Not with Naroditsky. So Danya, there's a reasonable chance he'll castle queenside this game, and then he can push his pawns. He can put his rooks on f8 and e8, and his king, and he can play c5 and attack this way. So, Dominguez has a battle, and if Dominguez can figure it out and outplay his opponent, which was his plan before the game, well, he's already a pawn up. So, yeah. But black has good compensation for a pawn. Typical Schliemann kind of stuff. Surprised the Schliemann's not more popular, because I think it's okay. Mm-hmm. What's prep? That's right. You are from France. Good, good. Merci for the, for what you said. To ma savior, mon coeur, or something like that. Whatever is funny. Because of the great compliment I got from the Frenchman, we'll do the rest of the commentary in French. Ok, dans cette position, c'est bon pour noir, le deux fou, and Perrier c'est fou. So, it's good to have the fou. And c'est pas bon pour blanc, terrible, sacré bleu, and sacré rouge. All right, that was my French commentary, and nobody understood it, especially people who speak French. They were like, well, what language is that? Yeah. And in France, a term, a saying, an idiom you guys don't know, which you need to learn, is, frankly, terrible. Terrible. Okay. It's like Terrible's Casino in Vegas. Right, sweetie? Yeah. Terrible. That's right. Omelette du fromage is correct. Yeah, very beautiful. Yeah. Champs-Élysées, oui. Yeah. J'habite en Belgique pour 4 ans, but that was before you were born. So, je regrette, mais je forget.
Hey, can you pass those paper towels?
Bien sûr. Ma bonne fille. Très bon. Oui?
Oui.
Delicious. Finish off my nonsense. How was the basil roll?
It was real good.
You were on a roll?
What did I miss?
So Danya sacked a pawn, and he has the 2 bishops, and he has the what else? And look at that time advantage Danya has. He's definitely going to win the U.S. championship. Maybe not this year. I like the way when I make a joke and I throw in some English word, they try to correct me by telling me the correct French. That's not funny. Like I say, je regrette, mais je forget, because that's funny. Mm-hmm. And they say, no, je regrette, mais j'oublie. Yeah, I know that. That's not funny. It's funny. For some reason, Luc Winans, the Belgian GM, he liked to say, of course, my horse. I don't know why he liked to say that.
It rhymes.
Right, so I would say, bien sûr, mon cheval. Yeah. Also good. My French is from 30 years ago, and I pasted it together from sugar packets, so I don't know.
I know the tiniest little bit of French.
You speak good. And so forth. All right, let's go to another game. All right, they played the main line of the Berlin. This is a starting position of 10,000 GM games. H3 is one of them who's now.
Is it always true that if somebody's playing, if they're playing the Berlin, they're trying to draw?
Not always.
Not always, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know much about the opening.
Okay, so Shanklin sacrifices a pawn because it's prep. And then, White's pieces are here. So, it's the same as the Naroditsky game. He sacked a pawn, and Dominguez isn't developed at all. Black sacrificed a pawn here, and White's not developed at all. This is all preparation, obviously. You don't want to cede the file to Black, and you don't want to take this pawn on a Rig D1 check. So Rig D2. And after Rig D2, Sam is having a huge think, which surprises me because Rig D2, according to the engine, is by far the best move. So if Shanklin is blitzing me here, his opponent plays the best move, and then he thinks forever. Je n'ai compris. C'est pas possible. Oui? No?
Oui.
Yeah.
I can say oui.
Yeah. So I don't get it. There's nothing wrong with Black's position. I'm just surprised that Sam's out of prep sacrificing a pawn like that. I've never seen this pawn sacrifice. I've never seen this line. But obviously the players are familiar with it since, it's move 15. Okay, he played king e6 relatively quickly, attacking this pawn. So basically Black's position is perfect. I can't do anything better for Black. Perfect. But he's down a pawn. That's the only non-perfect, And then White's position is frankly ridiculous. So therefore, equal. That's how much a pawn is worth. Ridiculous versus, That oui was very sweet. Yeah. Best oui ever. In French, if you want to say yes, you say oui, oui. You got to be yanking me. That's ridiculous. Anyway, I'll be back in a minute. I got to go take a wicked yes. Family Guy. All right, next game. Yours. So next. D4. God damn. Thanks, Kayarl? Kayari?
Kayari?
Kobe. Thanks for the sub and the Kobe. Frankly, okay, now, this d4 reminds me of what? This position.
I don't know.
This is the game I just played in the senior tournament, the senior club.
Oh, I didn't even see that game.
Yeah, I'll show you.
Okay.
Okay. So I was playing a game in the senior club, which was, I guess, recorded, so you'll see it later, against, somebody old, because it's a senior club. And this position I played here, this guy's estimated rating is, I don't know, negative 500? I don't know. What do you think?
Probably 900. 8 to 900.
Yeah.
Maybe 600.
Now, we're getting closer. Okay, he played here. That reminded me of that game.
Okay.
And then he played here. Must have thought he was Joe. Now, did I play knight c3 or knight f3? Good question. I think I played here. Now, he made a slight inaccuracy. Here, and then I went here.
He did something similar. Okay.
Then I was explaining to the elderly members of our club that double pawns aren't very good, so let's get triple pawns. And then the guy's like, nope, can't, I was like, I couldn't fool him. Okay, so I castled here, 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 here. Man, what did he play here? That is the question. Whether it's his nobler in the mind. I don't know what he played here. Usually I have some idea. Yeah, well, I took this and this, but I don't remember what he did. I will go here because I don't remember what he did. And then he took, I checked, I played here and mate. Now, if he played h6, then I'm right. I'm not sure he played h6. But, see, he played 98.5. Yeah, that's the other game. Not this one.
I was about to say.
Anyway, I'm not sure if h6 was played, but if it was, this is the game. That's the game I played right before streaming, so I felt confident. Right? Yeah. All right. And somehow the game didn't go like that. So Burke played d4, giving me fond memories of, yesteryear, like an hour ago. And then, let's see, he took, c takes, always retreat, e5, knight e4, take, queen c2. And the engine really hates white's position. It says white's doing really badly. I would assume this is equal, but normally this bishop is here in similar positions, and this knight is here. I mean, there's a lot of pressure on this pawn. This bishop has some good squares. We have the b file for our rook. And likely, over the next 4 moves, Burke might win a pawn. And what's funny is, if Burke loses quickly, which is possible due to the evaluation, what is he going to wear?
What's he going to wear?
Yeah. If he loses quickly.
I don't know.
Delicious.
I was looking for Birkenstock, some kind of play on Birkenstock fish. I don't know.
Just burka, a burka.
Oh, a burka.
Yeah.
You made that joke already.
All right, and he got it.
I forgot it.
Okay, so the engine really likes bishop f5, and it likes bishop g4 a little. So let's see what the engine has in mind if I take a pawn for nothing. It says rook e6. Okay, I'm not going to go here because I'm not going to line up against that. I guess I'm going to go here because I don't see the square to go to. Then rook g6. And it says with this bishop coming here, and this knight here, and the bishop here, and the rook here, and these pieces can't move, and this queen is off sides, black has a big advantage. Even though black's down a pawn, black can play c5 and open this for the bishop, and so forth. I mean, I like black here, but if I was playing a tournament game, I wouldn't know if I had more than enough compensation. So when the engine's down a pawn and says black is almost winning, that means he's got more than enough compensation. Yeah, even this is almost a threat. I mean, and I don't know what white does against that. So yeah, this is really good for black. So that means the engine doesn't take the pawn on c6 after this, but then why did you go here? If you're not going to take the pawn, this move makes no sense. Because after here, you're like, damn, why is my queen there? But your queen's there to take a free pawn, and the engine says black's initiative is too strong. So it doesn't like taking a doubled weak pawn and then making 500 queen moves while these pieces aren't developed. And Wesley's thinking here, should I play knight takes knight and defend my pawn? Should I play the line Ben said? He's actually thinking, should I play the line Ben said? Weird. Or bishop g4. Also aggressive. Now, bishop g4, the idea is to have lots of trades. And this position's about equal. I mean, I think Wesley wants to win. He's playing somebody who just lost a game where he was better. Wesley's already better, and his opponent's the lowest rated player in the tournament. Come on, Wesley. Stop playing for a draw every game, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure why you like him so much.
Burke's great.
So.
Well, I mean, you asked me.
Well, I asked you why you like him.
You said so, like insulting me.
Oh.
Yeah. I can't follow my own jokes sometimes, but they're still funny. What did I do indicating I like so? I do like so, but I'm making fun of him like he draws every game. Like, you gotta play for a win.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. It's like, I'm not sure. Did he always play that way? When he's playing for draws? Mm-hmm. You like so a lot, Squirrel Guts?
So isn't very evil. He's just, very religious.
He seems like a nice
Usually
person.
That's both, but not in this case.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is Lenderman Shang. White is clearly slightly better. And it's, the boring world of Niels Bohr. I prefer this pawn structure for white because this bishop's good and this one isn't. And, white has more possibilities of doing something like f3, e4, or even playing crazy like Fox News, or getting a knife to f5, and so on. I must admit I'm not a fan of bishop h4 because I think white wants to trade these bishops often, but I guess he didn't. Bishop d7 is sort of like a nothing move, like I don't know what to do. So I think it's just much better for white. And you can see from Jeffrey's time usage, he don't know what he's doing. Lenderman always plays super fast. Crazy. All right, and we got our baloney Benoni here. Very Benoni-esque. b4. And then 7 ignores the pawn. If you win this pawn, you lose this pawn. And he likes his center, so he plays the move rook to e8. And this position is fine for both sides. If I was white, I would want to go here and take this knight, and then play knight d2 and have control of the white squares and, advance and solidify my queen side. And black says, I have a nice center, my bishop has a nice square, etc. I've had black in these positions often, but with colors reversed when my opponent's playing a regular Benoni. And my pawn is always here very early, so I can avoid white getting rid of this bishop and then controlling the white squares here. But I think white's doing quite well here. I like the way Bruzon is playing. Let's see. Cautious, Kobe. Karen's hot at 50. God damn.
I wish I was 50.
She was 55 years ago. Oh, snap.
Thank you, though.
She can't be 55.
I know. God damn.
No.
I don't want to think about that.
I'll give you something to think about.
No.
How old are you going to be next month? Oh, snap. Truth hurts. Mm-hmm. You don't want to be 55. Next month you won't. There you go.
Problem solved.
Problem solved. Yeah. Yeah, I'm always catching up to Karen in age, then she always one-ups me. In September, I'm like, ha-ha, getting closer. Then she's like, no, November. Yeah. That's why Wake Me Up When September Ends and November Rain. That explains all of that. Yeah. Let's see. Etc. Taking notes. Oh, I could tickle Karen, too.
No,
she likes that.
No tickling.
She likes that.
Yeah, I'll punch.
You're not going to punch. Not on stream you won't.
I have punched.
On stream you've punched?
No.
Okay. Get punched later. Yeah. Pay extra for that. All right. Now what do? I'll go to the women folk. All right. So Carissa's at it again. This is very similar to a game with Totsav. And Zatonsky's like, rawr. Now, Totsav never did that. She waited like 30 moves. Okay. But here, now you can see, look at the time situation. Anna never moves, and Carissa just moves and plays aggressive and literally doesn't care. Yeah. Put it in H. Yeah. Now, in my opinion, which nobody cares about, this is very bad for Anna. The position's not bad. That Carissa's done this before. This is going to happen. And Anna's like, what do I do? I mean, she did this like 4 rounds ago against Totsav. She played the same pawn sacrifice. Thanks for the $3. Thanks, Costa. Yay. That cost you $3. So basically, Carissa's playing the exact same way she played against Totsav. And Anna's like, okay, give me 10 minutes to move. Like, figure out what to do before the game if Carissa plays this way, or don't play this way. So we're going to get to an equalish kind of position where White has compensation for a pawn. Carissa's going to have an hour, and Anna's going to have 5 minutes. And it'll be moved like 22. And then, she's going to get run over like, something. Like, I guess Kobe. I don't know. Yeah. Etc.
How old is Carissa again?
19 and or 20 or 18.
Did she go to college anywhere?
Nobody knows. Yeah, I think she goes to like one of those Ivy League schools. She goes to Harvard.
She found some time to get over the championship.
Right. Well, she didn't make the ridiculous decision that the other women made. Ridiculous. Mm-hmm. Yeah. When I was a serious chess player and I was playing in round robins like this, 1 game a day, I prepared like 4 to 6 hours for every game, like the night before and the morning of. A lot of these players do hours and hours of prep before the event, like Wesley and Fabi. So when Carissa plays the thing that she's going to play, and Anna's thinking forever and ever and ever, c'est ridicule. Me? Mm-hmm. Crab. Yip's 18. Yep.
Well, she might still be in high school then.
Mm-hmm. Etc. Okay. This game is very strategical. Not Totsav's strong suit. B3 I like. Yeah, now Black has a chance to play D5. So maybe Totsav should have played knight E3 here. Or bishop G5. You want to take this knight so you can control the center here. So B3 might be a little slow. B3, I could play B5. I could play D5. Thanks, Challenger 38. Okay, she played Queen E8. I'm not a fan of that move. I mean, you want to go here, but you can't go here. You don't want to go here and trade queens, and you don't really want to go here either because it's knight G5. So I don't like this move. Now Totsav can get back on track with knight E3. The reason she didn't play knight E3 last move is she's worried about knight D4. She wants to chop that off. She doesn't want knight D4 and it's there forever. But I literally don't care about that. And I figuratively don't care. So I care about my squares. Mine. Yep, that's the German way of playing. Mine squares. So I'm not a big fan of that move. I'm not a big fan of that move. You know what else I'm not a big fan of? Papa John's. Thanks, Challenger. All right. I still like white. If I could find who's playing.
Oh, she's still in high school?
Knight f3. Never play f6. And then Irina put it in h. h4. h4 doesn't make a lot of sense to me because since f6 was played and since Irina played here, why did she play knight h4? I mean, isn't that why she played this? So I like knight h4. I think g6 is too weakening. Knight's on d5. Yeah, so I'm not a fan of f6. I'm not a fan of h4. I mean, I could have played knight h4 to f5. All right, now these are the superfluous knights. They don't really have any squares to go to. I can't move anywhere, and they're tripping over each other. Ooh, that is a young person's move. Yeah, she's young. If that's a good move, I don't like it. If it's a bad move, I really don't like it. Yeah, if I was black, I would go here now. I wouldn't even take the knight. I would just go back. I mean, if I was playing white, I would fall out of my chair now, and then probably they would evacuate the building. You know, because a lot of really noisy. Now, you guys don't know who Larry Christensen is, and if you've heard of him, you've never seen him, and if you saw him, you didn't know it was him. But me and Larry are like, son. I've known Larry forever. Larry's nickname is the Big Lug. Larry's just big. He's not fat. I mean, he's Samoan. What's he going to do? But he's big. And he when he walks fast and loud. And when he closes the door, he slams it. Because he's big. I don't know. So whenever he would go to the bathroom at the U.S. Championship, the whole building would shake. Right, because he's walking. I'm like, what's happening? Is it an earthquake? Then you hear wham! I'm like, oh, he went to the bathroom. You heard the door slam. I mean, he's just so loud. Yeah, and that's not good. That's bad. Yeah, this move is like a blunder because I'm not saying this is the best move for white, but white could play knight c3. See how the rook is attacking the queen, and then you win a pawn. I mean, so that's like an absurd move. That's what a little kid would play. Okay, an old person moves around in a circle and then falls asleep because, we need a nap. And then a young person goes, rawr, attack, and then resigns. So e4 isn't a move I would consider. I would never think of it because I'm going to lose this pawn. I'm messing up my pawn structure. I'm giving away dark squares. And I think...
Oh, sorry.
That's okay if that's...
That's just you.
Right, that's okay. We'll get in trouble for that.
For what?
For that, we won't. I said we won't get in trouble for that. Yeah. So, yeah, this move is frankly terrible. Yeah. So, Irina's jumping up and down now, but nobody notices because she's not Christensen.
So, what was her idea behind that? That she was just going to take it with the queen and then there'll be some kind of discovered? I don't really understand the move. I guess you can't take it with the queen because it's the knight. Wouldn't you just move? I don't understand.
This move?
Yeah, like what is...
She wants to put her knight in here, I guess. It attacks something that's shiny.
Yeah.
This is a very bad move.
What was the better move?
Not here. There. That would be better. Yeah, that's a terrible move. No, I mean, the rook is here, right? Is that good? No, here. Now you're making a good move. Why do you want your rook on a8 when you have it on a half-open file against a queen and isolated pawn? Mm-hmm. This is like what you play in blitz chess. Yeah. So, yeah. Frankly, terrible.
Is Karen jealous that Ben picked up the Irinas? No. That was before I knew Ben. So
that was way before you knew me.
I can't do anything about what he did before I knew him.
That was like 20 years ago. And by 20 years ago, I mean 12 years ago. Yeah, whenever we see the Irinas, Karen's like, go pick them up. And I'm like, I'm old. Yeah. Is that what happens?
No, not if you want to be married.
The only women I can pick up now are the Karens. Karen and the other Karen. Man, that would hurt.
I don't even think you can pick me up. Especially since I gained some weight. during the pandemic? All right, I guess you could, but it would hurt your back.
All right. Yeah, queen a5's all right. All right, so she did play knight c3, and then Irina wins a pawn. Karen Carpenter's easy to lift, especially now, right? I mean, she's all skin and bones except for the skin. Oh, snap. This guy said pick you up. All right.
No.
Well, he told me to.
No and no.
All right, $1,000 donation. I'm picking her up, whether she wants me to or not. Right? $1,000?
I guess.
Pick her up and I'll spin her around.
Like you did in Topalov.
Yeah. I spun Topalov over my head, and that was the end of his chess career, basically. I wish I was kidding. And also, I picked up Tony Rich. He was about 270, and I did like 5 squats. I like went down and up, down, yeah. So you weigh nothing. God damn. Mm-hmm. Ooh. Okay, I was younger then and intoxicated, but still. Nom, nom, nom.
You weren't that much younger.
Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah, I mean, what you should be doing is when the round's over, go to the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube page and try to find the moment they look at this position. If they do, they probably don't, but they might as crush. And then thanks for the 1,000 cents to Deuce Kangaroo. And then, like, Yasser is going to be like, well, like me. He's going to be furious. It's the first time in Yasser's life he's been mad. When he sees this, he won't even know what to say. See, all the grandmasters think the same way I do. I just tell you. They're just like, yeah, that might not be the best move. It's possible that pawn could become weak later. That's what Yasser will say. But inside, Yasser's like, why can't I play a match with this person? That's what he's thinking. He's thinking, how's this person playing in a round? That move's so bad. I've never been so angry. Okay, so knight here, attacking the queen, attacking the pawn, and now black is thinking. Yeah, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Okay, now the gawking rabble suggested here, and they're like, but this pawn's hanging, and this might happen. Takes, and now if you take this pawn, I said if, which I can't do it because I'm not smart enough. I take this pawn. Man, what's going on with my computer? And then, rook d7's a threat, and this passed pawn's good, and king's no good, and pawn up, resigns. Okay. And if you take this right away, come on, computer. If you take, man, my computer's going nuts.
What's it doing? I don't even see anything.
I can't do stuff. I'm trying to do it, and it won't do it. Look at, it's not doing it.
I see, it's hanging.
Yeah. What? Mm-hmm. It's slow and old. Yeah, and this is frankly terrible. Yeah. The queen's trapped. The knight's fantastic. The tripping over each other. Yeah. Now, I analyzed this position once with the cast of Archer, the cartoon, and the guy who played the butler. When I said these knights are tripping over themselves, he said they're tripping balls, sir. Yeah.
Wait, who said that?
The butler from Archer. Mm. Yeah. I forgot his name. I haven't watched Archer in a while. Yeah, if you watch Archer or don't watch it, the one episode you should watch is when they're hired to protect the Pope and they go to Italy. You gotta watch that episode. All right. So my computer's not working, and she did play queen a5. Just misunderstanding the position. I don't think she saw this move because she wouldn't give up these pawns for that pawn. That pawn's ridiculous. Giving up her e5 pawn? Oh, my God. Woodhouse. Thank you. Yeah, Woodhouse. Yeah. Carol's probably tripping balls in other episodes, but in that episode, yeah, it's much funnier when Woodhouse is.
Wait, what is tripping ball? What is going on?
It's drug references. You're tripping.
Tripping balls.
Yeah. Or Cheryl. That's right. Sometimes her name is Carol, and sometimes it's Cheryl. And she even pointed that out. She said, I'm Cheryl today. Yeah. You don't watch Archer, so... I haven't watched Archer in like 8 years, but...
I watched it once. I didn't like it.
Yeah, one time when I was traveling with Aviv, I put it on TV, and he was never been... That was the maddest he ever won. He's like, how do you watch this?
I don't like it at all.
Yeah.
But I just saw it once.
Or Crystal. Yeah, R.I.P. Jessica Walter is correct. Yeah, she was great.
It's good you don't know what it is. Get tripping balls. I guess I can Google it. Is tripping, though?
Yeah, you're tripping balls. Yeah.
Balls.
Yeah. I know what I like. Tripping very much. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for the translation.
Karen never tripped balls. What an insult.
I'm sure I did. I just didn't call it that.
Yeah. Okay, this is just huge advantage to white. I mean, the gist of this discussion, other than the tripping balls part, this is the actual game, by the way, is this pawn is gone. This great center pawn for this weak, horrible, ugly, and black's queen is terrible, and white's knight can now be beautiful. I mean, e4 is such a bad move. I've never been so mad. Okay, she's 22-44. She's not Kramnik, but still, give her to SmackDown. Like, if she was my student, this is what I would be saying to her, so she would never do that again. I'd be like, she'd cry and cry and cry, and then I would yell at her more. Well, why are you crying? Right? Come on, little baby. All of us have problems, but we don't cry about it. And then what would I say to her next? Na, 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 I made you eat your parents. That's exactly what I would say, right? Yeah. Now, even though I made her eat her parents, the chili tasted delicious. So, can't argue with that. It's Leuven. I've been in Leuven. Hi, Leuven. Yeah, he got it. Yeah. The Kid 92 got it.
Are you a good and nice guy in the club?
Yeah, a good and nice guy. Can I be like nice and not good or good and not nice? What? Yeah, it sucks to be Scott Tenorman. That's correct. Not Tannerman, Tenorman. Yeah. Yeah, Scott Tenorman Must Die is the best South Park episode. Yeah, that's a great episode. I have my own episode in my head, but further down the road. Yeah, that's right. Lick her tears too. Your tears taste so good, and so forth. Okay. Man, everything I said would happen happened. It's just great for white. See, this pawn needs to be here, although I can't move anything anymore. Refresh? I don't know. Reboot the computer? Okay. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Yeah, this thing's spinning. Terrible. I blame society. Okay, let's go to the next game. Okay, black's position is not so good. Not so good. Yeah, she's just playing very weird to confuse her opponent. But she's still slightly worse. Let's see, blah, blah, blah. That's exciting text. Yeah, I mean, black's position isn't very good, but this is exactly what she wanted. Some weird position. I've played these weird positions with black a lot, although I'm not a fan of knight df6. I wouldn't have done that, because I don't want to pin my own knight, and, e5 coming, so I don't like that. All right, so I like white, but I like Nazi's style, but I don't like her execution of the style. All right, this is just better, slightly better for white. In these positions, white usually wants to play knight e2 to g3 and go to the f5 square. White wants to take this and open up the diagonal for the bishop. And black is sort of passive. So, slightly better for white. Nice position for white. And let's see what happened here. b1. So Talia wants to play the minority attack. And she does. Rook fe1. All right, and then knight e4. Rawr. So black wants to attack on the king's side. White wants to play on the queen's side. And the reason rook c8 was played was to make b5 less palatable because of this rook against the queen. So Talia could play a5, knight a4, knight c5, Karpov style. It's risky to move your knight over here because this knight's really the only thing defending the king. So then black gets an attack. So, white has to be careful here. Yeah, it seems like with the knight in here and this knight here and these pieces pointing this way, I shouldn't cross the streams. Black should be about equal. Terrible, but pretty good. Again, whenever I see these positions and I'm like, I don't know, maybe white's better, maybe black's better, maybe it's equal, then I look at the clock and then I know what's going on. And Shurevich just playing super quickly and huge time advantage, and Talia's playing too slowly like I do. That's why I coached her. I said, you can play slow like I do. So I guess I like black just because I gotta look at the clocks too. Always play faster than your opponent. And so forth. Let's see. Okay, chat is irrelevant as per usual. We'll go to and he did play f5, which was the main idea of knight d7. f5. That's why he did it. Now my rule is to always take on f5. Fabi didn't follow my rule. The engine follows my rule. He castled, which is fine. One of the reasons you want to take is sometimes black can sack a pawn with f4. But I think with this king here, that's not a good idea. So he castled also. Slightly better for white, but like nothing special. And he either has to take this or play f4 himself. He doesn't want to allow f4, and his bishop blocked forever. I mean, this is probably in Ray's favor in this particular tournament because the position's about equal. It's becoming dynamic. f4 was played. And Ray's just playing better than Fabi this tournament. It's not something you say often, but this just isn't Fabi's tournament. So the position's about equal, but you can see Fabi's playing slowly after that time advantage he had because he's just not himself. He's somebody else. I don't know who he is. Let's see. Greetings from Scotland. Good. I wonder if let's see, it's October 13th. Is it Scotchtoberfest? Oh, no, Principal Skidder made that up. Never mind. All right, so position's about equal. The engine prefers white slightly, but I think Ray's pretty happy. And castles. And Dominguez played b3, followed by bishop b2, followed by etc.
There are some Twitch VODs, but you need to look under the highlights. Mm-hmm. Because we had to strip out the opening so we don't get in trouble, and we still have to do the one from last night.
Yeah, some of these openings they're playing are just awful, so we take out the opening and just look at the middle game. Right?
No.
Scotchtoberfest every weekend. Okay, so the gawking rabble is like, why doesn't this win? And then they ended that with, we're gawking rabble. And I'm like, you shouldn't talk about yourselves like that. Now that will get 2 rooks for a queen if you like that. The knight can go here or here. I'm not sure which one he'll play. I'll play one of them. And then if you take the rook, then bishop to b2, and you can take this rook, or you can take this pawn and get another pawn, and I could either play rook a1, or I could take this. I could throw in a check. The engine just plays here. The queen getting trapped like that is a common idea in a lot of openings. And black could do that, and he may well do that. But it doesn't win for black. The engine actually likes white there. And the engine also likes white if I can just go here. Now what the engine does do, which is a little weird, is it goes here. Because it wants to play bishop here, and it also wants to take this pawn. So queen f5 is a funny move to just take a pawn, bishop here, rook here, Papa John's. Yeah. But he may indeed go for this line where you take the rook. I refer you to the game Portish Fisher, where Fisher was a queen for 2 rooks just like that. And the queen was too good in that particular situation. This is the end, my friend. Greetings from Brazil. There's a Brazilian out there. Yeah.
In what situations are 2 rooks better than the queen?
Yeah, I saw that. It depends.
There's no general rule.
The rooks need to be active. Those rooks aren't active. There needs to be infiltration for the rooks, not just like sitting there stupid. My queen can always infiltrate, but your rooks need open files and places to go if they're passive. Now, there's a grandmaster you never heard of, Roman Ginjahashvili. That means most of them heard of him. Mm-hmm. And he believes in the starting position of chess. If you take off all the back rank pieces, so there's just pawns, and give white a king and a queen on the starting squares, and give black a king and 2 rooks on the starting squares, that white's winning because the rooks are useless. There's 8 pawns in front of him and they can't do anything, and the queen just starts attacking everything. He thinks white's winning in that position. I don't agree, but I agree that white's better in that particular position because the rooks just are useless. Galodian 2000 subscribed. Good. Yeah. The Georgian Ginger GM. Are there any GMs you genuinely dislike? I don't know, most of them. How can you spell genuinely with an E after the L? I mean, are you kidding me? If you were a GM, it would be you. All right. Does Stockfish agree? I don't know. What does Stockfish know about anything? I never asked Stockfish. And if I did, he wouldn't answer me. Okay, so Dominguez is slightly better. Slightly. And then after King E6, we only have one move in this game. Schwiertz played Knight C3, developing a piece. Usually a good idea. All right, and the engine thinks that Shanklin has no problem at all. He can play Bishop B4. He can trade and play Knight D4, attacking this pawn. This pawn's attacked. Play Knight D4 right now. It just says black has completely equalized. And Schwiertz thought forever about just developing his knight. I mean, black's position's perfect, except that he's down a pawn, but it's not going to be down a pawn for long. So I think Shanklin has completely equalized. And it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, Wesley played like the engine. Bishop F5, Rook E6. Yep, Wesley played all the engine moves. Now, instead of Rook G6, with the idea of playing C5 later, he just played C5 now, which is also good. Got to open it up for the bishop. And then, white's rook and bishop are terrible. Black has great bishops. Black's knight is on a great square. This pawn is weak. My rook's coming to G6. My other rook has squares that are good for the rook. The engine says Queen D1's the best move. Come on. Setting up for the next game. Threatening Knight B1, Knight E1. Okay, so this is much better for black. Wesley has a big time advantage. Wesley's the stronger player. He might even win the game. Yeah. And if he wins the game, who will he thank?
Jesus.
Damn, that was me. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, Jesus is like, John Burke, I don't like him. Now, Wesley, there's a guy that I like. So, the truth hurts. All right. So, yeah, this looks really good for black. It's too passive for white, and black's pieces are too active. And these are too not active. Very nice play from Wesley. White's going to really struggle to equalize this game, and white already is down half an hour on the clock. All right, and here we have the boring world of Niels Bohr. Bishop G3, Bishop E5, Knight F4. I like white. I mean, the bishop here, rook here. Come on. Black's doing nothing. White's improving his position, and he has a nice time advantage. Also, Lenderman's tied for first, and Jeffrey's in last. So it's the form of the tournament. Normally, Jeffrey's a better player than Lenderman, but not this event. Maybe next event. I don't know. I need a Perrier. Should I get it?
I can get it. I need to get my computer out of the car at some point.
No, anything but that. Look at all that room I have now. What's that?
I'm sick of that.
Oh yeah, that's
Can I just
terrible.
throw it away?
Yes.
I don't even know where it goes. I'm tired of it.
Yeah,
Okay.
terrible. Yeah. Let's see what else is happening in the chess world. Nothing.
Hey,
That's so forth.
did you unfollow
Them?
Yeah, because they're.
Yeah, of course.
Oh.
Yeah, I want to follow them. Yeah, I got a bag of dicks they can take if they want.
Well, I was wondering why they weren't in the list.
Now you know why. Okay, bishop d6, and Lenderman took, and then queen takes the engine move. Yeah, and white is clearly slightly better. White has pleasure position. Okay, and then in Bruzon's game, he played c5. Always, Bruzon got me. He could always play bishop f8, but he defended his pawn instead. Okay, then rook e1. Yeah, and this is very Benoni-ish, except colors are reversed. This kind of position that's like sharp and weird, that's good for Savian. Savian has a game that he likes. Bruzon likes like boring and he's slightly better. This isn't really Bruzonish. So Savian's a very combative player who has a lot of decisive games. Bruzon has no decisive games this event. And the engine says it's equal, but this looks more like somebody might win. This is triple-edged. Of course, this is an absolutely ridiculous usage of time for somebody as experienced as Bruzon. I mean, he's one of the oldest players in the tournament, if not the oldest, and he's playing super, super, super slow. It's move 13, and he's used almost an hour. That's, come on. We've traded one pawn. That, you can't, you get into time trouble, Savian's going to slice you and dice you, like he did yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Can you play the Volga Gambit with white? Well, they wouldn't call it the Volga Gambit. The Volga Gambit, also known as the Benko Gambit. Yeah.
I don't know, but I've heard of it.
Yeah.
What? Let's see.
So complicated. Good chances for a decisive result this game. Black's playing in the center. White's playing on the queen side. I'm surprised that white hasn't played this and getting rid of this knight, because this knight could be good later. And this knight wants to go here and get to better pastures, but is this blocking the bishop? And if the knight on f6 is defending e4 and d5, it's just typical that somebody goes here. So my pawn's always here, so I don't deal with that. Now here, Sam can play the super aggressive e4, confusing the audience.
Yeah, that's the move I was looking at. That seems kind of scary to me.
Yeah, then after takes, this pawn's hanging 50 times. So d3. Then knight e3, knight takes e4, Papa John's. And this is what Savian's looking at, and he's trying to contemplate the ifs. Right?
Yeah.
Like Jules did from Pulp Fiction. Yeah, the engine gives all zeros, but obviously, from a practical point of view, they're crazy like Fox News. You could argue this is great. You could argue it's weak. You could argue this is weak, or that it's good that white has this advance there. So very complicated, complex position, and more words to start with com. So this is a big thing for Savian because e4 changes the game a lot. It's a Savian kind of move.
Mm-hmm.
Does the color you play really matter? No. Can you sing the Volga Boatman song? All right, chat's going crazy.
It matters at the high level.
Right.
But,
yeah, nothing you guys do matters at all. Like hanging at peas, that doesn't matter.
Hey, can you refresh the camera?
Delicious. I don't think it's possible. I don't think you can do it. Fixed. What? What happened?
Your forehead gets there briefly.
Mm-hmm. I still have a forehead. I'm not like that guy in Philadelphia who didn't have a forehead. Yeah. And so forth. All right. Go to the women folk. Almost an hour time advantage for Carissa. All right. So in this position, after h5, the last position we saw, Anna played queen d8. Now, what's the point of queen d8? The answer is bishop c8, knight g8. Setting up for the next game.
Oh, yeah. I think the queen wants to get on the other side of the board, maybe. I don't know. What's going on?
I don't know why she played here. I got nothing.
I understand.
Okay, bishop e3 is good. It doesn't really matter because this was going to get attacked anyway. Now, in the previous couple rounds ago, when Anna lost to Crush, when she was given the option, she incorrectly took this pawn. So after bishop e3, she didn't want to be tempted. So she just went here. Okay. Didn't want to be tempted to take that pawn. So she just went back. Okay, knight e c6, so the bishop can get developed. Rook c1. By the way, look at the engine here. See the engine? It was saying bishop c8. Man, tough engine.
That's terrible.
Tough engine. Okay, bishop e7. Always retreat. She wants to give checkmate in case the castling happens. And this explains why h5 was played, making g6 impossible. Also inconceivable. Okay, she played knight a5, engine approved. Now she played the very tricky queen d4 with the idea of queen g4 to attack this. Knight c6, forcing the queen there. The engine really likes knight c4 here, but doesn't like that as much. Now you should always play bishop f8, but she played king f8. And now the knight was going to go here, remember? And then that's why she played this. And then now her knight can't go back. So Carissa, who knows it all, played b3. And now these knights, and you know how Carissa found this move, is Carissa's already had these knights, although they were here in the game that she lost with Tokajanova. So now this knight is shallow and pedantic. So black's position doesn't make a lot of sense. This knight on a5 can't move. The rook on h8 can't move. Very passive. White has an initiative. Black can't move anything. But black has an extra pawn. And she played rook c8. So this is just Carissa's game. Sack a pawn, get an attack. Opponent has very passive position. And Carissa has almost an hour ahead on the clock. So everything Carissa wanted. And one idea for white, which may happen, is knight b5 to d6. And then if they trade this, then the dark squares are weak. I have the two bishops, and my knight has the e5 square later. She could also play rook fd1, just to put more pressure on the file here, playing for tricks later. And if you said, what's black's plan? I don't know. Well, the rook can't go here. The king can't go there. So this rook's on h8 the rest of the game? We're going to move these pawns and get checkmated? I don't know. So I really hate black's position because I have no idea how to proceed. Now, obviously, if Val Kilmer was black, he would say, Baba, proceed. But I don't know how to proceed here. What movie?
I don't know.
Tombstone.
I don't remember it.
Baba, proceed.
I've just seen it once.
Did this game start as a Smith Mora? Boo! No, it was a French, advanced French, with the gambit intentions, etc. Hey, we got a test. That's good. Somebody said b6 and Fianchetto the knight. Yeah. Anna's not playing that badly. Her preparation was bad. Carissa's already played this kind of line before, and she wasn't ready. Let's see if Eve said thanks. Good. All right.
I'm doing well. How are you doing, Capro00?
Who? Why did Anna let White's pawn to h5? Because White played h4, h5. What do you want her to do? If Anna plays h5 herself, she gives it with a g5 square. Yeah. Never saw True Genius, but, you know, has a terrible title, so I assume it's bad. All right, next we got Totsav versus Nimsova. White is always clearly slightly better. And after queen e8, bishop b2, not the move I would have played. Knight e4, not the move I would have played. Knight h5 looks okay. I want to come here. And she's thinking. One of the engine moves is to go back here like that. Yeah, this is weird what Totsav's doing. Bishop b2 and knight e4. If you're going to play knight e4, you want your bishop on c1 so you protect g5. The bishop is here. She's really afraid of that. Shallow and pedantic. Yeah, okay, so black has some play now. I'd rather have white, but at least, you know, black is going to get active here. All right, did Crush win yet? Let's see. e4, terrible. Rook d8, and then she continued with her h4-ness. Ray120 subscribed with Prime.
Yay.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really understand what this is all about. She could play Rook d5 and double up on the bubble up. She could play Knight d4 here with the idea if Rook takes, I have Knight to b5, which is a weird tactic, and then my Knight can go here or here. Yeah, that's also very, very good for White. And then Rook here is just simple. h5, all right, she played h4, so she's like, I want to play h5. Queen a6 I like. Kick the knight out. Kick them when they're up. Kick them when they're down. Right? Mm-hmm. And then the knight has to fly away like an eagle. Is it the Eagles? I think so. Yeah, kick them all around. All right, Crush played knife f5. I mean, when you see knife f5 against f6, you sort of know who the favorite is. And then she played queen a4. She wants to trade queens because her king's looking a little, you know, attacky there. So basically, any queen move is good that doesn't lose the rook. We have to, you know. And trading queens doesn't make a lot of sense since black has a pass pawn on the queen side, a 2-to-1 majority, and this white has a very nice attacking position with the knight on f5. That's why she did this. She got her knight here, and what black gave away the d4 square with the giving the pawn away from e5 by playing e4. So this is always going to happen too. And it's just a very bad position for black. You know, she's just thinking about whether to go here, here, or here. The engine wants to go here probably because not only does it defend the pawn and the rook, when the knight moves somewhere, then the queen can go to g4. So this idea makes a lot of sense to put pressure over here. So like queen here, knight d4, queen g4, Papa John's. It's hard to queen this pawn when the queen's always in front of it. And maybe Ashritha's thinking, if I don't trade queens, which she's not going to, maybe my queen can go back here and I can, you know, defend. You know, like Michael Douglas, defense. And queen e2 was played. What movie?
Defense.
Yeah, Michael Douglas, defense.
Probably Falling Down.
Yes. Ooh, good. Yay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sir Man James, Falling Down. Yeah, in fact, the engine does say queen e8, even though I didn't use the engine. That's weird. And that's your queen e8. Black's going to defend with a queen, and then black's going to do this. That's the plan. Unfortunately, I have rook d5 and double the rooks and knight d4 and queen here, and my knight's great. So I mean, black really wants this pawn here. Good to have a center pawn. Mm-hmm. Yeah, falling down's great. Agreed. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how this happened. This is helping black. What just happened? What happened? Queen e2. Okay, I don't understand that move. And then, wow, bishop h4 to g3. That's not where you want your bishop. Right, bishop h4 is also bad. Yeah, now black's fine. Yeah, bishop's no good. This bishop's good. I don't know why white played queen d2 to e2. The engine still prefers white, but in these kinds of positions, the first 5-10 moves, the engine thinks white's huge advantage because black is playing so strange. Then when it gets to like white's a little bit better, that's bad. And black can try to play knight e7 to g6 and put a knight here. Black can still castle either way, as can white. The bishops are good. Yeah, Megan, this bishop here is bad. That just lost a lot of temping and helped black. Yeah, now black is fine. Now Nazi's happy. And wow, that's weird that Sabina played b6 so early, and then she played b5, giving herself the isolated pawn again, and she played g6. I'm not a fan. I don't like any of these moves that black is playing. Yeah, I like the way Nimsova is playing. The engine just says white's a little better, but I want this pawn back here, and this pawn's isolated, and my bishop is great, and black has one thing in her favor, nice defense of e4. The knight can go to e4 and become very active.
Sorry.
I can move over.
No, you're good. I just was trying to shift.
Yeah. Yeah, this looks like a pleasure position here for white. This is everything you want with white in this opening. Isolated pawn, weakened king, good bishop versus blockaded bishop. I have d4 and e5. I can play knight here, knight here, knight here, knight f4. Play queen d4 and mate you. So this is exactly what white wants. And black better do something. You know, black might want to play knight e6, knight e4 so the knights control a lot of squares. But this pawn is still going to be weak. So clearly slightly better for white. I don't like g6. Big money, no whammy, stop. $2. Yay. Thanks, Schneider. You're the best. Okay, so let's go back to where we once belonged. And after knight e4, she took it. Okay, that's legal. And then she played over knight e2, defending her king. That's also legal. Queen c5, trade queens, trade queens, trade queens. Nope. Yeah, black's playing for mate. Black has a big advantage over here. And she dares her to take this pawn. She double dares her. Do they speak English and what? And the funny thing is, this is the engine move, is to take this. And Sharevich can win the pawn back, but then, you know, white has some squares over here. So you should take this because you want things to happen on the queen side. But she played the Karpovian a5, and after a6, this is nice for white, but white needs to do something, which can never happen. You know, white's knights can both go here, but then you might get checkmated. So probably taking this was better to open the position up more. Once the a pawn is gone, it's hard to stop b5 opening it up more. Now b5 is stopped forever. Thanks, 300 centages. Yeah. Does he have his hash pipe? Da 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 da.
Does what?
Does he have his hash pipe?
Oh, hash stuff?
Yeah. Who sings hash pipe? I got my hash pipe. Da, da, da.
Who's?
I'll give you a hint.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah, Weezer, yeah. One of my favorite lines on the Jeffersons is George is talking to some guy that he doesn't know. This guy came to his apartment. And he said, my wife Wheezy, because that's her name. Mm-hmm. And then he said, oh, I'm sorry. Your wife is Wheezy. He got him good. Okay, so she played knight c3, knight a4. I mean, okay, white's doing really well over here, but I'm really afraid of this king with all these pieces over here. And black's got a lot of stuff going on over here. All these pieces could get into the attack of the king, Wesley style, like in Burke Wesley. And, you know, white's trying to, like, get a positional advantage. I need some blockade here. Okay, she put her rook here. She might want to kick the queen out. She's making sure that white can never play b5 or d5 and not break on through to the other side. Spencer style, pawn breaks. And then when that's done, then she can start checkmating her opponent and so forth, mainly and so forth. Even the engine likes black here because black has potential for an attack, and white's has a bind, but white can't break through. As per usual, as discussed previously, Shirevich has 5 hours left every game. Terrible. I mean, great. Yeah. Can you tell this is a women's game by looking at the board? Yes, because it says Anna Shirevich, Talia Cervantes. And since I know both of them, and there's pictures of them, yep, exactly. Okay, now we got Fabi. He's traded everything. Takes. The engine likes white because white has 2 bishops as a consequence of black taking that knight. And then nothing else much is happening, so the engine likes white. 2 bishops, what else? There really isn't much else. It's just sort of boring. But white has 2 bishops, so the engine likes white. Engines overvalue 2 bishops just like grandmasters do. We're like, yay, 2. Yeah, we don't care if we're better or worse as long as we have 2 bishops. We're like, yay, bishops. And then lower rated players like knights because knights make moves, and then Bob Seger says it's funny, and then the opponent misses it and you fork them and stuff. So, bishops moving on a diagonal, most people can see that. But the knight, no, it's tricky, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, run DMC again. Yeah. Can't lose if you trade everything. Yeah. Those trades favored white. And one of the reasons probably Ray was trading everything, other than he thought it was a good move, his time situation's quite bad. It's move 14, and he's got 38 minutes left. So, okay, they play d5 trading more. That move is actually bad strategically because it gives this bishop, it's sort of like what Fabi did yesterday, losing to Sevian, when he played d5, letting the bishop open up here. So I don't like this move. But from a tactical point of view, that's what Robson's doing. He's calculating 100 moves ahead, and I'm an old man, and I'm like, well, my bishop's better. Why'd you do that? So the engine isn't a big fan of this move, but, what are you going to do? Now, an engine move, and if Fabi plays it, Maurice is going to go nuts. Maurice and Yasser will be like, ah. Okay, are you ready for this move?
Uh-huh.
Are you sitting down?
How much?
Here we go. This is one of the engine moves. Ready? You looked away.
I don't want this to play.
Bam!
Let's see.
Exactly. It's a discovered attack on this pawn. So I'm threatening knight takes. Mm-hmm. And if you take it, I fork your bishop and knight. It's not necessarily good for white. It's just exciting. Mm-hmm, yeah, although the engine does like it. So, yeah, if he goes here, it'll be the greatest moment in chess history until the next one. Yeah. See, this is a risky move. And Ray knows you got to risk it to get the biscuit. But I'd be surprised if he analyzed this move properly. And that could happen. Fabi will see a move like that. The engine thinks after taking, white's just better because we open the C file. We open this. My knight's good on e4. Do bishops, what else? So these are the top 2 moves. But this is a slightly better, it says. But I hope Fabi goes here because it's more fun. It's important to have fun. Why Fabiano's rating stuck at 2,800? He wishes. And so forth. No, Fabi isn't playing well this tournament. That is true. Okay, and Naroditsky did play queen f5, the engine move. Attacking this, bishop f6, rook e8, d6, etc. Right, Karen? Mm-hmm. All right, Karen agrees. What are you watching me?
No, I would just, if I wanted to say something in the chat, that's under your account there.
Oh, you want to say it as you?
Yeah.
Yeah. You could also on your account say it as me. Hey, it's Karen. That's you. Hey, Poe.
Well, it's not Poe. Isn't even the right one.
Is somebody PO'd? Yeah.
Hey, it was. Mm-hmm. I was trying to say hey to Hayports.
Do you know Hayports?
From here, yeah.
Oh, they're
here?
Not
in real life.
Oh, okay. Because they give you a heart.
Oh.
I'll have to pick that person up. Yeah. At what talk time do you consider Dominguez to be in time trouble? That depends. Depends on what move number it is. Hey, Karen, etc. Mm-hmm. I mean, Fabi just tries to play the best move, and sometimes he doesn't.
Hey, Squirrel Guts.
All right, so nobody's ever moving in this game.
Hey, Big Daddy.
But, Danya has good compensation for a pawn. He's playing in Danya's style, so can't complain. And let's see what happened in this game. Rook takes d2 was played. Knight d4. Defense. Bishop b4. King f1. King takes e5. Activate your king in the endgame.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Scottish Demon Goat and Bonarici.
Yeah, the engine wants to play f4 check and g4 to advance our majority. The advantage white has in these endings is it's hard for black to make a passed pawn with this doubled pawn here. Since white has a majority, white's pushing his pawns. It doesn't make a lot of sense with the king and the rook here, but it still does it. So the engine slightly prefers white because it likes this majority here better than black's. And this king is a double-edged sword. It's good because it's active, but it can get harassed a lot. Its activity isn't like doing anything like winning material either. So white is very slightly better, but I expect the game to be a draw. And let's see if Wesley's breaking on through to the other side and forcing his opponent to wear a burqa. A burqa. Takes, knight takes, threatening the queen. Man, look at these active pieces for Wesley. Yeah, very good. And attack the queen. Queen f4. Bishop d3 is correct. And this is really funny. Watch this. Mm-hmm. If you go here, the normal move, which is what I would do. Now bishop c2, and white is in a lot of trouble because this is unstoppable, and that threatens the queen, the rook, and f2. See that bishop on a7? Mm-hmm. That's really nice. Yeah, now the engine starts crying. Yeah, I mean, this is, what is he playing Morphy's opponents? This does look like a Morphy game where Morphy's black and attacking and, white makes 700 queen moves and keeps these pieces here, and then people say Morphy's opponents weren't good. This is that kind of game. Okay, now, Burke didn't fall for that, right? He didn't want to wear no burqa. So he played aggressive. b4, rawr. Always sack the exchange. So basically the players are following my rules. Always sack the exchange. Always play bishop f1. Yeah. He might play knight e4 and not take the exchange. He might. The engine slightly prefers taking it. But yeah, I mean, this is Wesley well on his way to winning. I mean, Wesley is almost winning now, and he's playing a game where he's obviously not playing for a draw. He's just playing. Sacked a pawn, getting a big attack, outplaying his opponent, and all of black's pieces are active, and two bishops, and these suck. So, great play from Wesley so far. Frankly, ridiculous for black. See, sometimes when people who are like me, obviously Burke is better than me, but I'm just giving you an example. Sometimes when I play well, I can win or draw against people higher rated than me. And so you're like, wow, Ben did that and Ben did that. And occasionally I don't play well. And if I'm playing like my strength or worse, and then I'm playing somebody good and they're playing their strength or better, like if Burke is playing Fabi, he could lose really badly, which he did. And if he plays Wesley, he could lose really badly, which it looks like he's going to do. And if Burke plays well, then he can draw Dominguez with black like it's nothing. So Burke can win and draw against good players. Unfortunately, when he's not playing his best chess, Then it's like, why is he playing Wesley? Wesley's too good. And this is why people like Burke and Naroditsky and so forth don't play in a lot of slow, and when I say a lot, they never do. They don't play in these super GM tournaments where everybody's Wesley. Like if you play Wesley, then Fabi, then Magnus, then Radjabov, and then Napogniachi and Mamedyarov, and you're not like in your top form, you could get like half out of 9. And if he's in his top form, he'll get 3 out of 9. So that's sometimes Burke is just going to get crushed by 2800 player, and sometimes he won't. But this game looks like he's. I mean, this queen's moved so many times. There's mathematicians can't figure it out. And I did text Holden. He said it would take him 3 hours to figure out how many times this queen moved. That's how many times it was. Let's see. 1, 2,
I'm gonna get
3,
some lemonade.
4. He's moved it 19 times, and we're on move 18.
I'll be right back.
All right.
Do you need a drink?
No, I'm good in the hood.
Get a drink.
Delicious. Asking me how super GMs do stuff. Am I a super GM? I don't know. They go to sleep on a large pile of money with many sexy ladies. I don't know. I don't know what they do. Yeah. That's right. All in all, just another Burka. Yeah. I mean, and Wesley might go here. That's also good. But, the engine slightly prefers taking things. All right. What's going on? This is the last position we saw. Knight a4, rook b8. All right. Then knight here doesn't attack the pawn. Knight here doesn't attack the rook. Rook c1. And he made his first active move of the game, knight e4. Yeah, and the engine doesn't like black's position, which I agree with. White is just better here. Yeah, it's very passive for black. Black doesn't have any attack against white's king, so white's having all the fun. Lenderman's just too good. Maybe the next match after Carlsen Napogniachi is going to be Lenderman versus Napogniachi. Oh, I got you at the end there. Didn't see that coming. Go Lenderman. Etc. No, I mean, the best thing that Lenderman ever did for his chess was getting rid of all those bitches he had. He was traveling all over the country playing tournaments and, had women everywhere. But now Lenderman is just focused. And I was like, Lenderman, how did you get so good? And he said, it's howdy doody time.
I knew you were going to say that.
Etc.
I mean, if he doesn't look like it, then I retract my statement.
Etc. And so forth. All right, last but not least, and Semyon did all that stuff I said he would do. He did play e4 and d3. And the time situation's looking grim for Bruzan, and the position's about equal. It's sharp, but equal. Etc. Anyone in the chat have anything to say, or just nonsense? That's what holds him back as well. I don't get the Lenderman jokes. Terrible.
Well, I guess you're implying he cannot get women.
Saying that Lenderman has bitches all over the country is very funny.
It is kind of funny. But, he might have a bitch or two. Maybe.
He might.
He probably does.
No.
He's very friendly.
Yeah. Lenderman's the greatest guy ever.
Yeah.
But, he's interested in chess.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good at chess, too.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Got to play fast. Got to play good. He does both. If Levy plays 12 classical games versus Fabi, who would win? Is he kidding or he's serious?
Oh, wait, what now?
Sven.
Wait, what did he say? If Levy plays...
I don't even know if he's kidding. If he's not kidding, he needs to go to a doctor and have his brain examined.
I think he's joking.
Okay. I hope so. Yeah, Hikaru would win. Yeah. I think he's serious.
No.
I don't know. He's a kid. I don't know. Yeah, he's probably not serious.
How old is Sven? I thought 17.
He's like 3.
I forgot how old he is.
I don't know. Also, he doesn't speak English, so it could be the Spanish translation didn't make sense. No. Etc. All right. So, terrible question. Thanks for the question.
I think he's 21. I think he said he was 21.
All right, let's go to Carissa, who knows it all. All right, what happened? A lot of stuff happened. B3. Okay, so after rook c8, Carissa played knight 8 e2. She wants to bring more reinforcements over here. B6, as recommended by the Gawking Ramble, to fianchetto the knight right here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they were kidding, but still. All right, rook d1. Okay, rook's pretty good here. I agree. Rook c7 is a weird move, but all right. Queen g3 is a weird move. Why'd she play queen g3? I mean, I really hate black's position because black can't do anything. So, all right. Bishop c8. Ah, that's the point of rook c7, is she wanted to play bishop c8 and bishop a6. So Anna played b6 rook here so she could do this. Yeah, I agree with that. That's reasonable. Knight to d4. Knight takes d4. Knight takes d4. Okay, so Carissa wants to go here. Now, Carissa's so good, she's the only one in the women's they're going to let her do that without going to f4 first. Now, Carissa yesterday, she played f6, or 2 days ago, she played f6, f5, f4, but now she can play f5 in one move because she lost that tempo 2 days ago. Yeah. Okay, knight c6. Anna wants to trade everything because if it's a king and pawn ending, then Anna's winning. Knight b5, not trading. f4. I guess she tried to play f5 and Chris Bird wouldn't let her.
Wait a minute. No, if it's a king and pawn ending.
Black wins. Black's a pawn up with a passed pawn.
Oh,
okay. Goodest 001 subscribe. You're the goodest.
Oh, that's right. She said.
Yeah. Okay. And then d4 is the only counterplay. And she always retreated her bishop, keeping the pressure on this pawn for later. And white wants to play f5 and finish it. Finish him. Or her. And then 1 hour and 10 minutes versus 17 minutes, Papa John's. So good position for white. Black is just way too passive. Black's rook on h8 is no good. King on f8 is no good. White has space advantage on the king side. The d4 pawn is more going to be lost than queen. It's surrounded by all of white's pieces and attacked. Etc.
Has Anna always been this slow?
Yes.
She has.
Yeah. Anna played bishop f2, I think, to stop bishop h4. And they put pressure on this. Carissa, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would be slow here if I was black because I don't know what to do. I just feel like if I make a bad move, I'm going to lose. Yeah, the engine, the more it thinks, the more it likes white's position. It's like this black can't do anything. Jenamora Gergay subscribed. Good. Also, what? Papa John's. Yeah. What does Papa John's mean? Pizza. Okay. Yeah. Something like that. All right, lots of trades in Totsav's game, and by lots, I think one pawn was traded. Okay, knight f4, obviously. And Totsav played bishop e4 to stop d5, and then Nimsova played d5. Good. Yeah, Totsav's not playing well this game. He's putting her pieces on weird squares, not stopping black from improving. She's not really a great strategical player. She's very good at attacking. Totsav wants to attack, even when there's no attack. She just wants to attack. When she's attacking, she's pretty good. And Nimsova is a great strategical player, and so forth. And then knight e3 is finally. I was waiting for knight e3 for the last 10 moves. Yeah, so black has no problem here. This is sort of like the Schliemann. This is like the Naroditsky game, because she has pressure here. The bishop can go to c5. And, this pressure is long-lasting, and I have the d4 square for my knight, which makes up for my isolated pawn. So here, black's going to play rook a d8, and then play bishop c5, and then put something on d4. And black has a very active position as compensation for her isolated pawn. Now, she might want to keep pieces on the board, which you normally want to do with an isolated pawn, because the end games are bad, you have isolated pawn. So she might move her knight somewhere and try to keep the pressure on that way. Like knight f4. I'd probably play knight f4. Now, of course, this is a very good knight here, but, I'm trying to get some play. Rook d8, bishop c5, h5, h4, and just play aggressively. The engine says it's equal, but normally in this opening, it always likes white because black has these positional disadvantages, which don't seem to be the case now. Yeah, not great maneuvering by Totsav. All right, and Irina's position's gotten better. She played queen e2. Black traded, always trade. Knight e4, threatening knight c3. Rook d5. I can still play knight c3. Let's see, knight c3. What knight c3 was not played. In fact, nothing was played. Yeah, this is a very sneaky move from Irina. I'm actually pretty shocked by it. Okay, so Irina's idea is to follow my teachings and always sack the exchange. And then Irina knows that this is too good. You can't play queen c6 because knight e7 check. And otherwise, if you defend this knight again, I have knight d4 and knight d6. This is actually good for white. But I'm surprised Irina would play such a tactical line where she's sacking the exchange and getting all this pressure. So that's surprising to me. It's good, but that's not really Irina's style. GM Bonnie is raiding again, just like yesterday.
Yay.
Yesterday, all your raids seem so far away.
Could she have something else in mind or no?
No, she's going to. That's why she played Rook d5. A really surprising move from Irina. And then Ashwan's like, what? I can just win the exchange. What's going on? I mean, it's a very good move. Because the point of this is to go here and win the exchange. If she doesn't do that, I can attack the knight, and I'm just going to win eventually. Like this, white's pieces are too good, and white's king is too safe, and this is too aggressive. Mm-hmm. So she'll play knight c3. The worst in chess gifted a sub. Hooray! A hype train is close. Yeah. The engine wants to play king h8, and that way we can threaten this, but she's not going to do that. Yeah, I think she's just going to go here. We're going to go into that line and see what happens. I mean, black's position looks pretty suspicious, so you might as well be up the exchange, and it's pretty suspicious. Thanks, P. Schneider, for 200. Ya928 gifting 10 subs.
Yay.
Good.
Yay, J-A-A.
Good.
928.
Good. Yay for Ya.
Yay, J-A-A.
All right, so Irina's putting her foot on the gas here.
Go Irina.
Yep, and here black has the two bishops. And I would take black here. The engine still likes white. This actually reminds me of my game with Joel Benjamin from the U.S. Championship in St. Louis, like 2012-ish. Because I played the Traumpowski kind of variation and took the knight, and he played h6, g5. I had white in this kind of position. But black has a lot more development than Joel had. So I ran Joel off the board. And when the game ended, it was all about the Benjamins. But this time for me. Mm-hmm. Okay, now the engine prefers black after hearing me talk about I like black. Yeah, black's better. Black has more time. Black's higher rated. And Nazi's going to win. That's not propaganda either. Maybe it is. 100 centidues from Squirrel Guts. Show them guts. Yeah, I like these double fianchettos. And I like how Nazi's just chilling. She got the two bishops by taking this. Yeah, really nice play by black. Making it all strategical and no theory against a younger player. That is correct. None of my students are watching this stream for a very good reason. I don't have students. I don't teach.
Mm-hmm. Who do I like, Bonarici?
Oh, she likes me.
Except for the women.
Oh, boy, the way Glenn Miller plays. Yeah, I've been trying to get Karen to like some women, but it's been 5 years and nothing. It's a Family Guy joke, but when Peter said it was funnier.
I like Irina and Carissa. I like Sabina a lot as a person.
Guys like us, we had it made.
Mm-hmm.
When they say like, or you say like, you mean as person or as a chess player? Like you like their chess
I'm not
game?
sure which they're asking.
Yeah, I'm not sure what your answer.
But I think that most people that factors in a little bit, if you're a fan, their personality and play. So I like Irina and I like Carissa for the chess and for their personalities.
Good.
I don't really know Megan Lee. I like Sabina a lot. I like Nazi all right.
But your favorite is Tokyo Genova?
Well, I didn't know her really, so
Yeah, nobody did. She just came here. She's a student at Missouri, and she's taking names. Yeah.
Who do I root for?
Who are the speakers in the background on YouTube videos? I don't know. We just throw in white noise. That's why I'm such a big Hikaru fan. That's correct.
Well, I want Irina to win.
Why is Karen not playing in the U.S. Women? She's busy here doing stuff. Well.
Yeah, I want Irina to win if I got to pick one.
All right. Good. All right, what's going on here? I was liking white, and the engine's like, no, black's doing great. So this is good that she got her pawns here, because now when she can put her knight here, she has c3, and white's basically done not much. So black is improving her position, and white is just like, my position's great. I don't have to improve it. So now the engine thinks it's equal. I still like white, but I understand, that black has some squares in here. So it's shifting from white having a really nice advantage to white sort of floundering around, and Sabina's improving her position. White's played very non-incisively, which isn't even a word, but she's still doing it. So there you go.
I agree with that, Bonarici. Sorry. Hey, so go ahead. Didn't mean to interrupt.
What'd you want?
Well, I was going to ask, but it was really about Yip while it was on my mind. Because you said Yip would not be a GM.
I did?
Yeah,
no, I said Yip would be a GM yesterday.
Oh, I thought you said a while back she wouldn't be.
That
And then
doesn't sound
she
like
became
Yip.
an IM, and then it started looking more like GM. But maybe
Yip's like almost already GM.
Let me dig up the
No,
footage.
Yip. I've always thought Yip will be a GM unless I said the opposite. That's probably just saying the wrong thing by accident. Yeah. No, Yip is good. Yip's probably GM strength now.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. He spelled Irina wrong. What's the hype train doing? I don't understand. It always needs refreshing. Yeah, because what it says is ridiculous. We're like at level 4. Yeah, level 4.
Oh, Ben did say she would definitely be a GM.
Yeah,
I remember something else from about 3 years ago, but
That's possible 3 years ago.
Yeah, before she was an IM.
Yeah. Etc. Yay, level 4. It says 3 subs, but Ya gave 10 subs. So what's wrong with come on.
It doesn't refresh well.
Yeah. All right, so black is okay. And this is the game where I thought black was going to start attacking white and it was going to work. And I still think that. Come on, Talia. How do you have 14 minutes left against an hour? Are you kidding me? Terrible. Yeah, black's played rook d6. She's going to play knight here and queen here and rook here and Papa John's. Yeah, and she's got 2 rooks, 1 for each of you. Yeah, this is very poor position for white. White really can't do anything. It's all blocked up in the center. So black has a free attack. Yeah, this is very, very poor position for white and very poor time management. And the engine agrees. It says, haha, white can't do anything. She really should have taken this pawn on a7 and then would open the a file, and then people would be playing on the queen's side, and Anna would have forgot about her king. Now Anna rules because she's going to kick white in her jewels. Yeah. Now they're going to be, like jewelry that she's wearing as opposed to, but still.
Why do you think she didn't take it?
I don't know. It's a bad decision. All right, so knight d6 wasn't played, which would have been nice for us. I mean, taking is probably better. Yeah, white is just clearly slightly better here. Yeah, and Ray's playing too. See, this is the thing we worry about Ray, is he plays too slow. Plays really good. But yeah, he's doing it again. 20 minutes, it's move 16. I mean, he's playing Fabi. And Fabi has a good position. Fabi has all these bishops. D5 is a similar mistake that Fabi made yesterday against Sevian, opening up this bishop. Very poor decision, D5. Yeah, not Ray's best game. Fabi's just playing sort of like okay, but Ray's making some bad decisions. Yeah, so Ray's going to lose this game because he's already worse. He has no time. And Fabi's not playing bad this game. Fabi's like, I'll play good one game. Here he played well against Burke. So maybe 2 games.
Wait, which was a bad move? What about D5?
What about D5? Yeah, see how the pawn is thwarting these pieces, especially the bishop?
Yeah.
Yeah, now he made the bishop better. Now that's a good bishop. And we saw that yesterday when Sevian beat Fabi, and Fabi played D5 question mark and lost all his pawns here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Fabi's like, I remember this from yesterday, but I was the one doing the bad stuff. And then Ray's like, what? Yeah, he didn't do that. Terrible. All right. And he played bishop b2. He got his pawn back. Knight c4, attacking the bishop by discovery. The engine doesn't like the move knight c4. Rook here. Put it in H. Engine doesn't like that so much either. And Danya has equalized at least, and he has more time. So things are working out for Naroditsky. Good opening choice. And so forth.
Who is Andy? It says Hamel Body.
Who's Andy?
Maybe he's talking to somebody in the chat. You like the board color?
I mean, he's either in love with a woman named Mindy or a man named Andy.
Andy has more time.
Delicious. Old Simpsons joke. Much better than yesterday's orange. Well, it wasn't orange yesterday. Yeah, you're thinking of some other stream. Okay. Always retreat. I like in this position, he played knight b1. Yeah, Inshin says it's okay. That's a funny move. Now he's threatening c3. Rawr. Then knight e6 was played, so c3 doesn't win a piece anymore. Now they could go knight c3, knight d4 draw. They won't, but they could. All right, and this is the most equal position of the round. Let's see if Wesley's wrapping it up yet. Yeah, Wesley didn't take the exchange. He played knight e4, which is also good. Okay, takes. Pawn takes. Threatening the knight. Threatening the rook. So knight g5 is forced. Attacking the rook. Rook e7 is forced. And Wesley has the 2 bishops. What else?
Mm-hmm.
And the problem with saving this rook...
Yeah, because I was just thinking I'd save that rook all day, every
the
day.
problem is bishop here... And this rook's trapped.
Oh.
And I'm taking on e5 for good measure.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah, bishop d4 is annoying. So he played the correct bishop b2. That's correct. Yeah. Now, he could play e3. That's the engine move. Or he could take this and just be up the exchange. Could also play bishop d4. And then trade bishops and try to win all these pawns and win the exchange. So he's got a lot of moves that look good. So this is a very interesting line. E3 takes, and then F6, which you never play. And the idea is, if you take on F6, E3 is not defended. So that was the point of F6.
Mm-hmm.
And otherwise, I could take the knight, or I could take here, or take here. Knight F3 is the book move. Takes. I don't think Wesley's going to do this. This seems a little crazy. It's good for black, but it seems crazy. I think Wesley's probably just going to take the rook finally. Not Wesley played e3. Shows you what I know. Now, he might not play f6. He might just think that it's good to have this bishop. Like, that's actually helping him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I don't think, I don't think he can allow he can allow this to take this. He's got to take that. Yeah, after taking, Wesley could play more simply, just take the rook and then play queen d3, attacking this e-pawn. That might be what he has in mind. f6 is crazy. He might play f6. So we're going to find out after fe, etc.
I thought I had to sneeze.
Oh, hey, can you see if there's any coffee?
Yeah.
Yeah, it might be older than God, but you know, if it's warm, that's good.
I'm going to make some more.
I mean, if there's coffee in there and it's cold and it gets heated up, that's fine. I literally don't care.
Okay.
Yeah, Wesley's playing like Wesley this game that wants to win, not playing like the Wesley who wants to draw. He just decided before this game, I'm going to win this game. Yeah, most of the times he's like, yeah, draw, that's good. Terrible. Okay, I like Lenderman's game the whole way, and I still like Lenderman's game. Yeah, Lenderman just has a nice positional advantage. Like this is why I play the Queen's Gambit declined. And he's not going to get checkmated because there's no queens on the board. So this is just great for Lenderman. It's a true result game. White squeezing and squeezing and squeezing and hugging and squeezing.
Seems pretty hot.
Yay. It's only 10% as hot as you. Wow, that's really hot. It's burning my hand. Wow. Good, good. It's poison, I tells you. Look. See in this position? Mm-hmm. He played bishop c8, always retreat. If you want to be 2,700, make sure you put all your pieces on the back rank and have no play.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just really good for Lenderman. Lenderman, here he comes, Jean will resign. Lenderman. What TV show? Watch our hero fly.
I don't know.
Ultraman.
I've never seen that.
You ever seen Ultraman?
No.
Man, that was great.
Barely even heard of it.
When I was a kid, all I watched was Ultraman. I didn't understand it. Here's what would happen. Ultraman was like, rawr, right? He's a metal. And then this thing would beep on his chest, meaning he's low energy. Then he'd fly away. He'd fly into space. Then he'd get his energy back. Then he'd fly back and fight again. I never understood why, but I was a kid.
It doesn't sound like my show.
Yeah.
I did see, well, I saw Speed
Oh, yeah.
Buggy.
No, Speed Racer was one of my favorites when I was a kid.
I saw Speed. Did anybody see Speed?
Nobody's
what
even
is
heard
Speed
of it.
Buggy? I think it was Speed Buggy, wasn't it?
Speed Racer was great.
Speed Buggy.
I never heard of Speed Buggy.
Wasn't there a Speed Buggy?
Yeah, you're just, that was in your dreams. The worst in chess gifted a sub. Good,
I think
good.
it was a Speed Buggy.
Speed Buggy? My favorite cartoon of all time? I don't know, all of them. It's hard to beat the Flintstones. Can you beat the Flintstones?
Yeah, I used to, yeah. Lots of cartoons. I watched cartoons when I was a kid.
And now?
Not
now.
Any of the Looney Tunes and,
Yeah, that
and
was great.
Fat Albert. And I apologize that I like the Cosby one, but...
You know, Fat Albert was good, but not as good as Fat Abbott.
Okay.
Hey, Fat Abbott, my boyfriend gave me a black eye. Look, Bit, you should go there and bust a cap in his ass. Thanks, Fat Abbott. Man, that's a great... Yeah. Go Fat Abbott.
Yeah, I haven't watched a lot of TV in my life. Mm-hmm. Nobody watched.
Also,
Speed
I like
Buggy?
Justice League. Did you ever watch that?
No.
Yeah, it was like Superman,
Super Friends.
Aquaman. Yeah, Super
Super
Friends.
Friends. I watched Super Friends.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, I was a few.
Yeah, I guess it was called Super Friends. I just got confused.
Super Friends.
Yeah,
I watched that.
That was a
every
great
week.
show.
Hey, did you watch?
And Ted Knight being the narrator was great. Meanwhile, over it here, yeah, that was Ted
Oh
Knight.
yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, Super Friends is the best.
Yeah, those were the two main ones. Fat Albert, Super Friends.
That's right. Cosby's innocent now. They let him out. He's home.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, although he spelled innocent wrong, but maybe that's the right way to spell it.
I did like Fat Albert.
Tom and Jerry was great. Yeah,
Was Speed
also
Buggy a Scooby-Doo spinoff?
Scooby-Doo was okay.
Maybe.
Not too good.
I haven't confirmed.
All right, now let's look
was
at
a
what's
Speed
important here, sweetie.
Buggy.
Bishop F1.
All right.
Now you're talking. Yeah, he did that to get out the way, move, and he wants to use this square for his knight. And yeah. Mm-hmm. Very passive for black. Very difficult to play. Very good for Lenderman. Lenderman. Hey, Bruzon's catching up on time. Okay, the engine wanted to go here,
Mm-hmm.
and Bruzon put on A3. All right. Bishop G4, engine approved. Put it in H. Takes it. Now black has domination of these squares. I don't like the move H3. Loses a tempo. He takes this. So material's equal, but that guy's looking better than bad. It looks like it's going to be good instead of bad. But it took Sevian forever to play this way because it's so tricky. So like these pawns could all be captured later. White has the two bishops. Bishop doesn't look so good right now, but he could play E5 and try to make it look good. So this is super tricky and weird. That's advantage Sevian. That's just his game. And so forth. Why does innocent have two ends? English makes no sense. Because you touch yourself at night. That's why it has two ends. Why did Naroditsky play bishop f6? What, that was like an hour ago. I don't know. Let's see. People are mad at Naroditsky because he was such a big favorite to win the event. Bishop f6 is the engine move, so I guess he wants to play the best move. I mean, what do you want him to play? This pawn's attacked. Did you want him to play something else? Didn't want to lose a pawn. If white plays rook e1 and pins the bishop to the rook, the bishop's pinned. Bishop f6 is like the only move. Yeah, it's the most logical move. Otherwise, this pawn's attacked and rook e1 pins your bishop to your rook, so you're pinned. So this move makes sense. Very good. Now he has the open G line, and he's got his bishop here. So he has dynamic chances. And he didn't want him to play c5 and open up his bishop, so he played queen c5. And unlike Talia, Dominguez will play queen a7 if allowed, which he won't be. Oh, it says he will be. Wow. Oh, look at this great engine line. This is the greatest line in all of Christendom. Here, nom nom nom. Here, nom nom nom. Here. And king takes loses because I check you on g8 and play queen f3 mate. And now white perpetuals. Because if you play queen takes, I trade queens and take this and you don't get mated. If you play king here, I perpetual here. If you play king here, I check and perpetual here. Yeah, good engine. Yeah. But this is very interesting, like after queen here, can white do something else here? Yeah, it says that white has to play queen c5 or he's almost lost. So that's actually forced after queen a7. What if white doesn't play queen a7? Well, then I play queen d5, and then I can play c5 and open this up again. Yeah, so queen d3 is actually the best move because of that crazy line I just showed. Very hard for a human to see that and make sure that he's right. Yeah, very difficult. I mean, normally you would just play king b8 without thinking. Like, the pawn's attacked, so king b8.
Mm-hmm.
So I expect king b8. Could also play queen e4, and then if queen takes c5, he's threatening mate right away. After queen here, f3, there's no more attack on this diagonal, and you can't save your a pawn, so he probably won't do that. It's the third best move, but it would be amazing if he played here and saw all of that. That's hard to see all of that. Queen d3 here, c5. I mean, and then bishop takes g2. God damn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a great attacking line. But that's why he played queen c5. He didn't want black to play c5 and open up his bishop. Yeah, now the engine actually... Oh, look at this line. Oh, he might play queen d3. Oh, after here? Are you sitting down?
Mm-hmm.
Knight e5. Oh. Threatening the queen. If you take, I check and take this. I'm up a pawn with a great pawn structure. And if you play queen f5 defending this, then I take this pawn with check and win your queen. Oh, does knight b6 work? Let me see if knight b6 works. It doesn't because the engine doesn't give it. Oh, I take this and defend that. And in this position, if I attack the queen with the rook to do the same thing, you take my knight attacking my queen. So that's why knight e5 is better, because if the same thing happens, now you can play rook d1, because the knight's You can't attack the queen. Yeah, although actually this is the engine move, and then check, and then rook takes, and then this is horrible for black. Yeah. If he sees knight e5, which he will, he won't play king b8. He might play queen d3 because he sort of has to. Like, he has to play this way to equalize. So Danya's in trouble here. If Danya plays queen here, queen takes c5, he'll draw. If he does, he's probably going to lose. Yeah. I believe that. I believe he'll play this, he draws. If he doesn't, he'll lose. And so this is the critical position of his life. Man, knight e5 is an awesome move. I like that. Yeah. Would you see queen d3 when out of engine? No, I would play king b8, and after knight e5, I would sit there and wonder why I'm playing chess anymore. That's what would happen. If Danya plays king b8, and then Dominguez will play knight e5 for sure, Danya's going to go... He's going to find somewhere in the chess club to destroy things. Can't really destroy the board he's playing at. He'll find, like, the computer station of, like, Chris Bird and just start destroying it. That's what he does at home when he's in. Yeah. Truth hurts. I mean, he has to play queen d3. If Danya says, oh, king b8 loses to this, you know, then he's got to be, like, on his toes. He'll be like, all right, I got to do something. And also, by the way, I'm threatening knight here, check, winning your queen. Like right now. And I take your queen. So either play king b8, which stops both threats, which allows this, or you have to move your queen. So if I was a betting man, I think Danya's going to play queen d3. Because I think after here, Danya's going to see that. And then Danya says, well, this wins my queen. I can't play here, so I have to move my queen. And then if I lose this, I'm losing. But then he'll find, like, this way out. So I predict Danya's going to play here and draw. I have spoken. Queen g6 with the same idea. Well, now I don't. Actually, oh, knight a5 is a good move. That is a good move. Yeah, that is a good move. Man. Yeah, knight a5 like wins immediately. You can't play king b8 because queen b4. And then I'm going to play this next move and mate you. Wow, knight a5 is really strong. Now, it's not as strong after queen d3 because my queen's in the game, so I can use my queen here. You can't play queen b4 winning, so I can go here now. If my queen was on g6, this wins instantly, and now black's fine. Yeah. Yeah, white has queen c5 is a great move from Dominguez. Threatens this, this loses, and if the queen moves, knight a5 is strong. Man, Dominguez is good. Yeah, he sort of has to find queen d3. It's sort of like, that's bad, that's bad, that's bad, that's bad. Oh, that's not bad. Okay. And you can see he's thinking forever. Mm-hmm. So this is the right time to think forever.
Seems like he'll find it since there aren't a lot of good squares.
Yeah. Yep. Do a Korchnoi and flip the board. Wait, what? Mm-hmm. So, yeah, it's tough playing Dominguez when he's white. God damn. Dominguez is tough. All right. And then he played c3. And unfortunately, black is not PO'd. Okay, this game's going to be a draw. I have spoken. And after e3, oh, they played a lot of moves. Okay, fe. I didn't think he would play f6. See, now here's what Wesley's thinking. Okay? Mm-hmm. Wesley's thinking, what would my good friend Ben Feingold do? f6 or bishop f1. So when those are the choices, you play bishop f1. Okay, then he played queen d3. I thought he would play this way. Bishop d4 is forced, it says. Yeah, because this is annoying. So bishop d4 is forced. And this is all forced. Take. Wait, she take with the queen or the pawn? And they're both bad, but pawn is better. And then he played rook d8. Yeah. So Wesley saw this when he played e3, and he was thinking, good. So the problem with knight f7 is I take, and now your knight's attacked. See? And if you move it, then this pawn's not defended, which I can't take because of this fork. So I play h6, and then I take this, and Wesley will just get the wrap it up button here. It's too easy for Wesley. Exchange up, and then the rooks are really good, and the pawn's useless. Yeah, this is easily winning. Okay, so the only move for Burke in this position is knight f3. He has to play knight f3. And then White's in a lot of trouble because these pawns are all weak, and the knight's not being active going here. The knight wants to go rawr. So this is just passive. And then Black seizes the initiative, and White's pawns are quite weak. And he did play knight f3. So both sides are playing really well. White has drawing chances, and Black has a huge advantage. Yeah, you don't want to play knight f3 because now what does White do? Can't go here, can't go here, can't go here. The knight can't move because this pawn's weak. And then all these pawns are weak. So Black's better. But good defense by Burke. He's not as bad as he plays. Unlike Jeffrey. Jeffrey's as bad as he plays. They're so passive for Jeffrey. Come on, Jeffrey. And then Bruzon actually made a move. Rook b1. Bruzon's time is bad. And I don't like rook a1, rook b1. I usually like my rook on b1, but it hangs the a pawn. Black just plays a5, and rook b1 doesn't do anything.
What do you mean? What's the deal with Daniel and Ben? There's no deal.
Who's Daniel?
Nerdisky.
Me and Danya are like that, son. Danya's one of my favorite GMs. Nothing wrong with Danya. Yeah. The only thing Danya's done wrong in his whole life, and then Karen's probably not going to agree, but I'm not kidding. I'm dead serious. And Karen's will be like, like rolling her eyes. But I'm not kidding.
I don't know what it is.
He went to Stanford.
Oh.
Yeah, very bad decision. And going to Stanford is useless. Okay? Now, some people go to Stanford and get a degree, then get more degrees, then they make $500,000 a year, and then they're like, yay, I make a lot of money. All right. Danya's really good at chess, and going to Stanford for 4 years just hurt his chess. And then he was supposed to go to graduate school, and he's like, just a second, let me play some chess. And now he's just playing chess. He's not going to go to graduate school. So he just wasted 4 years. And Danya's really good. But imagine if Danya didn't go to Stanford and study chess for 4 years and played super GMs. Danya would be 2750 now. Danya literally doesn't care about his Stanford. He has a history degree. What is he, me? That's my degree.
Okay, but here's the question. Do you think he makes more money as a streamer or or he would have made as a 2750?
Unclear.
Player.
Unclear.
Because he does pretty well
as
a streamer.
If you had a choice of being 2750 or 2650 and making equal money, 2750.
He could have gone later to school. I think that chess players that have that kind of problem should just defer their college. You can go later.
Naroditsky not making a living from chess is silly, either streaming or playing. So Stanford's irrelevant. There's no reason to go to Stanford.
I'm sure we're not criticizing the streaming decision. We're criticizing the going to college.
Chess is good. He's good at streaming. He's good at chess. He's good at breaking his stuff. He's good. But what does Stanford have to do with that? Don't you know what Tina Turner said when he went to Stanford? What's Stanford got to do with it?
I mean, a lot of chess players,
I mean, it's a bad decision. It's because when you're young, your parents force you to go to college. They're like, well, my kid's going to be an idiot if he doesn't go to college. If my kid goes to MIT, then you're proud of yourself, right?
Yeah, I'm proud.
Exactly. And if Holden said, I'm not going to college, I want to live, in Hawaii on the beach, then, I'd be like, go for it. And she'd be like, oh, God, he could have gone to MIT. What an idiot, right? And
well, for him, he doesn't have a specialized skill.
Right. Now, when I was 16 and I graduated high school, I said, I'm leaving and I'm going to move out. And they said, okay, bye. Because it's my life. Go ahead. And my dad tried to play chess professionally. And he went to New York and he was 2,200 when nobody was. And my dad was pretty good. But then, he got a job because he can't make a lot of money playing chess. But the point is, whether you make money or have a good life or whatever, it's your decision. And you guide your children and then they do what they want. And probably a lot of these kids, except for Jeffrey Shong, except are just like forced to go to college.
Hey, but,
Because as you know, and you do know,
yeah.
everybody in the U.S. who's good between the ages of 10 and 16 is either Indian or Chinese. There's a very few exceptions. However, nobody in the U.S. Championship or U.S. Women's is Indian or Chinese, except like an exception. It can't be 95% of the best players are Indian and Chinese, and 5% are playing in the U.S. Championship. The reason is they're semi-forced to go to college because the parents are like, chess, that's ridiculous. Like, why aren't you a doctor yet? Don't come out of your room until you're a doctor. If you've watched Family Guy, you get that. Jeffrey Shong's dad's like, hey, play chess. Jeffrey Shong wasn't mad. His dad wasn't, I know his dad. His dad was not like, oh, you have to go to college. He didn't do that. He's like, come on, Jeffrey, what do you want to do? And he's like, frankly, 2,700.
Mm-hmm. I like what JAA928 says. Stanford was a prophylactic move, but it cost a lot of clock time.
Now,
good.
Jennifer Yu isn't good enough to be 2,750, and she knows that. So
backup plan.
If you're not going to be 2,700 plus, if you're not, and you want to go to college, okay. But if you're like, I can be 2,640 and have a college degree, or 2,760 and not have one, that's no decision. I mean, to me, it's not. And it seems to me that the teenagers in this country are pushed to go to college by their parents. It's not like do what you want. Because if it was do what you want, it wouldn't be just Jeffrey Zhang. There'd be somebody else who also doesn't go to college.
Hans Niemann.
Yeah, Hans Niemann was like doing what he wanted when he was in high school. He didn't even, he like moved away. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Hans Niemann's a huge
he's
he's
following what he wants to do.
Yeah, Hans Niemann, it doesn't matter what his parents told him. He's yeah. Right.
Middle finger.
Right. And that's different than like, well, my mom made me go to, that didn't happen in Hans Niemann's case. It's possible Hans Niemann's mom insisted he go to college, but Hans literally didn't care.
They said Danya's game's heating up. Maybe we should
of course.
Switch it.
No, we're never looking at games. We're going to be complaining a lot.
Hans was well off though. That's true, but he did get a scholarship to that private high school he attended in
Right.
New York City.
And the other thing is this, okay, which I already forgot because I'm so mad, is if they make the decision to do whatever they want to do, then that's fine. But if they could be the world chess champion or top 10 in the world and they love chess and they want to travel and their parents are like, go to college and get a desk job, and they're like, okay. And that seems like that's what happens. Oh, and I was going to say now, because of Sinkfield, because of the St. Louis Club, it's a really huge option now to not go to college. And before that, probably should go to college because, no chess in the U.S., horrible. Yeah. But now you can make a lot of money in St. Louis stuff, a lot. So, no reason, ridiculous. Mm-hmm. Okay, so everybody likes Danya, and
let's get it back over.
It looks like he played Queen E4. That's not as good. Yeah, that's unfortunate. The reason Queen E4 isn't good is, unfortunately, White plays F3, and now this isn't, that's not happening. Mm-hmm. That's not going to happen. So this is like the second best move. Queen D3 C5 would have been brilliant. I thought he would play it. And now he's just worse. Yeah, now he's in trouble. Yeah, and then Knight A5. Yeah, yeah. Now he might draw, but he might draw. There's a 0% chance Danya wins, and it's like 50-50 he loses or draws. I would say like 60-40. So he didn't play Queen D3. He played the second best way, and now he's struggling. He's going to go into a pawn down ending against Dominguez. Mm-hmm. That's the wrong guy to be a pawn down against. Yeah. So Dominguez is very happy now. Yeah, this is very tough because this pawn's weak too. I can always trade into a pawn up ending. These pawns are isolated and doubled. This pawn's passed. Naroditsky needed that attack. And he underestimated and or missed Queen C5 in this position. But he was okay. He's still okay. He just didn't know he was okay. Because actually his queen takes and bishop F6 and takes was correct. And probably after this, Danya's like, oh, I did something wrong. But he didn't. But he thought he did. And if he thought he was playing perfectly, there must be a way to equalize. I think he would have found it. But after this, he knew what was happening. He knew this was bad for him. He thought after here, like, damn, I missed it. That's really good. And the reason he missed it is Danya did... Here's what happened. I'm going to tell you what Danya's thinking. Mm-hmm. Danya saw queen c5, and he did not see knight e5. He didn't see it. Then after queen c5 was played, then he saw knight e5. Right, he was like queen c5, king b8, and then he did whatever, right, which Danya does a lot. And because he went to Stanford... He missed after here. He could go here, right? He knew the history, but he didn't know the position. Terrible. Can't believe he went to Stanford. I'm really glad. I heard he was going to grad school, and I was like, "What the hell?"
Well, there's questioning a history degree. Obviously, if you go to grad school, you can be a professor. There are jobs, for sure.
What?
I'm not saying he should have.
If Naroditsky's teaching a class at a top university and he gets mad, is he going to destroy his computer in front of the class and break his mouse? I hope so. I mean, that's not the life for him.
He's not like that. He just did that a couple of times. Have you seen him do it lately?
I've never seen him do it. I just hear about him doing it. I don't watch his stream. Yeah. But yeah. All right. So Danya's in trouble. The truth hurts. He played bishop to d5.
Every day.
Yeah. Queen check. Yeah, this is... he played sort of a quick check because he's getting in time trouble, Dominguez. Wow, the engine wants to play king d8. Wow. Man, I'm not playing king d8. Jesus Christ. So after king b8, I could check, attacking these two. And then when I play rook here, I'm attacking this. That's why it's playing king d8. But yeah, I'm not playing king d8.
That seems scary. It looks like he can run off over to f8.
Yeah.
It's kind of scary.
I don't like anything. Yeah. All right, king d8's better, but hard to play. Okay, this game is completely equal. They made a few moves. It's completely equal. All right. And what happened here? Burke is playing like a lunatic with h4. God damn. It's funny, the engine wants to play a3 or knight h4. Knight h4 is insane. But the idea is if you take with a queen, I have this fork at the end. Knight f5. Okay, and obviously white wants to play knight f5 anyway. So what happens if I take with the rook? There's got to be some more tactical tricks. Oh, queen g5. That's what both players missed. Threatening this, and then here comes that. God damn. Yeah, so actually knight h4 is a really good move. If you can't take this, and you can't take this, and you can't stop that, that's a good move. That's very engine-y to see rook takes d4, queen g5. Because you're threatening this, knight f5 threatens this and mate. That's really nice. White's not winning, but white's better here. So he has to play g6 here. Blah. Blah, I just ate. And after this, he could go back. And then this is terrible, because queen h6, knight g5. Yeah, the engine doesn't think Wesley's better in this position. It doesn't like Wesley's queen c3. But knight h4 is really hard to find. Now, he got 2/3 correct. He played h4, not knight h4. Close, right? Yeah, he thought he was Carissa Yip. I don't know. Okay, then Wesley went chomp, 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 yum, yum, yum. h5, h6. So Wesley won this pawn. There's still pressure on this pawn, and so forth. So Wesley is very close to winning here. Very close. Very close. All right, let's look at the women since it's been a while. Carissa did win against Zatonsky. The game's already over. Not surprising to me at all. Okay, this is the last position we saw. Okay. Zatonsky played bishop c5. The engine does not like that move because it moves a piece away from black's king. And then she took, which it also doesn't like. It wants her to play queen g5 and beg to trade queens. But she opened up it on the bubble up. Man, white's all over black here. God damn. This is frankly ridiculous. I mean, this is like when David Bowie was with Iman. The white's crushing black. Man, all over. Yeah. Were they married?
Yeah.
All right,
they had children.
Yeah, there you go. All right, so my joke is apt.
Well, it's not a good joke. He's not. He can't crush anybody. He's skinny.
David Bowie?
Yeah.
He always seemed like sort of a tall guy.
He was tall, thin.
Isn't she skinnier?
Thin white Duke. Come on.
I mean, but she's skinnier.
You know, she was trim, but she wasn't super skinny.
Okay, so rook e7, bishop e4 is excellent. And now she blundered. The only move is queen d7, although white's still winning. She took that, the poison pawn. Yeah, and she missed the next move, which I would also miss.
He was only 5'10". I thought he was tall.
You ready for this move? This is great.
All right, let me see.
Okay. Now, you see how this bishop is protecting this pawn?
Yeah.
Well, not anymore. And if you move the bishop here or here, rook takes is annoying. And then some. God damn. Yeah, b4 just instantly wins. Carissa's too good at tactics. Yeah. That resigns. She didn't resign, but she resigned next move. Like, you can't lose a bishop, and you can't move the bishop because rook takes d4 wins. Yeah, the engine just gives the bishop away. Plays knight g4, and then resigns. Yeah, so she took this, takes, and then she resigned. I mean, she just got totally run over. These pieces never moved. Yeah. That's exactly how Carissa wanted the game to go. Sack a pawn, get a big time advantage, and then win on tactics when Anna's low on time. And Anna knew Carissa would play this kind of opening, and then after move like 7, she was like, let me think for an hour every move. So very bad prep from Anna, and Carissa's too good. I mean, you can't. If I'm playing black against Carissa, on move 4, it's going to be king versus king. She's not going to have any pieces left. Okay, every move I'm going to trade against Carissa, because tactically she's going to beat me. If it's really boring, then she's not going to beat me. But if it's like this, I have no chance, because she sees all the tactics. And she plays instantly. This is why before the tournament, if you're watching my streams, I was like, Carissa's the favorite and there's nobody else. I said, there's no second favorite. Carissa's just too good. Now, obviously, Carissa could play horribly every game, but she's not, so Carissa's too good. She's too good. I mean, she should be a GM now. I've never been so angry. Yeah. I mean, Irina can be on the top of her game and give her a fight, but you saw what happened when Carissa played Irina. It wasn't good. I mean, she beat Irina and Zatonsky, the old guard, like easily this event. Yeah. She's too good. Thanks for the subs. The more you sub, the more subs we have. Yeah. Yeah, somebody donate subs to everybody because they don't like watching ads. I mean, look at Black's position. Like when you play badly against a much higher rated player, this is what your position looks like. Like you're Black and a French, and you're like, damn it, I'm getting attacked.
Yeah.
And, yeah. But Zatonsky's higher rated than Carissa.
I mean, lower rated players, beat me too.
No, but the point is, this isn't how Anna should lose to somebody her own rating, where she just gets rolled over and she has no time. It looks like a mismatch. Mm-hmm. And Carissa's just too good. I know when people are too good. I know. And you might say, well, Carissa, she's lower rated than Anna and Irina. Ridiculous. I've never been so angry. Absurd. Okay. And then this position's about equal, and the time is about equal.
Yay, thank you, Dr. Mota.
Yeah, I think if Nimsova really, really, really wanted to win, she would have played knight f4, keeping pieces on the board. But she was happy to be equal. Black's equal. There's no doubt about it. Yeah. Yeah. All right, this is just equal position, equal time. Yeah, everybody's just going to chill now. I'm not even sure which side I would want. I don't know. I mean, I like this pawn. I like that it's blockaded. But I like that pawn. I don't know. I guess Yasser would want to have white here. He'd be moving his knight around and putting the person asleep. Yeah, I think this is like Karpov-Kasparov from the 80s. Yeah, Karpov's white and he's squeezing and trying to get positional advantage. And Kasparov is super active and has an isolated pass D pawn like he does in the Tarish QGD in the 80s, 90s. Yeah, very similar to Karpov-Kasparov games.
I keep thinking I have to sneeze.
That's nothing to sneeze at.
I have a cold.
Carissa hasn't played Ashritha yet. God damn. Yeah. Didn't Carissa lose last game? No. Carissa did not lose the last game. She won yesterday and she won today. That's the kind of memory you have. Carissa beat Crush in round 4. Then in round 5, she lost to Tucker Genova. Then she won yesterday against Sarevich, and then she won today. Not that I know what's going on in the tournament. I don't even want to know what's going on in the tournaments, but as who I am, I know what's going on in the tournaments. I can't help it. Etc. Yeah, like Yasser Karpov group like white, and the Shirov, Kasparov, Morozevich group like black here. Yeah. All right, Crush is about to win. Let's see what happened. She took the exchange. She did not take the exchange. You don't not take the exchange, you take it. You might lose, but this you just lose for sure. Very bad judgment. Now you have the same kind of position, but you're not up the exchange. Damn, harsh. Yeah, knight d4. Teach her to give away the e5 pawn. Yeah, now you can't win the exchange with this because I can positions like that.
Hey, I'm sorry. Can you go back just a few
Yeah.
moves and let me just see again where she...
Yeah, this wins the exchange.
Oh, yeah.
And then we're talking about this line, which is really tricky. And the engine likes white. But not like white's plus 10. White just likes white. See, like, small advantage. And then she doesn't take the exchange.
I see.
Yeah, now you get run over. Yeah, now she could get run over. Take. Yeah, this is terrible. Look. I mean, look how good this is, and look how safe this is, and look at that. That's going to get mated 6 ways from Sunday, and these knights are all, and this pawn's passed, and these pawns will never queen, etc. I've never been so angry. And when the knight moves, queen here is going to threaten mate and this. God damn. Okay, so she did that to stop this from being good, but that knight can be kicked, and it was.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
I was looking at that too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was looking at queen check, knight check, winning the queen, but there's a knight here. It also doesn't work, but, you know. Yeah, this is resigns already. It's already resigns. Now, she played this super professional move. Okay? It's easily the best move. Right? This is a Ben Feingold special, this move. What's the only piece white has that's not on the right square? Although you could argue the queen isn't either.
Beside the queen.
Yeah. You could argue that. The king. That's not on the right square. Because the whole back rank is open.
Oh, yeah.
That's the right square. Yeah. Now, I showed this to Val Kilmer, and I told him, if I'm black here, I'm going to put you in check. And what did Val Kilmer say? You're a daisy if you do. Yeah, because you're never going to be put in check ever. Never. Never, ever. Never, never, ever. This king is going to get mated in like 5 moves. Yeah, that's the engine move too. Yeah, that's the professional move. Crush is the only grandmaster in the field. She was a grandmaster before Carissa was born, except for one thing. It's not really true. Okay, so she tried to put her in check, but trying is the first step to failure. This queen is stopping the white queen from infiltrating 6 ways from Sunday, right? Mm-hmm. But she wants to get counterplay, and she's afraid of this. So she plays queen a1. Now, if queen g4, I said if, right? Mm-hmm. Then you will know Ashritha's name is the Lord when she goes here. And then wins her queen, and then she doesn't get mated, and now she has 2 passed pawns. White's still better here, but okay, this game's gonna go on forever. Okay, and so the only way to stop queen g4 is to play for that trick. Unfortunately, she gives away queen b5, and that's mate. And this wins the b pawn, and king h2 was a prophylactic move, so black, and it's over. Yeah. If you don't believe me, I can show you a text from Lenny Kravitz. Okay. He said it's over, which is weird for him. Yeah. And now resigns is the only move. Yeah, that was a really nice game from Crush, and it really showed how bad e4 was. Terrible. And now every move wins, but queen d7 wins the most. Also, knight takes knight and queen d7 wins equally the most. She's not going to play knight takes knight because that knight's too good. She's going to play queen d7. Then if knight takes knight, checkmate. Yeah, so she's definitely going to go here. And then I guess black resigns. I don't know. Probably resigns. Good to resign. She might take this and then go here because it's so good. Black's counterplay is to play for check. Black's going to put white in check eventually. Yeah, she did take. And then she's going to put her in check. Pretty impressive if she puts her in check. Yeah. So this is a resignable position because there's no move here. But, I mean, putting him in check is just like one check, so it's silly. King g3 resigns. This is the second best move. Queen takes here. You can't play knight f7 because this is mate. And not only am I threatening this, probably this is a bigger threat. Because it's hard not to get mated now. Okay, so just resigns. Yeah. No, great game by Crush and e4. Her coach is going to yell at her for e4, and then she'll cry, and then he'll give her a book, explain the situation, cry like a grandmaster. Yeah. Etc. Now, king h2 is a high-class move. High class. All right. Did Nazi win yet? Nazi's not even better. Man. She can't outplay her lower-rated opponent. Terrible. Okay, taking's right. And then I definitely wouldn't play bishop takes knight, which is what she did. I'd probably castle here, but the engine plays b5, which is very interesting. It's too interesting for me. I understand, but it's I wouldn't play b5. In like a 1-minute game, I would. I would just castle. She played this. I don't like that. Yeah, now it's just equal. I don't like what she did here. And now she plays b5, knight d3, and she tries to put her king on f6. Never play f3, or on g7, I mean. Now here Nazi played c4, c5, hoping her opponent didn't know the en passant rule. I don't like this move, but okay. If your opponent doesn't know the en passant rule, then it's a great move. This is the only move that doesn't lose immediately, which is funny because that's it.
Right.
Yeah. But her opponent knew the en passant rule. She took a chance. c3 is good. King c2 is good. Yeah, now white's better. White's positionally better. Black's playing for an attack, but if the attack doesn't work, black just has two isolated pawns. That's why c5 wasn't good. I mean, Nazi did everything right, and then she got outplayed by Megan. That was weird. I mean, Nazi kept doing stuff. Like c5's crazy. Trading on d5 wasn't good, but c5 is crazy. That's positional resignation. This is the worst thing ever. You know, my knight can come here, rook d2, so you can never play queen f2 check. And if the knight gets here, the game's over. And these pawns are weak, and you can't break up white's king. So this is just better for white. So poor play by Nazi. White's doing fine. And now this game's over. It says that Tokajanova is plus 1,000. So this is the last position we saw. And I was like, I still like white, but the engine thinks it's equal because we can do this kind of stuff. But I guess she made a mistake. Bishop a6 is fine. Rook e1 is fine. And she played the wrong knight to e4. Okay, she needs to play this knight to e4, so she opens up for her rook, attacks c3. This is blocking everything. But she played the other knight to e4, and that's actually a mistake because now this knight isn't doing anything. And now we have knight f4, and knight e5 is good. Yeah, this is very bad now. But yeah, now these knights are coming into their own. And then knight g4. which couldn't be played if this knight was here. You could just take it.
Right.
Yeah. Now you got to watch it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And this knight is hurting black. If this knight was here, not only could you take that, but rook takes c1, forces one of white's pieces to a bad square. Bishop takes c1 silly, and queen takes c1. You can't play queen d4 anymore, or put pressure on d5. And rook c gains a tempo, and knight c3 is coming. So she picked the wrong knight. Then never play f6. Then bishop b7's way too passive. Jesus Christ. That's such a blunder. The bishop was great there. Yeah, and now horribly. Now I understand why Sabina missed this. f3 is winning. f3 is a very simple tactic. I got 3 pieces on f6, and you got 3 pieces defending it, and f3 kicks the knight out. So she didn't want to move her knight somewhere which is hanging, so she blocked the bishop. And you just take it, and knight h6 check wins immediately, but she didn't play it. I don't blame her for not playing it. It's very crazy why it wins. Yeah, this is a crazy win. We win by just attacking and sacrificing and winning. So for example, if here, knight takes g6, threatening knight f5 check, winning the queen. And if king takes, knight here, and white has a winning attack. You can't stop knight f5. And the bishop is here, and the queen is coming over. Nobody's going to see that. And then if pawn takes, you have to play queen here, threatening this, and threatening knight f5 check, and there's no defense. Yeah, nobody's going to play that way. Maybe Carissa. Okay, but instead, she just played rook takes c3, just a solid pawn up. Yeah. And white has more time, white's a pawn up, and black's position is should be shattered. No, I mean, this is a terrible pawn structure. It's amazing, just by playing the wrong knight to e4, she just got run over by Tokajanova. Tokajanova doesn't have a lot of draws. She's winning and losing every game. Good.
Yeah, sorry. I was going to say I don't usually drink beer in the day, zebra.
I like the way she said usually. That was good.
It makes me tired.
You never drink beer in the day.
That's what I'm saying. I don't usually. I mean, I have.
You have?
Yeah.
I mean, I've never seen you have beer like before 4 p.m. Like ever.
Very rare.
I've never seen it.
Probably been years.
Yeah, I've never seen it. Yeah. And so forth. All right, so looks bad for Sabina. Very bad. And Talia's going to resign. We got here just before she resigned. Yeah, which is what I thought would happen, that she's going to get run over on the king side. And she got run over on the king side. God damn. And then some. Bam! Now, this isn't very nice, and probably Chris Bird's going to penalize her. After Anna played that, she said, "Gotcha, bitch. You really shouldn't do that in the U.S. Women's Championship." Now, let me tell Karen something. Equal material. Black's +8.
Yeah.
Yeah, because, there's too much attack. And this was shallow and pedantic over here. That did nothing. She needed the play to be over there. And Sharevich is playing instantly every move, as per usual. Okay, so she's trying to do something. Now we're threatening knight f3 check. But she did that anyway. King h1, putting it in h. Queen takes g6. Good. h4. Man, this is harsh. 92. Rook f8. Black is up material and has the initiative. Man, you can't... I mean, the only hope for white here is to sacrifice all of these pieces I've highlighted, and then it's stalemate. That's the only hope.
Go back. Why didn't black take the queen?
The queen was hanging on g6.
I see. So
Yeah. Knight g1. Now queen d6 wins immediately, and unfortunately for white, black played queen d6, threatening mate. By the way, this is very similar to the way Talia lost to Pakidze. This is the same kind of attack. All right, so you can't allow that. So I have to take. God damn. Man, the truth hurts. And she played here. And the problem is after rook takes, the knight's pinned, so you can't take the queen on d6.
Oh, no.
Aw. And then she resigned.
Aw.
Yeah, aw. All right, so great play from Anna. Talia had a reasonable position, but she didn't break through on the queen's side, and eventually black broke through on the you know. And Irina won.
It looks like Talia was just really hurt by her time management.
Yeah. Queen a3, knight e6, resigns. Resigns is good. See, that's mate.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's easy to stop by resigning.
Go, Irina.
If you play here, well, she resigned. But if you play here, then mate. Queen takes queen mate, everybody's favorite move. Yeah. So very bad move e4, very well punished by Irina, and Irina played king h2 to sew it up. Look at that, 99.2. Good.
That's great.
Yeah. Yeah, Irina's not as bad as she plays at all. So that's funny. We're not too deep into the round, just 3 hours. 3 decisive games in the women's. All 3. Sharevich winning, Crush winning, and Yip winning. The rich get richer. And
Ben, did you root for Talia?
I always root for Talia. Go Talia.
Go Talia.
The first 4 rounds she was great. Then I forgot what happened. Okay, and this is Nazi messing up a really nice position. Now she's in a lot of trouble strategically. Weak pawn, d5 squares for me. Rook d2 makes the king safe. If this knight gets here, it's over. It's very bad for black. Okay, when I say very bad, the engine says white slightly better, but black was better before, much better. So she threw it away for a little more. And Sabina's completely lost, although not anymore. What happened? Rook takes, knight e6. She didn't play knight takes f6 check? Why not? Yeah, why wouldn't she take a pawn? Oh. That's the best move. It wins a pawn. Then you have 2 pawns.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of pawns. She must have miscalculated tactics. Yeah, so the tactics are this. This is like the only tactic. And then I'm not sure what she missed. If you play rook takes, I take this, and I'm 2 pawns up. So this is the best move. And then take this. And then, anything. Maybe she just didn't like this. She's only a pawn up. But it's same colored bishops. So this is just a technical win. Like, I'm up a pawn, and there's 2 isolated pawns here. And there's pawns on both sides of the board. Why wouldn't I win this? All right, I guess she didn't like that. So she kept pieces on. But she didn't win a pawn. No, you got to win pawns. All right, so knight takes, and she doubled up. She just thought this was better, but the engine does not agree. I don't agree either. I mean, this bishop isn't going anywhere. This pawn's backward. Wow, the engine says that white's not even better here. And white's up a pawn. You know, black has the 2 bishops, and white's, by trading pieces, this king's not in danger anymore. So bad technique from white. Sabina's back in the game. Knight e6 was a cool move. She gave her a chance to take a pawn, and she didn't take it. All right, go Sabina, but stay there. All right, let's see if Danya, if he's suffering. Queen a6. He played king b. That's what I would play. The engine does not agree. Rook c1. Rook h g8. Danya's playing for counterplay. Then he always repeats. Okay, good. And then queen takes c5. Takes, and rook e2. Oh, he played c6. Rook e2 doesn't work. Rook takes. Oh, rook h5. I didn't see rook h5.
Wait, what?
I thought, like, here we got some action going. And then I was like, oh, we don't have any action going.
Oh, yeah.
If you don't play rook h5, you're not winning. I didn't see rook h5. But then I saw it, and I was like, oh, okay. Okay, so he has to defend his bishop. And then knight c4. So he wants to play knight check and knight takes bishop. I agree with that. That's a good plan. This is funny. After knight here, knight takes, imagine like black's rooks are here. You don't have to imagine, I'll just show you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, then rook is.
And now you can't play rook h5 anymore.
Yeah.
But I go here and I defended g2.
Oh yeah.
Man, it's amazing, except Dominguez saw all that. Okay, so you can't do that. So he took, but now obviously I can play rook h4 all day if I need to. He played g3. You can also play rook g4, and then if they trade the rooks, I'm open on this. He decided to play g3. Takes, rook a4. The engine does not like the Dominguez technique of g3 and rook a4, but Dominguez has less than 5 minutes left, so, you know. And let's keep going. And this is the current position. Danya has good drawing chances because g3 opens up the 7th rank, and this passed pawn isn't dangerous. This rook is really good. I actually expect Danya to draw this. I don't like g3 or rook, and this is because Dominguez is in time trouble. Better winning chances were if he plays rook here. Yeah. Better winning chances.
Okay.
Now after g3, I mean, that rook is really good. And the engine wants to play a4 here. Keep this rook active. Rook here, not as good. So Danya might not lose. I've never said that before. Go Danya. All right, and then Ray was in a lot of trouble when we left. It was this position. Queen d2, he played knight d4. Rook e1, knight e6, bishop g3. Very poor position for black, but he's fighting for a sandwich. Yeah, the engine hates knight c5. Queen c3, doesn't like that very much either. Yeah, the engine just wants to take this. I mean, Fabi's just not sharp today, and Ray's just trading pieces, and Fabi's not finding the best way to, trade those pieces. Takes, bishop here. Queen d4 check, put it in h. They played a lot of moves. Yeah, the engine just says this is a draw now. I mean, Ray made it look easy to equalize. Can't play rook to the 7th rank because the bishop, so he goes there. He pins. Well, I like g5. I like that move. The engine doesn't like it, but I do. Yeah, that stops white from moving anything. Mm-hmm. Always play bishop f1. I like that move. Take. Here. All right, so Fabi's fighting for a sandwich. It should be a draw, but white's better. White has the 2 bishops. But yeah, it should be a draw, I think. They're on move 32, so Ray is still in a little time trouble. But, I mean, trading all the pieces off should be fine. Yeah, I mean, white has 2 bishops. White can play h4. King here is going to pin, but you probably have to do that. It should be a draw. And I think Naroditsky is going to draw this too. I don't like... okay, I like king g1. I didn't see that. Then rook f2. I like that. I really like that. I like that a lot. But okay, Danya has a passed pawn. Yeah, this is I think 40% Dominguez wins, 60% draw. King g1 is really nice. This is actually, Dominguez isn't as bad as I said he was. He's threatening here. And then when Danya stopped it, he played king g1, which is excellent to play rook f2. Yeah, that's really good. Kick that rook out. And then he's up a pawn, and there's 2 isolated pawns. I judged him too harshly. Yeah, king g1 is a really high-class move. It's too good for me. I would play it, but analyzing the game, I didn't see this great idea. Yeah, this is not easy for black. Yeah, I think Dominguez is a better rook impounding player than Danya, and he has a big advantage, so maybe Danya's in trouble.
Bye, Samar is cool. See ya.
All right, and this has been all zeros the whole game. This whole game has been all zeros. Just nobody's better. Completely equal. And let's see if Wesley's getting the wrap it up button. G4, god damn. Burke's not kidding around. The engine says boo to this move. So f6, a move I would never consider, is the best move. Wow, if f6 takes, you play rook here. That's incredible. I would never, ever, ever do that. Okay, I'm not Wesley, though. Yeah, Wesley played rook b7 because that's so weird. Queen e4, rook here. Queen c2, I don't understand queen c2. Ooh, that's a good move. Threatens the knight, and here comes the rook, and queen e3 check. Yeah, these moves were bad. Remember the move I didn't understand? That was bad. This is also bad, because the knight's not defended, e3's not defended, b2's not defended. Yeah, this game is going to end in like 2 moves. Rook d3, and then the correct rook b2. Yeah, he might resign here. Man, he put up no fight at all, Burke. It's like he's playing a 2800. Yeah, he has to resign now. Because there's a queen take. I mean, there's nothing he can do. Resigning is forced. I wonder if he'll see it. Or if he blunders and doesn't resign. Man, that was a really nice game from Wesley. He's won with black. Sevian beat Bruzon, which is amazing because this position, it said, was like slightly better for black. And Bruzon has 6 draws. And he just lost this position in a few moves. I wonder if he blundered. Okay, a5. I mean, black's better here, but not a lot. King g2 is, it's okay. Oh, king g2 is not okay. What's wrong with king g2? Oh, you have to play e5 here to attack the knight and get counterplay. Yeah, and Sam made a really good move here, knight d7. Stopping e5, attacking this pawn. Okay, now white's just lost. He had one chance to get counterplay here, so his bishop can go to b7. And he's probably, and he could also play here and try to win that pawn. This move was too nonchalant. Yeah, knight g7 is really good. And he defended his c pawn. Man, now those knights are looking good.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Dr. Ossip. How's it going?
b3's also not a good move. Takes. Wow. He got run over, and then a4, and he resigned. Yeah, look at this blunder he played with king h2, undefending his bishop.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now, if I play knight c3 attacking your queen, you can't move your queen because I take that. You agree.
Mm-hmm.
But you take my knight if I play knight c3. You take it with a rook.
Mm-hmm.
So, a5, a4.
Oh.
The end. Then if the rook moves, knight c3, and it's all rich tapestry. So king h2 is an absurd move. Now, luckily, he's already losing. But this move is ridiculous because he didn't see a4, knight c3. He's too good for that. Yeah. Man, he just got run over by Sam. 22 moves he lost with white. God damn. And Sam won yesterday against Caruana. So, for like the last 5 years, it's clear that Jeffrey's better than Sam. Until now. This tournament, Sam's better. This tournament.
Yeah.
Next tournament, maybe somebody else. They are the same age. Who would have thought the first 4 games to finish in both events are all decisive? Not I. Not I. Shankly, terrible. That's right. Speaking of Shankly, oh yeah, that was just completely equal. He didn't resign. He blundered. He missed resignation. Yeah, now he's very unhappy he did that. Because now, he's got 2 rooks, 1 for each of you. Yeah, and these pawns fall like ripe apples. I'm from Michigan. Yeah. All right, let's see what's going on here. This is, Fabi's going to be squeezing and squeezing and squeezing and squeezing and squeezing. I don't think Ray's going to lose this. I don't think he will. On the other hand, it's move 33 and Ray has a minute left. But I still don't think he's going to lose. And, triple pawns are 3 times ago. Remember my game? Yeah. Okay, now it's just equal because he played crazy. Lenderman did. I don't know how you triple. They didn't even double pawns. I think triple pawns. This is funny. You go from 1 F pawn to 3. Yeah, he should just move his knight here. And white's better. But he couldn't resist being up a pawn. Now he's up a pawn. And he figures if he puts his rook here, that's pretty solid. And the engine says, boo! So the engine hates this, and Lenderman did it on purpose. He's like, I'm a pawn up, I stop knight e4, I have e5, and the engine's like, no, boo. So the engine does not agree. Lenderman wasn't forced into that, he intentionally did it. Because Lenderman wanted to be a pawn up. But that's not really being a pawn up. Yeah. So very, very poor decision after here. After here, he's just clearly better, slightly better, and after here, he's worse. He just misunderstood. Yeah. Black wants to trade all the rooks off because then you can't play rook here. Then these pawns are just terrible. Yeah. I guess after rook e5, I can play knight here, and my rook's there's just nothing you can do. Yeah. Very, very, very poor decision from Lenderman. And they're repeating. They're going to draw. Game's over. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because like Jeffrey's like, this whole game my position sucked. Mm-hmm. And then Lenderman's like, what an idiot I am. So draw.
Yeah. Jeffrey doesn't have a lot of time.
Right. No, but Jeffrey, the whole game thought he was going to suffer for 40 moves and be much worse. And now he's fine. Because that's a ridiculous decision from Lenderman. All right. So I guess it's not a draw yet. Or is it? Let's see. Knight f6.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, Jeffrey can claim a draw with that. And Jeffrey can play for a win and not do that. Which he might do. He could play knight here, knight d6, and put his king on f6. This game's not over. Yeah, Jeffrey can go here and here and keep playing. So, I don't know. He might. Wesley already won. Yeah, he resigned here. The only move is rook b3. Otherwise, you're getting mated. Mm-hmm. And then, rook b3 the other way, not that way. Yeah, and then rook c3 attacks this and this. Then we take this, and then we queen. Easy peasy. Whew. Yep. And the engine's like, hey, that pawn's queening. Good. Man, really nice game from Wesley. He's like, all right, this is the lowest rated player in the tournament. He just lost to Shanklin. All right, I'll try to beat him. And then he beat him in 34 moves with black. So, yeah. Wesley could win like all 11 games, but he would never try to win all 11. Never. He wouldn't win all 11, but he could try to. He just doesn't. Robson does. Sevian does. Lenderman does, but he doesn't do that. He takes a lot of breaks. He's like, I'll be equal, and all right, draw. And he just doesn't care. Yeah, he's like, draw's fine. But yeah, if he tried to win all 11 games, he'd probably win like 6. But he's only going to win like 3 because he only tries to win 6 games or so. Terrible. Very relaxing. Okay, so he can claim a draw with this, or he could not play this and play on. The knight's really good on d6. It defends b7, puts pressure on f5. And Jeffrey might be like, I don't know, triple pawns, I shouldn't lose to that. But then he looks at his clock, and it's move 37, so he's torn. He's in clear last place. So he's like, why am I drawing? I can win. Rawr.
Is one more time a repetition?
He can claim a draw with this now.
That's what I meant.
Right.
So I think that's what he's going to do.
Yeah. But he'll play for the win. All right. And then this is the boring world of Niels Bohr still. Now, White's better. White has the 2 bishops. And this king can be evicted. And this is a passed pawn. I don't know, maybe Fabi. Like, if this was round 1, I would say Fabi would win. But since Fabi's playing terrible and Ray's playing great, and White's better, I don't know. Round 1, definitely, I would say Fabi would win this. But he's not in good form, and Ray is in good form. So I got 50-50. And then let me see here. With the 2 rooks, White's just winning easily. Oh, I don't like... Man, look at Dominguez being a genius. Look at this. After here, Dominguez is a genius. What genius move did he play here? There's 2 legal moves. One's genius and one's not.
King G2.
That's what I would play. He played here, always repeat. Yeah, that's genius. And then he played King G2.
Oh.
Yeah, he's low on time. Which doesn't matter, always repeat anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Wow, it says it's equal. That White's not even better. Wow. Yeah, this is the best move, it says, ignoring this pawn and trying to get our counterplay. He did play d5. That's a tough decision to make with less than 10 minutes to go here. Yeah, this is just equal now because this pawn's too good. Man, Danya's good. Not as good as Dominguez, but pretty good. I mean, Danya's one of the top players that has a D in their name. Danya, Dominguez. He's one of the top. Darius. All right, this has been all zeros the whole game. Very boring game, and it's still all zeros. When I say it's all zeros, I don't mean one side plays well and it's all zeros. I mean every move by everybody's all zeros. That's a boring position. If black has to find the way to draw, then okay, that's different, but not here.
All Good right. Chess, stop
yeah,
staring.
they played the draw, 97. Yeah, the draw. Jeffrey's really happy he drew that game. This was the game where Sabina gave most of her advantage, or where, I'm sorry, Tokajanova gave most of her advantage away. 57, but still has an advantage. King H7 defending, knight D3 is good. All right. White should be winning this, but it's going to take like 80 moves. White's up a pawn, but black has the 2 bishops. So this is another like 90 move game.
Well, why wouldn't... Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a reason.
Why wouldn't...
Let's see, it's white's turn.
Yeah.
So just take another pawn.
You could take another pawn, or you could trade queens. Taking a pawn, now black's going to play aggressive. Rawr, attack the knight. If the knight moves, we're going to check, etc. Which, by the way, you can do. So the knight's actually defended, so you could just move. You could just ignore it. I'm guessing she will do that. Problem is, when you lose this knight, now the opposite bishops, and this pawn's horrible. Queen E6, Queen B6, F4. So good drawing chances. So this is the safe move and try to win. And this is like, I want more pawns. Rawr, I'm mad. And give black counterplay. I don't know. 50-50. Yeah, she just traded queens. That's the safer move.
Okay.
Then, you can't really force me to take this.
I'm
I'm not saying it's better. Maybe your move is better. But just playing safer because time situation isn't great for either player. Yeah, just a safe pawn up. And what's going on in Totsav's game? It likes the way Totsav's playing, keeping the blockade, slowly doing nothing. Both sides have 3 minutes. Very important game for the standings. If Totsav wins, then Carissa's in clear first, I guess. Oh, no, I think Carissa's tied with Crush. I sit corrected. Yeah. Yeah, Carissa and Crush are unusually rooting for Totsav this game. Because Nimsova's in first. White is clearly slightly better because the blockade's working and black is just chilling. So again, this is Karpov-Kasparov, and Karpov is pressing. Okay, I didn't like Nazi's position at all, and I think I like him more than I used to because now she might get B4 in. But still, I like White. White's doing a good job preventing B4, which is the only counterplay for black. Now, that one thing I was worried about was that White was going to do this, and White can do that. Yeah, if White gets the knight here, that's tough because all these pawns are attacked. That's tough. Yeah, so very, very bad position for Nazi. She's worse. It's her move, and she has a minute and a half left. This is just Megan Lee outplaying her from an equal position with less time. Yeah, it's like Nazi's rusty or something. I don't know. Yeah. She doesn't look like a rusty. Curb. Doesn't look like a rusty. Yeah, normally when these players in these events have a minute or 30 seconds, they're shaking like I am. Sometimes my heart beats through my chest. I'm like, I got to move. I can't lose on time. Man, look at that. No time. No time left for you. Dun, dun. She put it in H. She didn't want knight F5 to be check. Weakening this pawn a little bit. Another idea White has, which I didn't see, which the engine told me, is G3 F4. That if the bishop moves, rook E7. Man, I like that idea. That's a good idea. I didn't see that idea. Yeah, if after G3, if you take, and I go here, your king's not defending F7 anymore. Look at this tactics. You have to go here. There's no other move. And now you will know, bam! What a crazy move. Okay, now let me explain why that works. It doesn't work because if rook takes, that's too simple. It works because in this position, Queen check wins the rook.
Oh.
Yeah, nobody's ever going to see that ever. So that's the problem with G3 is after takes, rook E7, rook B7, the analysis is going to end. And if they keep analyzing, you might find out that this wins. But yeah, she's not going to do that. Nobody would do that. Well, somebody would. Like maybe Wesley would do it. It's also unnecessary. Like we can just chill and we're just like this. That's what she did. Yeah, that's good. We can put some other piece here. We're on this now. This pawn can never move. And black has no counterplay. Like white can do nothing like here. And then black just is like, I don't know. I got nothing to do. Yeah. I was asking Nazi, what do you think? And she's got, I got nothing for you, man. She's always saying that, singing that song. Terrible. All right, so she played rook c5. Okay, that's very risky because of knight d3. She didn't see knight d3. Yeah, the truth hurts. And she has no time on her clock. What's funny is if she moves the rook and white decides to take this pawn, then b4 is a little counterplay. The engine actually doesn't take this pawn, it just chills. Plays like queen d5. Yeah, harsh. But she didn't see knight d3, because if she did, she wouldn't have played rook c5. All right, what else is going on? Ooh, Totsav traded queens. I like that. I like trading queens. Yeah, I like it was an isolated pawn. Black is trying to get activity. Still like sort of in the draw zone, but white is pressing. Yeah, and Totsav doesn't want any attack for black because of the 2 minutes on the clock. This is much easier to play for white. Yeah, white's just better here. I don't know if she's going to win. Rook c2 is good. And this is white. This is the game white traded queens instead of taking that 8 pawn. Mm-hmm. And now she's like, I'm a pawn up. Look at me. But yeah, it's very hard to win for white. 2 bishops. And this pawn's stuck here on a dark square. I have a dark square bishop and you don't. So they're very hard to win. This game's never going to end. This game's the one that's going to keep us here all night. That game's never going to end. All right. And then they drew. Fabi is squeezing and squeezing and hugging and squeezing. Played h5. Good. Yeah, he wants to trade all the pawns off Ray Robson, which he's doing a good job of. Mm-hmm. Okay, without looking at the position, close your eyes. What's the engine move for white?
I don't know.
I'm the one asking you.
I don't know.
I'm asking you.
I don't know.
You don't have to know the position. What's the best move for white?
I don't know.
Come on.
I don't know. I'm going to look. Bishop F1.
Yeah. Right.
I cheated. I'll look.
No, but Bishop F1. That's why I asked you.
I thought it was, but yeah. I don't.
It's tied for first with GH5. He's going to play Bishop F1. I guarantee it. I absolutely guarantee Fabi's going to play Bishop F1. He doesn't want to take this. He wants to keep the pawns on the board. If he takes it, then the best was Bishop F1 next move. Yeah, so he might take it and play Bishop F1, but then I'll be mad at him for not playing Bishop F1. This is the Bishop F1, see? Yeah, Fabi knows what's up. Yeah, he knows that I'm doing analysis. If he doesn't play Bishop F1, he's going to hear it from me. It's a very tough position for black because this pawn's passed, and this pawn's weak, and he has less than a minute left, but he only has 2 moves to make. Okay, so Sevian won with black, Wesley won with black, and Jeffrey and Lenderman drew. This game has been all zeros forever, and finally somebody's better. It says white's better because this knight is great, these pawns are good, but not much better, just a little better. I was very worried about white's clock this game, but he only has 1 move to make. So when did the engine say that he made a mistake? Because it was always just equal. Yeah, this is all zeros. Every move is all zeros, every move. It doesn't like king c6. It still zeros. It prefers c5, advancing the majority. Okay, now it says it's okay. Work a8. Everything's all zeros. What did you do wrong? Bishop b6. It doesn't like bishop b. Okay, now it says all zeros. It doesn't care. It literally doesn't care. Man, it really hates rook a3. It's sort of like an obvious move, pinning everything.
Mm-hmm.
And it really hates it. It's like, boo, why'd you go there? See, this is Sam playing for a win. If Sam wanted to draw, he would go here and trade rooks because he can't avoid it.
Mm-hmm.
And Sam's like, I'm going to win. Look at me. And after knight g, it doesn't even like that move. It says that's okay. Yeah. Yeah, the problem is with black's rook not over here, white's king is good and this king's not. My king's, it's just like when Sam won yesterday against Burke. Sam's king did the song about the sweet loving woman, then it did the song about the knife, then it did the walk of life. Yeah, now the king is better, my knight is good, my majority is working. Sam blocked his majority. Rook a3 was bad, which is weird. It looks like a good move. But if white's king gets to walk in here, white's going to win. And with the black rook here, that wasn't going to happen. Okay, so he has to play king f3, and then after check, he can go here. And he's still better because this knight is so good. And my majority actually, I mean, that's dangerous. This bishop's not stopping those pawns from queening. These pieces are terrible. I can't get my majority going. My bishop can't go anywhere on the king side. And white's pushing on the king side. So, yeah, he has to play rook f2 check. And then king here. And then white's just much better. It's weird because, like, if black's rook was here, then, you know, white's losing, I guess. The king's on g3. Man, activating the rook was bad because it let the knight go here and the king go up. Yeah. Terrible. Okay, this is move 40, so Schwartz is going to think forever. But yeah, now he knows he's better because his majority's mobile, and this is, you know, that's not good. I talked to Pete Townsend about it. He said white's going mobile. I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then you'll continue the coverage.
I could just read the chat a little bit. I'm not going to continue.
Yeah. Tell people to donate and stuff, etc.
I'm tired.
What? That's because you're talking too much. You got to calm down. Yeah.
I just get up so early.
Aw.
I'm tired. It's hard to make it to like a normal time.
Go, mommy. Tell them the train and so forth.
All right. You can get a train going and so forth. Yay. Thank you, Curious Chimpanzee, for the 200 centidues. Yay, thank you. Looks like there are no moves. Let's see. What do people say? Bai Su Jin. For example, Ben will still use the bathroom, and we did not see that coming. I'm sorry you missed that good joke. All right, what else are people saying? It says that Linear, I don't know how to say his name. Is it Linear? Flagged. Faber, go potato, go Karen. Clocks are always out of sync. That's true. Rayetta, you seem to be kind of obsessed with Nazi's name. I mean, I heard it was a family name. She's Georgian, you know, but we're all used to it. So, at least in chess, I can see how out in the broader world that might be unusual, but, you know, we're all used to her name by now. So he got 30 minutes when reaching move 40. But it doesn't get updated till move 41. I thought they updated as soon as you hit 40. Karen, what's your favorite opening as white? I play the London. BooChess.com is the worst. Why? Because of some refresh issues? She must be sick of all the puns. I get tired of sometimes of puns. I'm not a big pun person. Do I ever spike the Perrier with seltzer? No. You would never give your daughter the name? I probably wouldn't either. But, I don't care so much about it. Bishop A7, confusing the audience. Yeah. Let me go back a little bit. Well, Bishop A7 is one of the moves given. And then Bishop D2. Or, let's see what else. The engine says F5 or Bishop D2. Similar in strength here. Why Bishop D2? Then Rook F1, then Knight E7 check. Knight E7 check. And King B7, then F5. Oh, I guess the king's getting out of the way so the c-pawn can move. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm not very good. Well, Ben will be back soon. Hey, Master John. How's it going? What would Karen do? Probably not very good. I guess I would go Knight F6, which I'm sure is not a good move. Sorry we're so punlematic. Ben is disposing of used Perrier. That's one way to look at it. Are you going to take your dogs to the dog park? Do I think Ben has a Perrier problem? Yes. Yes, he should not drink Perrier. What does the engine say about my move? Well, I'm sure it doesn't like my move. And I didn't think too much about it. You just asked me. Oh, wait, let me see. Oh, they've already gone. Bishop E. Let me go back. Let's see. Yeah, I didn't see. Look, that's how good my move is. Let me see why that's so bad. Knight takes on F4. Oh, I undefended the F pawn. Well, there you go. So that's why my move was bad. And I'm tired too. That's my excuse. I have to get up really early because I have a son in 7th grade, as many of you know, and I have to take him to school. He can't take the bus. There's no bus. So I have to get up. I have to make the lunch, take him to school. And then it's hard to go back to sleep. And then Ben always wants me to stay up late, and sometimes I do stay up late. I did try the worst in chess. If I'd had a little bit more time to think about it, I wouldn't have made that move. But I just said a move without looking closely. Are the schools fully open? Some schools, I think most schools are fully open. Some have masks policies, some do not. At my son's school, I have to say son instead of my kids because I have one kid in college, but they have to wear masks, mandatory masks, and so that's fine as long as I don't have to wear it. What would I do for black now? Do we have a mask policy in the chess club? We do have a mask policy. It's optional. Masks are optional. Wait, what happened? Okay. So bishop. Okay, that was last move. Oh, it looks like I missed. Wait a minute. Oh, that was my move. No. Is that the last move? Well, Ben's not, I can hear Ben out in the hall. He's about to come in. Are you friends with Robert Crumb? Who is Robert Crumb? Why do I know that name? A woman's 5-0 blitz tournament. Now, Master John, that's ridiculous. Now, come on. I think you got to be joking. There aren't that many women players. You know, I get to the top level, you can get enough. But at our club, we're not going to get, you know, a 5-0 blitz tournament for women. We have hardly any women that even play chess in Georgia. It's true I'm no good at blitz, but I enjoy it. So, he is a comic artist. I have heard the name. You got timed out yesterday for the same question. I don't mind the Robert Crumb question. You listened to Ben's first appearance on the Perpetual Chess podcast last night. It was around when CCS CATL was opening, so it's quite interesting. He made... Wait, what? I got to scroll up. Wait, what happened? I didn't see this comment. And I don't have my mouse to use this stupid trackpad. He talked about how to run a chess club. He made a "hope we still exist in 2 years" joke. You know, certainly Ben knew about running a chess club because he worked at the St. Louis Chess Club for a long time and Chess Express in Michigan. But there's only one person that runs the chess club, and that's me. So that's what's going on here. Let's see. Why don't we go over to the women's? I thought Ben would be a little bit quicker. Let me get back into the... Knight D4, King C5. I don't know. I guess I'd go King C3, but I don't know. Hey, thank you. I see all those Karen emotes. Yeah, hey, Tensor Extension.
People are here.
Oh yeah.
For free play.
Definitely. So I just switched to the women's for a minute, but we can go back.
Did you get a train going and a million subs?
No, there was no activity.
No, I heard a noise when I walked out.
There was a little bit. That was Curious Chimpanzee.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey, we got more viewers because you're here. Yay, farty party.
Yay.
All right, so what did you explain to them? Wait, this is the men's.
I like that debugger 2B. I made a really bad move, and he's trying to spin it positively.
Okay,
Bishop B5 prepares your idea with knight F6.
96.
Thank you, farty party.
Yeah, this is looking not very good for Ray. Not good. All right, so Ray's in trouble. And so D4 was the move. Here's okay. H4, always repeat. Man, this guy's good at repeating. Okay, so the only way for white to win is to get his king helping. So he played rook here. He wants to move his king over and play rook here and try to, get rid of these rooks so he can start taking all the pawns. But the engine says it's equal.
Mm-hmm.
It says black has too much counterplay. And the only move to try to win is rook here. Although I assume king f2 was his idea when he played rook b2, was to get his king over. But
Thank you for all those cities, P. Schneider.
Still should be a draw.
Yay.
What?
Go Don.
Hooray. And then, so these 3 games are still going. Fabi has excellent winning chances. This should be a draw, but Dominguez is better. And let's see, what happened when I left after rook f2 check? Here, he played bishop a7, which the engine does not like. Bishop e5. Yeah, this is looking bad for Sam. This is looking like white has everything. And then rook e2. Yeah, this is very unpleasant for black. Sam will be happy to draw this position. Bishop e5 wasn't a very good move. That wasn't good. But it doesn't matter. Yeah, so it'd be very interesting to see if he takes this. That was his idea. And his idea was here and then check and then take this, which is, the engine says, is winning. And so the reason Sam played rook e2 was after this move, he could take on e5 first. And then this position's interesting. There's 2 pieces for a rook, but I have a pawn. It's a passed pawn, and I might win one of these pawns. So knight takes loses immediately to rook check, only legal move, and then e6. And the white's winning. So you have to take it with the king. And then we could sort of try to walk in here. And I mean, white's better here, but if I was white, I wouldn't be 100% sure I was much better. But actually, bishop's sort of bad. Passed pawn and king's coming in. All right, yeah, this does look really good for white, I must say. Yeah, so he might do this. This might happen. I mean, he didn't play bishop e5 to not play knight takes e7. That's why he played it. So he's going to be analyzing this for a long time, this variation. And then king here, if he sees king here, to walk in. And rook d6, and this pawn's pretty good. Its king can't get in front of it. So good winning chances for white. Not sure he'll do that. All right, and the women folk, the games are all going since when I went to the bathroom. And Totsav actually moved her f-pawn to get her king up. And finally it was captured. Yeah, this is a 2-result game. Totsav's going to win or draw. Because he has a total blockade here. Black's position's very passive. And let's see if Nazi's still having a tough time. Knight d3 is the last position we looked at. Rook c4. The engine hates that move. We could take either one. We could play knight takes, or we could play rook takes. She took with the rook. Took this. White's just up a pawn now. Yeah, if 2 super GMs were playing, white would always win, because this pawn's too good. Knight b4 is good. Black doesn't have any play here. Queen check. Always trade queens and win the endgame easily. And Nazi's like, Ish don't think so. She actually said Ish don't think so because, never mind. And then she could take another pawn, and she did. She's got 2 extra pawns, 1 for each of you. Wow, bishop e5 doing nothing. Man. Wow, this is just over. And then king b1. Always play king b1. Wow, this is just over. Wow, Megan Lee's going to beat Pakidze. Jesus Christ. God damn. The 2 pawns up for nothing. Safe king. Papa John's. I mean, Megan Lee, the last 20 moves has played better than Nazi. Not the first 20 moves, but the last 20. Nazi's position was fine, and then Megan Lee outplayed her. Man, harsh.
We do have free coffee at the chess club, and often we have free snacks.
Yeah, usually, yeah. And we have free donuts and such on the weekends. We have weekend tournaments.
I go to the bakery for the senior club.
I mean, this is no hope for black. See, here's what people at home think, right? Mm-hmm. And okay, they're like, this guy's playing this guy, and this guy's better at chess. So when this guy's winning or drawing, this guy will still do okay. So like when Fabi's losing to Sevian or Fabi's losing to Naroditsky, well, not Naroditsky because you guys think Naroditsky is the best player in the world, but you know, they're going to lose. And you guys are like, Fabi won't lose. Or he's Fabi. Okay, so you guys are like, I don't know who Megan Lee is, but Nazi Pakidzi's won the U.S. women's 2 times, and she's much higher rated, so somehow she'll get out. Nope. No, you're down 2 pawns. No. Yeah, you don't get to be a WIM 2200. You don't win with white here. You got to win with white here. Yeah. Yeah, she'll be banned from the tournament if she doesn't win this position. Okay, and then Totsav is going to be squeezing and squeezing and squeezing and squeezing. And the same here, Foizor's getting squeezed. White's up a pawn, and black has 2 bishops, and black is just chilling, saying, I got 2 bishops.
Go Sabina.
This is like 50-50, win or a draw. 50-50. Man, we have a lot of decisive games so far. 5 decisive games out of 6 that are done. All right, so he decided not to play knight takes c7 here. He put it in H. And you know what the engine says about this move? Boo! It really hates that move. Now after rook here, it says it should be a draw again. That is a good square for the rook. I agree. Yeah, it doesn't like this move. White's just trying to advance his majority and thinks he's got a lock over here. One of the ideas behind this move, I think, is to put something here and blockade the defense here. And then after rook here, rook takes, knight takes. That's very interesting. It's 2 passed pawns against 3-1. I like white a lot in that position because white's gaining time and this pawn's not advanced. That's probably why he did that. He wants to take this pawn and he wants his 3 pawns advanced. So I don't agree with the engine that this move draws easily. I think white still has good winning chances even though the engine doesn't agree with me. You know, the engine's wrong sometimes. I'm better at the end game. What can I tell you? Yeah. See how right I was? It went up to like white's much better. It like heard me. It's like, all right. I couldn't trick you. Yeah, the engine said this is equal, and I said, no, it's not. And then it said, okay, white's a lot better. Mm-hmm. What? Come on. Yeah. No, actually, I like this move. The engine hated it. Because when I take this pawn, I want these pawns to be further advanced. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Lolly M131 for that.
I predict that Schwartz is going to win this game. Yeah, I think Schwartz is really good at the ending, as we saw in his game with Naroditsky. I'm sure you remember that.
Yeah, let's play marbles.
Mm-hmm. Yay, thanks, Lolly M131. Let's get a train going. Do it.
What engine does chess.com use? Mm-hmm. I thought it was Stockfish.
I mean, no, they're saying 14. Oh. It doesn't really matter. These guys think it matters a lot. So if you're analyzing with Stockfish 14 or Fritz like 6, which is ridiculous, they're still better than you. And if there's a forced win, they'll see it. But the evaluation of the position is going to be slightly different. When one side is better, the better engines say they're more better. And the weaker engines don't say they're as much better. So if you told me, listen, if you told me 2 engines gave a position 0.6 and 1.2, that means the better engine says 1.2. That's what it means. Yeah, that engine's better. Yeah, it'll never be like Stockfish 9 says +2 and Stockfish 14 says +0.8. It's going to be the other way around. Yeah.
Why do you guys keep talking about Robert Crumb? I've heard the name, and they're saying he was a comic book. He wasn't the pedophile, was he?
It says if Karen was single and younger, she'd be all up on Danya. I like the all up on in quotes. Yeah. She has to be younger? What?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult Crumb.
Who'd you insult?
I just, you know, know the name, and I was trying to figure out why, and they say he's a comic book artist.
Who?
And I said he wasn't that pedophile, was he? And
yeah, so this will be interesting if he goes here, here, here. I like white a lot there, because these pawns are queening.
Yeah.
And that one is not. And my bishop is stopping the B pawn, and I'm getting a tempo on the knight. So I really, really like that position for white, which is probably going to happen. Right? You're like, oh, these pawns are passed, and none of these pawns are passed. Too bad. These pawns are advancing with tempo, and they're on the 4th rank. Mm-hmm. This is the 4th rank and the 2nd rank. So, this pawn's sort of being stopped by these two pieces. These pawns, I'm being helped. Like, I get a tempo.
Right, yeah.
You know, and then I control the queening square. I really hate this position. The engine says it's equal. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't believe it. I like white a lot. So, I predict bad things for Sam. Yeah. If two supercomputers are playing, they think it's a draw. But I beg to differ. Stupid engines better than me at chess. All right, so he's hugging and squeezing and hugging and squeezing. I want to show you a trick here, by the way, that I just noticed while looking at the game. So he played this move, A5. Mm-hmm. Okay, so normally when you have black in this position, you trade all the pawns off. But if black plays a move like that, which looks like it trades the pawns off, well, this pawn's hanging, which I didn't see. My point was to play B5. Okay, and then you get a pawn up there, which is also good for white, but okay, the pawn's just hanging. So.
Yeah.
It's really hard for black to ever do this because B5 is always the response, and then white's pawn is too strong. This bishop's not stopping it. This knight's not. So this is a very difficult position for Ray, and Ray just plays king d6 and says, what you gonna do when I come? The other reason to play this is he wants to attack this pawn. So he can play like bishop bishop g2, e5 check, bishop takes b7, and if here to stop that, then my move. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Ray probably over the next 7 moves is going to have to play here, and then he better watch out the bishop doesn't get here and he resigns. You got to watch it. This doesn't look that bad to me. Like I have to play there. Ray probably wants to go here and trade all the pawns off, but that looks like it weakens b7 too much. Here, at least b7 is safe. So white has a big advantage, but there's not much material on the board. Both sides have 20 minutes. Is Fabiano going to play like Fabiano from the last 10 years, or is he going to play like Fabiano the last 6 rounds? Last 6 rounds, he ain't going to win. All right. And he played rook e4. They traded. c5 looks like the move I would play. The other idea is to just go here. But he played c5. And then he played rook f2 because he wants to take that. So good winning chances for white and good drawing chances for black. It should be a draw. If 2 engines are playing, it'll be a draw. Yeah, this should be a draw. The extra pawn doesn't mean much. This is great. This is great. This king can, walk up here or walk over here. These pawns aren't close to promoting. This should be a draw. Yeah, Naroditsky's too good or something. And let's go to the women folk. Okay, Nimsova's doing nothing. Totsav has to break on through, but she can't find the doors. I think Totsav's heard of the doors.
Yeah.
I don't.
No?
I'm going to tell you who Totsav's heard of. Ready?
Yeah.
System of a Down.
What's that? Who's that?
It's a group.
Oh.
That's who she heard of.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah. She likes System of a Down, and everything they do is the worst thing that's ever happened in the earth. And the reason she likes them is, it's the reason she likes anything.
They're Armenian?
Yes. Yeah. Also, she likes penguins. I guess penguins are from Armenia. Yeah. Yeah, they're unbelievably bad. Yeah. Not Down syndrome. System of a Down. SOAD. Frankly, they're terrible. Right. Yeah. All right. So go Totsav or something. One of the greatest jokes I've ever made. Ever. Probably that I ever could make. which may get me banned from Twitch, but it's still funny. I was at the Singfield Cup, and the tournament was over, and they were playing Blitz and Bughouse. And one of the Bughouse matches was Aronian and some other, like, I don't know, Carlson. And then Totsav and somebody else. And Totsav was playing Aronian, and she wasn't doing well. And I said, man, this is the worst Armenian genocide I've ever seen. And it was funny because they're both, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wouldn't do that if they weren't Armenian, but, that's the joke. So.
Best band ever?
Mm-hmm.
Which one? The one Ben was talking about?
Oh, yeah.
Well, a few people are just saying they're good.
Right. No, people like them because, people like things that aren't good. Yeah. No, if you listen to them, you destroy our house. We have to move.
What kind of music is it?
It's horrible.
Yeah,
I don't know. I heard them once, and I had to I had to go to a therapist.
Oh, you said Pixies are the best.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Bughouse, what's that? Yeah, there you go. No, you should listen to them and then explain that I'm good, that I'm right.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Isn't it metal music, but worse than usual? It's definitely worse than usual.
Is it metal?
I don't know what it is. It's not really music. It's just nonsense.
They're singing?
I don't know. I think so. It's just terrible. I haven't listened to it in many, many years. I listened to it once, and I had to go to the doctor.
Maybe it was just a bad song.
Yeah, there you go.
It's new metal.
Yeah. Anyway, there's no reason to cloud her judgment. You can listen to it for a few seconds, as much as you can take, and then you'll be like, "Oh, this is great."
In fact, maybe I'll run to the restroom and I'll listen.
That's right.
While I'm there, and then I'll give my report.
That's good. You'll be in the restroom because if you have to throw up, you're there. So that's good. Hey, can you get me a Perrier on the way?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me do it.
Frankly, terrible. And so forth. And so forth. It's Ben. Thank you.
All right, I'll be right back.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, not all metal music is bad, but all metal music is bad. The worst in chess gifted a sub to somebody. Yay, thank you. Okay, so Totsav is squeezing and hugging and squeezing. It's 50-50 whether she'll win, although looking at the clock times, you got to play faster, Totsav. All right, and then Megan Lee's getting the wrap it up button, as I explained. I don't care who the players are, it's the wrap it up button. I don't care if White's Carlson and Karen's, Black Carlson and Karen's White. White's going to win. I mean, not really, but you know what I mean. Frankly, Black's position is ridiculous. Man, great game by Megan. I didn't like the way she played the first 15 moves, but I like the way she played the last 30. That's the more important part of the game. So, man, Megan Lee. God damn. Didn't see that result coming. This will be the longest game of the round, and I don't know if it'll be a draw or a Black will win. I have no idea. Or White will win. I have no idea. It's like 50-50, and they're both going to play till they have like 2 minutes left. This game's like half over. It's move 46. It's going to go into the 90s. This is the game that doesn't end. I mean, I take White all day. I'm up a pawn. But, this pawn's no good, and 2 bishops. So, I don't know. I don't know what the result would be if it was like Carlson and, I don't know. I don't know. What am I, Grandmaster? I don't know. Yeah. Man, Super Saiyan is correct. Go, Spencer. All right, and Nazi's going to lose soon to Megan Lee. Never said that sentence. Let's go to the other group. Bishop c4 was played as we looked at the game. Yeah. So this is interesting because Fabi is indicating he may take this and then take this and get an opposite bishop ending with these two passed pawns. He might not do that, but he's threatening to do it. Can't really stop it. I don't know if that's winning or not. I don't know. I think the players know either. See, the thing is, normally, if it's just these two pawns and these pawns are gone, you just draw because you sack the bishop for one and win the other. If you sack the bishop for one and win the other, then white's probably winning because I got two pawns left over here. Although sometimes he's not winning because we can trade them all off. And the problem that Fabi has, which I'm sure you're all thinking now, except for one thing, is if I take this and take this, this pawn is the wrong colored rook pawn. And so if I sack my bishop for these two pawns, and I can sack these three pawns for this one, my king, I have a draw if my king gets to the corner. So in this position, in this opposite bishop ending, it would be better for white if it was the other opposite bishops. If we could go take, and white has a white bishop and black has a dark bishop, then the bishop is the right color. And the players know that. They know what I'm saying. You guys don't even understand what I said, but they know. But the question is, does Fabi think he can win if he doesn't win this pawn? Can he just win by brute force, by I have the two bishops and all that? And the answer is fries. And, both sides have 15 minutes, so Fabi can't wait an hour. He's got to either do it or not do it. I don't think white can win unless he does this. And I don't know if that's a win. Fabi doesn't either. But if it's not a win, then he'll want to move around with his bishops forever and, and chill. I don't think that's going to win. All right, what's happening now? Underlay, mami, iya. Okay, so what's the last position we saw? It was this. Okay, and he played rook a1, which is very reasonable. And then that's it. We missed one move. Rook a1. Yeah, it's just a draw. It's just a draw. And every variation I know, it looks like black is equalizing. Just a draw, just a draw, just a draw. You guys don't know that song. In fact, the ones who do know that song think it's a David Lee Roth song. Horrible. Louis Prima. What's wrong with you? God damn. Such a silly audience. What would they say about me? After rook c2, the engine slightly prefers black, and black's down a pawn. But it likes that pawn. That pawn is good. Yeah, there's no reason anybody should win this position. There should be a draw. And Shankly, ridiculous. Yeah, Darius wants to play this, and he's calculating 1,000 moves ahead, leaving him with no time on his clock. I thought Darius would win, but if he's not going to move, then maybe he won't. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was. See, this is funny because the engine wants to go here like every move. I don't want to go here. Okay, but he's forcing it. So this move is good. And the reason you want black to go here is when you take this and take this, you want your bishop and pawns to stop these three. Then if you can win this bishop for the two pawns, it's an easy win. If this pawn isn't here and black can trade all the pawns off, and then it's a draw. So I agree with what Fabi's doing. And what's funny was in earlier, even this position, it was like c6. I'm like, I won't play c6. So bishop d5 is excellent. Ray doesn't want to play c6 either, but he has to. He has to play c6. There's no other move. So very nice. Yeah, c6. Then he'll take this. And if he can stop black from making a pawn move, then he's probably winning. Because these pawns are stymied, and with the two passed pawns, he can probably win the bishop for both of them, and then the resulting ending is winning. Now, if the resulting ending was a draw, then Sam would resign. And so you get a position like this. Like imagine this is black's pawn structure. Okay? King's here, bishop's here. It's stalemate. Black moves his pawn. We take it. This pawn can move b7 mate. So black can't just stay in the corner and chill, as we saw in the game Shanklin resigned against Geary for no reason. Yeah. What?
Well,
Did you listen?
I did, and my phone took that opportunity to die.
Yeah, the phone's like, no, and then like I'm intentionally died. Would you hear 10 seconds?
I heard a couple of songs, that prison song and Chop Suey.
Yeah, and?
Well, the lyrics are interesting.
Yeah. How's that music?
This is alright.
Ugh. C plus?
Not my thing.
C plus, or that's too generous?
Yes.
C plus.
I'll give it that.
She was talking like a C plus. Yeah, the phone had enough. I committed Sudoku. That's funny. Should I ban DASTR 95? It's close.
No, I mean, I
Close.
like him. What did you
Right. He said we're talking bans and we should be talking chess.
Aw.
I like to ban people.
Well, don't ban him.
Go Louis Prima. Yeah, I know it's a cover, but nobody's heard of anybody before Louis Prima. Or Louis Prima. Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to talk about chess for 5 hours straight.
5 hours. I wish it was only 5 hours. All right, so Fabi didn't take the knight. He's playing. He's going to wait for the right moment, but he will do that. He will, because there's no other way to win. So here's what Fabi's going to do. I'm going to take this knight, take this pawn, and then it's close to a win or a draw, unclear, against Robson. I think it's a win. So I think Fabi's going to take this, and win in like 85, 90 moves. This game is a draw. And in fact, White's not even better. Did they start repeating yet? No. The repetition could start now with Rook E2. Yeah, it could start. Yeah, this is going to be a draw. Now, the engine prefers black here because this pawn is so good. Yeah, it's not Dominguez good. It's so good. Yeah, that's why Dominguez won't win. All right, and what's going on here? He finally moved. After Rook E4, Schwiertz thought like for 5 hours. And he got down to like 2 minutes. And he played here. He didn't play knight f6. And then he put it in H. Isn't Rook C4 forced? Yeah. H5. So Sam could ignore the pawn or play G5 or take it. So is this, or just like random move here to try to take this knight? So Sam will think forever because they're all different. White's better in each case, which is what I said. The engine's like drawn. I'm like, no, stop lying to me. I'm a better endgame understander than the engine. The engine calculates 20 moves ahead and I can't. But I understand. I don't have to calculate. I know White's better. When the engine says draw, I'm like, no. And then the engine gets to move 20 or 25 and says, okay, White's better. So this position you want to ask me, not an engine. Engine terrible. Clearly better for White. No question about it. It doesn't matter what the engine says. If the engine says draw, that means black has to play perfectly to draw, and White can play in shallow and pedantic manner. That's not a draw. That's White having a big advantage and black drawing the game somehow. So 0% chance for black to win. Good chance for White to win. Except Schwiertz is always taking 5 hours on it. Come on. Play faster. Visit going okay, blah, blah, blah. Oh, my brother's visiting my mom. Somebody in the chat said, word to your mother. Man, there hasn't been a train in like 7 hours. I've only been streaming for 4.5. Okay, he took. Normally I would consider this, but the engine says don't consider it and just takes back. Yeah, okay. So this pawn's passed. This is funny. In another variation I was showing, White had 0 passed pawns and black had 2. And now White has a passed pawn and black has 0. So Schwiertz is better than I thought. Yeah, now you see the engine is like, all right, White has a big advantage. Sorry, Ben. It even says sorry, Ben. You can look. Yeah, this is just really nice for White. This might queen, and it might not. If it queens, Schwiertz will win. Yeah. Now, if Schwiertz wants to win, then what should he use?
What should he use?
Yeah, use the Schwartz instead of the Schwiertz.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, they'll agree in the chat.
What is it?
Yeah. See, he laughed. It's from that movie I don't like that they all like. Spaceballs.
Oh.
Man, would you not like Spaceballs? Oh my God.
That's a Mel Brooks, right?
It's Mel Brooks that's making fun of Star Wars. What? Like you don't like Star Wars?
That's not true to say I don't like Star Wars. I'm just not a fanatic.
Right, but
it's
man,
just okay.
You would be mad if you're watching Spaceballs. We'd have to move.
I mean, I liked other Mel Brooks movies.
You won't like Spaceballs. You won't. Trust me, you won't like it.
I liked Blazing Saddles.
Blazing Saddles is great. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, in the chat, do you think Karen would like Spaceballs or not like it? Young Frankenstein's great.
Got the word balls.
It's got balls.
Title.
Could be tripping balls. Hate it, like, fries. No, not sure actually. No, it's not for her. Strongly dislike with all caps. Yeah, hate it. Yeah, it was a bad movie. It's like for if you like were 14 and had like a 68 IQ, you'd love it. You'd be like, wow, and that's like most of my chat. Yeah, they'd be like, wow, this movie's great. It won an award for like worst movie ever, like the year it came out. Yeah, it's really bad.
Did it really win a Razzie?
It won. Yeah. It was the worst movie of the year. 200 centidues. Go train. The worst in chess. All right. So what happened here?
It's shockingly bad.
Nothing was played. Yeah, I don't think you could watch the whole movie. I think you'd have to stop watching it and be like, I can't watch this. There's a couple of movies I can't watch. Like if I start watching, I have to turn them off and like go for a walk, which I don't like walking. So that's when you know. And one of them is a movie they like. Mm-hmm. Okay, and I want you to see a little bit of it, so you'll be like, oh my God, how did it? What's wrong with them? It's Tenacious D and the Pick of Destiny. I cannot watch that movie. I can't.
Who's in it?
Jack Black.
Oh, okay.
He's by far the most famous person. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I watched like 5 minutes, and I can't believe I'm still alive. I can't believe it. Yeah, it's just unbelievable. I can't imagine how bad it is. Yeah. Oh God, who likes that? My friend Stuart Rachel's former U.S. champion put it on his top 10 list of best movies of that year. I don't talk to Stuart much anymore.
It's a musical?
I don't even know what it is. Spaceballs makes Howard the Duck look like cinematic masterpiece. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Lane really hated The English Patient.
Yeah, I remember that episode.
Yeah. I also hate another movie that they like.
I didn't like The English Patient.
Right. I hate another movie that they like. Mm-hmm. Okay, I really hate it. And they really like it. And I'm right. I've never been this... Are you ready?
Yeah.
Tommy Boy.
I haven't seen Tommy Boy.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Tommy Boy's probably... I don't know what's worse, that or Tenacious D. I don't know. I can't make those decisions. All right, so Schwiertz has good winning chances. Fabi has good winning chances. And nobody has winning chances here. It's just completely equal. All right, this is the game I promised would be 90 moves. Because I don't know if White's winning or should win or can win. I don't know. Mm-hmm. The engine says White's not winning. But she's never going to stop trying. And I showed this position to Rick Astley and asked him, would he try to keep winning this for White? And he said, never going to give you up. Yeah. We have a kid who comes to our club who's 2,200 and 12, 13 years old. And all he does is rickroll people. That's all he does. He does nothing else.
He's obsessed with it.
That's all he does. He's 2,200. It's like 2,260.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He almost got me the other day, too. He told me this convoluted story. It was actually about F3. He said there was this guy and he played F3. And here, I want you to look at it on YouTube.
Yeah, whenever he wants you to look at anything, ever, it's rickrolling.
And what saved me was there was an ad. Yeah. And then I thought about it, and I said, wait a minute. You're not going to get...
Yeah, if he ever gives you his phone or wants you to look at a website, you're being rickrolled. It doesn't matter what it is. It's rickrolled.
You almost got me.
All right, so this is better for White, and White's going to try forever, and I move 90, we'll find out. And this is similar. White's better, probably a draw, and I move 90, we'll find out. And Totsa's playing much slower than her opponent, so it's more likely to be a draw. And the third game is this one where, I told everybody Pakidze was going to lose, and they were like, Pakidze won't lose, she'll trick her opponent. They didn't say that, they were thinking that. And now they're like, all right, I guess you were right then. Yeah. No, I
don't know much about Megan Lee.
Yeah. No.
What,
I don't care.
I know it doesn't matter who it is.
Right.
Now, what does WebAssembly mean? Yeah, I know it doesn't matter.
Yeah, so Nazi's going to resign this move.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to resign. If she doesn't resign, they're going to ban her from the tournament. And then she'll go to her hotel room and cry. And the reason is not because she's female. That's not why. Because she lost to Megan Lee.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why. Her position was pretty good, too.
I just hadn't heard much about
Megan Lee played great this game. I mean, after move 20, like super GM strength. Serious. Yeah. Yeah, look. Megan Lee played 98.3 and Nazi played 81. I mean, she just totally outplayed Nazi. Crazy. Okay, this is ridiculous playing here. I'm mad. That's absurd.
Dastr95 says maybe there's a perpetual kappa.
Nope.
Oh, he's joking.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So here's what's going to happen.
This one.
Here's what's going to happen.
Right.
She's going to play queen here check. That's my prediction. And then after king h6, I don't know what she'll play. Because the engine plays king h8, and yeah, I was right. What happens after? Oh, then it says you go back. I like that. Always repeat. That is funny. Yeah, she'll definitely go here. Which is funny because the engine says this and this are better than here. But she'll play here, 100%. Unless she resigns. She won't resign, she'll play here. She's playing for like getting 3 or 4 checks. Yeah.
Right.
There's 2 winning moves here. This check and queen takes. Otherwise it's a draw. Perpetual.
What happens if rook takes?
Then queen a4 check or rook takes b2 is a draw. Wow. Queen a4 doesn't. This is a draw. Oh, it's stalemate.
Oh.
It's stalemate. Yeah. Yeah, that's very nice. Yeah. Yep. She might not notice it's stalemate, and then she'll analyze this and find a win, and she won't notice it's stalemate. Because this is the only line where there's checks, and then resigns. So if she doesn't see the stalemate, she might play rook e5. That's why Nazi never resigns. Yeah, you always think about stalemate, which I didn't when your opponent has no legal move. Oh, she did do that. Draw. Now rook takes as a draw, and Nazi missed it.
What?
Yeah, she did play this move. And now Nazi draws with that, and Nazi didn't see the stalemate and played this losing move.
Oh, shit.
She didn't notice the stalemate like I didn't. If I was black, I would have noticed the stalemate. That's amazing. Now she's going to cry a lot. Because she's just playing on for no reason. She didn't see the stalemate, she's just playing on not to resign. And then when somebody tells her this draw it's going to be hard to play the rest of the tournament. And then Megan's going to be really upset also. Yeah, this is stalemated now, so you just give your queen and rook away. And she didn't see that, and nobody saw it, so she just played here. That's sad. Yeah, I told you that she saw this, and she might play it because she sees that.
Right.
And that's what happened. Neither player saw it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Playing queen a6 here is weird. Like, not resigning is weird here. But, all right. The best move is knight g3 because it stops this check. Yeah. It's funny how she should have resigned and she did, and then she was drawing later. Proving my maxim, never resign. Yeah.
Yeah, she's going to be unhappy.
It's very embarrassing for both players, but it's more embarrassing for Pakidze that she was given a draw and then she didn't do it. Now there's no stalemate ever because the king can go here and there's no checks. Yeah, so she might resign here because there's no checks and there's no stalemate. But based on previous plays, she won't resign. She's not resigning, so. But I said she might play rook e5 because she's going to see queen, check, queen b1. And she did see that, and that happened. And Nazi didn't see it was a stalemate.
Yeah.
No.
And she had...
Man, if Nazi played here, then Yasser and, whoever, Maurice and Carilla and, Magnus and Fisher would turn, and Morphe, that would be really, it's equally embarrassing allowing this, because when I tell my students, when you're dead winning and you're a plus 1,000, your opponent's not resigning, every move you look for stalemate. And I've shown many examples from my own games where I knew my opponent was trying to get stalemated because they weren't resigning. When they're low rated, they just don't resign. But when they're high rated and don't resign, that's because they want to get stalemated. And there's some famous examples, like Christensen, Reshevsky. Mm-hmm. Very famous. Wow, amazing. Yeah. Very suspicious. Never resign. All right. And nothing's happening. This is funny. This is a 2-result game except for one thing. You know what the one thing is? It's a 3-result game. The reason it's a 3-result game is that Nimsova has no winning chances, but she does because of the clock. So if Totsav gets down to 1 minute, which is looking like it, and she starts playing tricky, she can lose. Even though if she doesn't play tricky, she can't lose because black can never make a threat. But yeah, this is a 3-result game now. It was Totsav wins or draws, but Totsav getting no time on her clock and not making any progress means that she could lose if, time trouble. And this is the game I said would never end, and I'm still right. It's never going to end. And this game was a draw. They always repeated. And here's the end of the game. Okay, draw. So Danya draws. The world can rest easy. Your hero did not lose. Pretty good result. And
Yay, go
let's see how Shankly, if it ridiculous. Okay, so knight d4 check was played. King e4 is the only move to give an advantage. So he played it, defending his knight, allowing discovered checks everywhere. All the discovered checks let my king go here. But you have to move your knight. Your knight's hanging. So he did. And then he went back. Now, should he take this pawn or does that lose? Knight b4, rook b4. My engine says this is the best move and white has a big advantage because that pawn's too good. Knight takes, rook takes, king e6, Papa John's. But he played here. And then they repeated. Man, Schwartz is a genius repeating. Then he took. Look how Schwartz repeats first. And then, see that? Always repeat. Takes, king e6. This looks winning for white to me. Like, without any analysis, I feel like white's winning here. That's the engine move. And then white played a move I would never consider. I'm not saying it's bad. I just say I wouldn't consider it. I would just play here. But he played h6, which the engine says is terrible. I don't even understand this move. I mean, this is the pawn you're queening. What's this? That loses a tempo. So this is a bad move. I don't know why he played that. This is funny. King b7 is the best move, which looks weird because you want to play c6 attacking the knight, and the knight's defending both of these pawns. That's an easy move to miss because this looks stupid. But after c6, it doesn't look stupid. And Sam didn't find it. Sam's like, give me these pawns. Sam's move is also okay. And now Sam's move is equally good. This was a terrible, terrible move. He's putting his pawns all on dark squares. Mm-hmm. And there's a dark squared bishop that can take all of them.
Right. This
pawn was better here. I have no idea why he went there. I don't know what he was thinking. Was he thinking he could do this? Because he can't. Wow, what a terrible move. What a terrible audience. Just go here. What would Timmy say? And Jimmy. Yeah, living a lie. Mm-hmm. Timmy! All right, so bishop c1.
Wait, no, why can't he go up with the king?
Yeah, now I'm going to take this.
I know.
Take this. Look, I take everything. Can't win. Yeah, now he played here. Horrible. God, come on, Schwartz. He didn't use the Schwartz. I mean, white's not even better anymore. These pawns are all being attacked. This pawn here doesn't help. Now Sam found king b7, which he probably saw before. c6, take all these pawns. Now white has to make sure he doesn't lose. Yeah, I was thinking rook f3 was forced. Then after c6, I can move my knight, and I'm defending this. After rook f3, white wants to do that. Mm-hmm. So he has to play rook f3, in my opinion, if I may opine. This terrible play from Schwiertz. After here, this is an excellent move to take this pawn. And if you go here, then I attack the knight, and you can't take this. Got to play knight g4, I guess. Okay, but white's not doing anything here. White's defending all of his pawn, and his king's trapped. Terrible. Yeah, h6 was really bad, and king f5 was bad. And before that, he was playing great. I don't even understand h6. I wouldn't even consider that move. I'd be doing this all day. Terrible. He was too clever by half. Yeah, Shanklin's too good or something. All right, I don't think Shanklin's going to lose. Maybe win. Was this the result? Yeah, I saw that result. Okay, and Fabi's going to be hugging him and squeezing him and hugging him and squeezing him. All right. Yeah, see, now Ray has a minute. And he's just, he can move around for 40 moves before he takes that knight on e6. So he's going to hope that Ray makes a mistake where he doesn't have to do that. I think White's going to have to do this eventually. But he's just waiting because Ray has no time. Now, Fabi has to be careful he doesn't accidentally 3-time repetition. Because he is moving around doing nothing. So like this position here, the pawns aren't going to, after c6 I mean. Yeah, so this pawn structure is never going to change. So, some of these positions look pretty similar, right? Like, for example, bishop c4, king d7, I think is the 3rd time. I think it is. So, like this position, that's one. Oh, no, the pawn's on c6. Bishop g6. Oh, no, it's not the 3rd time, so you can still do it. Yeah. I think he has to take this knight and take this and hope that wins. Yeah. But he's going to, he's just waiting until Ray has no time. Okay, now what happened here? Nothing. Okay, women's.
Are they playing online? No.
No. They're playing in real life. Okay, something happened this game. Black did something. Black's like, Totsav has no time. I want to win. I'm in first place. So instead of chilling and doing nothing, Nimsova's like forcing a reckoning here. Okay, and this is correct. Both sides are playing correct. And rook takes is better than pawn takes, but she could play either one. Rook takes to take this. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Nimsova wants to win. Totsav has less than 5 minutes. So she's like, all right, I'm Nimsova. Yeah, this is still a draw after here. This is bad because now I blockade this pawn on the e2 square. And that pawn's weak and the rook's not active. Then my majority is good. But yeah, after rook takes here, there's no majority. So rook takes is much better, but she's thinking about it. Man, still hasn't resigned. God damn. Rook d8, and white is plus a billion.
Hey.
Knife f5. What happened?
I just need to glance at an email.
Yeah.
See if my phone is.
Megan's doing something correct here. She's thinking forever. That's exactly what you should be doing. Perfect. Every move wins, but she wants to win the most. She's going to play knife f5 check. The king's going to move, then she's going to discover check. I can't believe she allowed that draw, and I more can't believe she didn't play it. I can't believe she didn't play rook takes b2 check and draw. That's, yeah. Yeah, but there's no stalemate now the king has here. So, stalemates are gone once the knight's here. Yeah. All right, so she'll play king h7, since this hangs mate in like 3. So she'll go here, and then every knight move wins. this wins all the pieces, too. Yeah. She might resign after knight d6. Maybe. She might. She hasn't resigned yet, but when the knight goes here or here, the rook can't come in anymore. That's a good time to resign. All right, I don't know. I'm not sure whether... She's not going to blunder again. Okay, this is the game that I said would never end. And I don't know if it's going to be a win or a draw. No idea. And she still hasn't recaptured. Now they both have less than 5 minutes. Good. Good. All three results are possible since both players have very little time. But it should be a draw. Okay, Fabi's not taking that knight. He's moving around and around. He's finding every square for his bishop, so he doesn't repeat 3 times, which is funny. Well, I mean, you can't play bishop takes g5 with your bishop over here. So, Fabi's going crazy. That's weird that Fabi stopped attacking this pawn. Now he can't play here. So, I don't know.
Hang on.
Yeah. Fabi must think takes is probably a draw. If he thought it was a win, he probably would have done it by now. And they made a couple moves here. King b7's good. Bishop b2. That's okay. Rook e3 is okay. Shanklin plays for the win. But, it should just be a draw now. And he played rook d3. That's fine. It's funny, the engine likes white here after rook here, attacking the bishop. I'm not sure why it's not playing bishop c1. All right, I don't know. Bishop c1 seems okay. Yeah, it likes rook e2, but he played rook d3. I mean, white's still slightly better here, but h6 was a terrible move. Then he put his king back on f5, and he can't push his f pawn. Boo, boo.
Yeah.
No mistakes on my watch. It's really weird to put the bishop here, because the winning plan is to take this and then take this. So Ray's just going to move his king around. So Fabi doesn't want to do that. Does Fabi want to play e5, trade bishops, get his king to f5, and win the g-pawn? I don't think so. I don't think you could ever do that. No, I think you even risk being worse there. No, that's dumb. I think the only way to win is to put the bishop where it's attacking this pawn, take this knight, take this pawn, and try to win. He could have done it like 10 times already, but I figure he's waiting to do it. But I don't know if there's another way to try to win, but he's just doing nothing. This is exciting, the highest rated player versus the guy who's tied for first. If Fabi loses, which is about a 0% chance, then Ray's in clear first. By the way, somebody caught the leaders this round. Sam Sevian. So if this game is a draw, even if it's not, Sevian's tied for first.
Okay, wow.
Sevian, Lenderman, and Robson if Robson draws this game. Yeah, Sam Sevian. And then Wesley, Fabi's out. If Fabi draws, he's out. He can't win the tournament anymore. If he wins, he could win the tournament by going on a streak. Very unlikely, but possible.
Good night, Dash 95.
Yeah.
See you.
Don't forget another train. Always don't forget. Also, if everybody donates 100 subs, that would be fine. 700 times 100, what's that, 70,000? I don't even know.
We could use some...
70,000 subs? That would be good. Good.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Would be good for you guys.
Afford to go to the World Chess Championship.
Yeah. All right, so he's attacking the pawn now. He's going to go here and take this, and we're going to finally see, what's up. Eventually, anyway. Okay, and Sam played king b7 again to play c6, and he attacked the bishop. That move is not good because of bishop c1, and then c6. Then he's going to move his rook over here, and all three results are possible here. Yay, 100 centijuice from 3 people. Well, actually, 200 from Debugger. Thanks, Debugger.
Yay,
2D.
thank you, Debugger.
Thanks, here, Trejo, Schneider, and Debugger. Another train. We can die at level 1 again. Will you do a marathon stream at 70,000 subs? I don't think I could get 70,000 subs by streaming infinitely, because the subs expire after a month. So if I stream 30 days straight without sleeping 24 hours a day, I might get 10,000 subs. Then the first day's ones would expire. Terrible.
True.
Yeah. I would still be laying here dead, and they'd be like, wow, Ben's really trying hard. 200 centijuice. Thank you.
Kitsune Cavalry, thank you.
I don't know. This just looks like Schwartz is trying to lose. His play is shallow and pedantic. I wouldn't be surprised if Schwartz loses this. He's not losing. He's not anywhere near losing. He's floundering. I mean, I don't like it. I don't like the way he's playing. I don't like it.
Wow. Yeah, thank you, Kitsune Cavalry.
Yay, you're the best. The worst in
chess.
chess. Yay. And yeah, Kitsune Cavalry's killing it. Yeah, I don't like the way he's playing. And man, Fabi's just the king of doing nothing. All right. And then what happened here? Nobody's better here. She did take with the rook. That is correct. Knight h5, not engine approved. That's a very strange move. Rook c7 is the normal move. Threatening knight h5 and knight e6 and pinning the bishop. But she wanted to defend her pawn, but now her knight's trapped. That's a weird move, but all right. Then she played g4, and after rook e4, she's worse. Now this is a draw, but I'm taking black here. This is a draw where I'm taking black. Before I was always taking white, and white could never lose. Now I'd rather have black in this draw. Now white has to play really well to draw. Yeah, because this pawn's not so bad. These pawns are falling. Yeah, that move's a bad move. Yeah, forcing her to take this pawn. That's not good. Yeah, it's still a draw, but black's a pawn up now, and this pawn's hanging. Yeah, yeah. It was a 2-result game. Now it's a 3-result game. I almost want to say it's a 2-result game now, where black wins or draws, and white can't win anymore. Yeah, bishop h8 is by far the best move, because you can't go here. You don't want to go here, because the knight's on it, and then here it's just safe. Defends this pawn. This pawn's hanging. Papa John's.
Thank you, Super Saiyan 99, for that tier 1 sub. Thank you.
Look at this tricky variation, which might happen. It won't, but it might. Takes here. Attacking the knight. The knight can't go there because you take it. And if the knight goes here, we win your knight. Now this is a draw because I check, I take. So black won't do that because it's a draw. But that's funny that you can just take on h4 here. She'll play bishop h8. I have spoken. And this game is the one that's never going to end. Ooh, I don't like what black has done here. Yeah, you don't want those color bishops. Wow. It might just be a draw if she can blockade, which is what she's thinking. I don't see how you can blockade. I don't know. I don't like it. This is very, very risky. Yeah. I don't like taking this. She took it because h4 was played, so it's totally blocked on the king side. And she did it with no time on her clock. Yeah. She just thinks she can blockade. But I don't agree. No. Like, I'm going to play king here with white, bishop here. And the king and pawn is winning. And then I think she can infiltrate. So, I don't know. I think it's going to be Wang Chung. Like, listen to this position. White's king is here. White's bishop is here. Okay? Black's king is here.
Okay.
Bishop f7 to not trade bishops. b5. Don't take the b pawn. Just move the bishop back and forth. That could draw. I was thinking after king here, I can push the pawn, play king here, and zugzwang you, which I can. Yeah, I'm sure that's winning.
I can see what you're talking about.
Yeah, so maybe she can just go here. Interesting. Yeah, I feel like this is a win. I just don't know how to win it, but I feel like it is. But maybe it's just a draw. Maybe there's no way to win. I'll show you the line I'm talking about, which I'm making up. I'm just making up a line here. Okay. So this position, all right? Mm-hmm. So I go here. You can't take as I win. And then I thought here, black can just do this and draw. So I go here because I want to go here. But actually, if I go here, then black literally doesn't care. Black shouldn't stop that. If black stops it, then I think this wins. And then I go here and I win because I'm going to zugzwang you. And the engine agrees. I'm going to play king here. I'm going to play bishop here. And it's your move. You're going to have to let me play one of them. And then I win. But as I realized after I said it, after b5, we don't play king here and stop there. We just literally don't care. You can play king here all you want. I don't care. With this pawn gone, white's winning. And with this pawn here, it's a draw. Because white can't infiltrate. There's no zugzwang because I can't play bishop e8. I can't go through. Yeah, so this is a draw. So maybe the whole position's a draw and Sabina was the rightest she's ever been. Maybe she was right, this is a draw. Okay, this is the game, I think. Or maybe this is my analysis. Let me see. I think this is my analysis. Right, this is the game. Yeah, but I think maybe she's right. This is a draw. I put my king here and I chill. On the other hand, I could play bishop d7. Okay, I have another way I'm going to try to win. Okay, I have another idea. So, okay, I'm going to play what I did before. Okay, and instead of b5, I'm going to go here. All right, now the engine says, if you don't play king c7, I'm plus 10. So I agree, because I have an idea. I'm going to zugzwang it. Okay. Now, one idea is to sack my bishop and try to win. And the other one, oh, I like this. Yeah, now if you play here, you're in zugzwang again, and white wins. You can't move. You can't let me play here. And so you have to, chill. You got to play, here, and then after here, hope that I'm in zugzwang. But I don't believe it. I think this has to be a win. I'm going to sack my bishop at some point. Can I sack my bishop yet? I want to sack my bishop. The engine says I can't sack my bishop. I lose. But I want to go here and here and here. And the engine says, no, you can't do that. Darn. Well, how do I win then if I can't do that? I think the answer is I don't. Darn, yeah, this is a draw. But I wanted to win. All right, so I think it's a draw with perfect play, but not 100% sure. Pretty sure it's a draw. And let's see what's happening here. What's happening now? Bishop h8, good, good. Rook e4, also good. Don't want to lose your h-pawn. And she doesn't want to trade rooks because she figures that's a draw. And now this is going to be repetition. Drawn by reputation. Yeah, she played rook g2. That's the wrong square. You can't play king here because of knight check.
Oh, okay.
So drawn by reputation. Yeah. So black had some winning chances, but not after rook g2. Yeah, now Totsav's like, maybe I can try to win. And then she'll probably say, okay, I can't. She'll just go here and draw. Yeah. Trying to win is the first step to failure. All right, did Fabi do? No, Fabi still hasn't taken that knight yet. Still hasn't taken the knight. All right, and Ray still has less than a minute. And let's see who's better now in Shanklin's game. The last position I saw was this one. Okay, and White played rook f2. c5 is a good move. Takes. King c6 is a good move. Knight f6 to win the h-pawn. b4.
Forgot about that guy.
Yeah, so everybody can queen now. I can get 3 queens, and you can get 1 queen, except these pawns aren't going to queen. This one might. Takes, b3. It's too exciting, so they stop the game. So after knight f6, it's a draw. Any other move, black's better. And he played knight f6, because that's why he's 2,900 or whatever. Okay, so b2. Rook takes b2 is forced. And Every move draws. Rook takes check, draws. Rook takes check, draws. And bishop takes, draws. It's all draws. Very funny. So if you take this, for example, here we go here. And then draw. For example. Yeah. And this draws and this draws too. Shanklin's trying to figure out how to win. He's got a lot of time on his clock. Mm-hmm. He's like, well, this draws. Let's see if either one of these I have winning chances. And the answer is no. So, yeah. So he did play one of them, but it doesn't matter. Yeah. This is the only move that draws king e5. He played king e5. That's pretty obvious because if I take this, I win. You need to take this after I take this. Mm-hmm. The king g5 doesn't work because I discovered check.
Right.
And then I take your rook. So the only move that draws is king e5. So rook f4 was his best chance. And then, okay, now there's no chance. Now it's a draw. Yeah. This is the actual game. And they drew by insufficient, he queened on purpose, so it's a draw. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, the game has to go all the way, right.
Yeah.
So draw is a fair result. Both sides, I think, did Shanklin have the advantage ever? Or maybe I made that up. No, I think it was equal most of the way, and Schwiertz had winning chances the last 40 moves, but he didn't. His h6 was bad. Okay, so that game's over, draw, and eventually Fabi's going to take this and take this. And what's funny is, I wonder if Ray can get a chance to defend his pawn and then move his bishop back and forth and draw that way, but maybe not. Maybe that's still winning chances for white. Anyway, that's going to happen eventually. Fabi's going to take this and take this, which is, he could have done the last 40 moves and he didn't. Okay, Totsav, it says king e4, but that's not what happened. So now everybody's confused. It's going to say king e4 draw, and people are like, why'd they agree to a draw? Black can win the rook. Okay, that's not what happened. What happened was the game was drawn here, and they put the kings in the middle, and the computer got king e4. That always happens.
Don't they know how to place the kings properly?
No.
There's a particular way
No, they don't know how to do it. Yeah. So now everybody thinks that they agreed to a draw when black was winning, when it was a draw here, and they put the kings in the middle. Okay, so this game was a draw. There's 2 games left. This one, and I looked at this exact position before, which I've concluded is a draw. I didn't want it to be a draw. I thought white was winning, but I couldn't find a way to win, and I want to win. White's a pawn up, has the better bishop, the king can go forward, and it's still a draw. Sabina was right. Taking on d4 was a draw after h4. See, with the pawn here, there's good winning chances. Mm-hmm. When she played h4, then she took the knight. Because now white can set up bishop d3, king f3, g4, and bust that king side open. Okay, but once she played here, then Sabina took this knight, because you can't bust it open anymore. If it's here, white plays g4, attacking the f-pawn, then king g3, king h4. It might be a draw, but good winning chances for white. Okay, but once she played here, she's like, okay, that's all blocked. And all these winning ideas I had, they didn't work. And my main winning idea was this, was to sack my bishop, and then do this, and the engine says I'm losing. So I guess I can't do that. I want to do it. Let's see, why am I losing? King here. Oh, it's my move. b5. King here. Yeah, if you go here, I go here. I shouldn't be losing that. But this is winning. Then here. Yeah, okay, now I resign because I'm going to lose my pawn. All right, I give up. I have to play king a7, but it's too slow. That's the only way to win. By the way, I want to point out what Sabina did that was good here. In this position, Sabina played king b7, double x-clam. And you're like, double x-clam, are you serious? And the answer is, that's the only drawing move. I am serious. If you play king b6, king a4, it's black's move. Black can't move. Yeah, that's a mutual zugzwang position. You can't move the bishop because bishop e8. Mm-hmm. So you have to play king b7, so after here you can play king b6. If it's black's move, she's losing here, but it's white's move. And if white goes here, we just repeat. And if white moves the bishop somewhere else, I can check. So the king b7 is drawing. And even with no time on her clock, 5 hours into the game, she still knew that. Yeah. Yeah, so it's going to be a draw. You can't win. So Carissa won against Zatonsky. Crush won against Ashritha Swan. Megan Lee beat Nazi Pakidze. God damn. And Sharevich beat Talia. This is the last game. It's going to be a draw. And Carissa is in clear first at the moment. No, she's not. Nimsova drew and they didn't update it yet. Carissa has 5 out of 7. That's +3. I thought Nimsova... Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Nimsova wasn't in clear first when the round started. No, they updated it instantly. So maybe Carissa's in clear first. Yeah, Crush and Nimsova are tied for second. No, they didn't update Nazi. Oh, they did. She lost. All right, I'm wrong.
It's a big moment now in the Robson-Fabi game.
Yeah, this game's going to be a draw, and Carissa's in first. Crush and Nimsova tied for second. And in the Robson game, nothing happened. Nothing. Oh, he played E5. Something happened. Okay? Mm-hmm. And then King D2, that's funny.
Yeah, Ben saw the miracle stalemate possibility.
Well, the computer showed me. I saw nothing.
I thought you saw it. Pineapple, it might be an easy end game to you, but it's not necessarily easy for everybody.
Which one? This?
No, the other game.
Oh. Please stop explain this end game. It's too easy. All right, I'll stop. Let me show you how I'm going to stop.
No, don't ban him.
Oh, he's definitely banned.
Oh.
Definitely banned.
I shouldn't have pointed it out.
Definitely banned.
Well, it is kind of rude.
No, it's super rude.
You can't be selfish. You got
to... go to another stream. Don't ever come back here.
You're not the
And if I ever see you on the street, you better run. Yeah.
Oh, terrible. I'm sorry I ratted you out, Pineapple.
No, that's good. Yeah. If anybody unbans him, they're banned for life, except Karen. Okay, so E5. Man, what's Fabi going to do? Can he actually try to bring his king in here after taking this? I don't think so. Yeah, Fabi just wants to play 50 more moves before he takes it. He played E5.
Oh, you were going to ban him? Okay, good.
Well, of course.
I feel
the guy's a beginner, and he's like, don't explain this to me.
Yeah, he's just trying to get some attention. So.
Yeah. No, if you unban him, I'll know who unbanned him. It tells us in the thing, right?
And
then you'll be banned. Yeah.
You can definitely look and see who.
Yeah. No, I don't want people like that on my stream. They go to some other stream and be an idiot. Get banned from them. So Fabi's not doing anything, and he still has to do this take thing, but he's not doing it. He has to defend this pawn when he does it, so that bishop takes doesn't take this.
Okay.
Yeah. This isn't going to win taking and winning the king in here, because I can take this, and I can put my bishop here and my king here. And that's it. When my bishop's here, I defend both pawns. And when my king's here, I'm blocking this pawn. So this idea that I had, bishop takes, walk the king in here. I mean, I take this. I put my bishop on b5. I put my king here. And then there's a draw. So that the only thing that works, I'm not saying it does work, but it might work, is taking this, having the king defending the pawn, then taking this, and Papa John's. But that's going to happen. I mean, look at Ray having 28 seconds left. So. Yeah, that's fine. Ray's going to play here next move. I guarantee it. Wherever the king goes, Ray goes back, etc.
Okay.
I'm a woman. I'm glad you're a woman, too. I'm also glad she's a woman.
Yay, well, go women. R66699.
Let's see if the other game is done. It is not. So Carissa's in clear first. Winning the tournament, as I indicated before the tournament started. She hasn't won yet. All right, what's happened the last few moves? Yep. Yeah, and also in this position after King B3, King B6 loses again to King E4. So she has to play King here or King here. Now, King here I don't like because you're giving an extra move here. I think it's okay, but... Oh, no, King A7 loses. B5... Oh, this is funny why this loses. Okay, in this position, which I talked about earlier, Okay? The bishop was here. And now the bishop's here, so now we win. You can't move the bishop because of here. If you move the king, I'll play b6. So in this position, only king c7 draws. Otherwise, you're lost. That's the only drawing in which he played it. There's no reason to allow this, to allow bishop here and here. So one way to try to win for white, which doesn't work, is bishop a6, b5. And the reason that doesn't work is when my king's here, the bishop can't move, so I play bishop e6, bishop d7 forever. And the bishop can't go here.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, she's trying it. Trying is the first step to failure. Yeah, now if you go here, bishop here is, yeah, and then bishop here, draw. Yeah. No way to win now. Bishop here, 1,000,000%. 1,000,000 times Rick and Morty.
Well, I mean, it's, yeah.
Yeah, also every move draws, it says, not just there. I would never play a move that wasn't there, because I see that. And I would never take that, or I would never do anything. I would do that. I'd pre-move. After pre-moving, my opponent would go here and take my bishop, and I'd lose, but I'd still pre-move. Yeah, bishop e6, draw. Great defense by Sabina. And the game's only going to take like 75, 77 moves. Pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Go, Sabina.
All right, and then Fabi's walking into Discover check. I'm walking into Discover check. Whoa.
You saw us in Philly, mad awkward. Did we talk to you charismatically?
Who?
Mm-hmm. Did we say hey?
I hope not.
Mm-hmm.
Another train. I'm walking here. That's right. Judah Pol got retired about 5-6 years ago. She'll occasionally play in some blitz or something on the internet. Whoa!
Wait, what happened?
Wow! Fabi played bishop takes g5. It doesn't win, but wow! Wow, that has no winning chances at all, but I can't believe it. So here's what I'm confused about. Fabi must be like 100% that if he had taken this and taken this, it was a draw. Because that's a better chance than what he's doing. I believe Fabi, but I don't know if he's right. Yeah. So Fabi's sacking a piece. He's going to go here. And it's a draw, but this is some winning chances. Wow. I didn't even think of that. Now he can go here and take everything. Instead of taking this knight,
mm-hmm.
he wants to go here and take all the pawns and win. That's awesome. I didn't see about sacking the piece and then doing this. That's why he's 2,800 and I'm drinking a Perrier. So this is still a draw, but this is good winning chances for white because Ray has no time on his clock. And I guess Fabi thought if he ever takes this and has these 2 pawns, he can't win. I guess that's what he thought. He's probably right. I mean, he's right. But I don't know if he's right. He's probably right. Because otherwise, not doing it is dumb. All right, and now Ray has no time to figure this out. That was why he was doing all that. Yeah, and this is still a draw. Every move draws here, but Ray doesn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
He might win. Ray has 15 seconds left. Great defense if Ray... Yeah, I mean, this is shocking. Bishop d5, king c5. Bishop d5 is a fine move. So here's what Ray wants to do. After king here or some such, he wants to play c5 and defend his pawn. Or bishop here, he wants to check and then play c5 when the king's not there. Yeah, everything is a draw here, but he's got no time on his clock. The engine says only this draws, otherwise white's winning. Which I literally don't understand. bc5. Yeah, I mean, Fabiano's going to win. I don't see black playing perfectly here with 10 seconds. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's a genius if he draws this. This is great what Fabi did. Yeah, I didn't even see that idea. And that doesn't work, but it's going to work. Yeah, look at Ray with his 2 seconds left.
Yeah.
Yeah. That move loses to king d6. Now it's an easy win because my pawn just comes in. He's only looking at this ray. He didn't see king d6. That's why knight e4 was a draw, because you can't play king d6. Now this wins. Yeah, it's over. Then the knight moves, I can just take all these pawns. Yeah, that's a blunder. There was no way he was going to draw, because it was just too hard with no time on his clock. Yeah, this also wins, it says. But this, he'll play here. This wins easily. I go here, I go here. Yeah. Yeah, this is an easy win. Wow, Fabi was sacking the piece on king c5. Man, he didn't get his 2800 title in the mail. It's not a title, but... No, what Fabi did was great. That piece sack was great. It doesn't win, but it did win because it was going to win. Yeah, and I absolutely guarantee he'll go here instead of here. Guarantee void in Tennessee. This gives white two ways to win. Push this and take all these pawns. You don't want to go here because you can play c5. After here, you can't play c5 because your knight's hanging and bishop's hanging. Yeah. You're on both pieces. Mm-hmm. So you can't play c5 and defend the pawn. And Ray didn't even see that move. Ray was thinking here and then c5. If he saw it, he would have played knight e4 check. Yeah, he has no time on his clock. He's got seconds. Yeah. Really, 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 really good from Fabi. Man, sacking a piece instead of not sacking a piece and winning the pawn. He could have taken the knight and taken this and not sacked a piece. By sacking a piece, he keeps his white squared bishop. Okay, and then Ray played king f7. Bishop takes b7. And it's the wrap it up button. White. This is like the charge of the light brigade. Pass pawns to the left of him. Pass pawns to the right of him. Shattered and sundered. Stormed at with that king and bishop. Ray, who had fought so well. Shattered and sundered. And now, it's his first game he lost in the tournament, and it's the only game Fabi's won in his life. It seems like it anyway. Who else did Fabi beat this tournament? He beat one other person. About a year ago.
A year ago? What?
No, I'm kidding. It was Burke. Yeah.
I haven't really...
He beat Burke, and then, this is over. I got 50 pawns, and king's better, and, horrible. Yeah, pawns everywhere. Yeah, bishop here is going to be played next move and then resigns. Too many passed pawns. Yeah, ridiculous.
Fabi's your Facebook friend, R66.
Well, that's not Fabi's account. That's just some account. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Fabi doesn't know he has a Facebook.
I don't know. I'm not friends with him on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know about it.
If you have a super GM on Facebook, that's not their account. It's a fake account. And if it is their account, somebody else is running it.
I'm friends with Nigel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Fabi's going to play bishop d5 check here. And then he's going to have passed pawns on both sides of the board, and that's it.
He's the only one. It really is him?
I did animation to him. What does that mean? I did animation to him? What does that mean?
I'm not sure. I don't really think... Fabi's... I've seen him stream. I didn't think he was...
Fabi doesn't go on Facebook.
The greatest.
I guarantee it. He also has a Twitter, which he doesn't go on. His brother runs his Twitter.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Fabi doesn't know he has a Facebook. Yeah, somebody said thanks for Fabi. It was like his brother or something.
Huh.
Yeah. Sorry to burst your bubble. Nobody famous on Twitter or Facebook has ever spoken to any of you. It's always their people or it's a fake account.
Nigel talks to people.
Literally, I said famous. They literally don't care.
He's as famous as Fabi. More famous. He's more famous.
More famous than Fabi?
Yeah.
Discuss in the chat.
I think he's more famous.
Discuss in the chat. Who's more famous, Fabi or Nigel? He's money wired. That's right. Who's Nigel? I guess Fabi is. Nigel Short. Yeah, you got a response from an athlete's like, fake, friend. Yeah. Fabi, Figel, Fabi, Fabi.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that's me on Twitter. It's not one of my flunkies. Is Nigel short for something? Nice. He's a sensation in Britain. What is that? 0.0001% of the internet? Yeah. Fabio was famous in the 90s. That's good. Yeah. Nigel, he was on the Wild Thornberries. Terrible. All right, so Fabi did exactly what I said, which is bishop d5. Good, good. And then he said, I got 4 pawns, 1 for each of you. And Ray's like, there's only 1 of me. It's not fair. Oh. It's literally not fair. Man, that was genius. It didn't win by force. In a Super Engine tournament, nobody would notice it. But that was great here. Yeah, every move wins. He's looking, but he can't find a move that doesn't win. This is plus 1,000, that's plus 1,000, that's plus 1,000. I have no idea if he's going to go after this pawn or do this, and 2 pawns, 1 for each of you. I'd probably go after this pawn, but I don't know. They both win, so.
Yeah, I would just say they can't win. Mm-hmm. Not that they would.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he's going to play king here. That way, if he moves this pawn up and the guy takes it, he has king here and queen in this pawn. That's why I think it's better than king here to go king here. So I predict king here 1, this is 2, and this is 3. This is my first, All right, let's go back to this game, and this game was drawn. Very nice by Sabina. And she played bishop e6 to d7. Good, good. And draw. Okay, standings in the women's. Carissa has 5. Crush and Nimsova have 4.5. As Shwaran is the only 4. Tucker Genova, Pakidze, and Foizor have 3.5. And Anna Zatonsky is still in clear last with 2. Unbelievable. Okay, he played g5. That was my second choice. I thought here, and then here, and then here. Man, running away from the g-pawn. Come on, Ray. That's cray-cray in a bad way. I predict here, which is the engine's 3rd move, but I predict g6. He didn't play g5 to not play g6, and Ray's like, play g6. I dare you. I double dare you. Man, unbelievable that Fabi wins this game in 1,000 moves. Good, good. Yeah, Savian and Lenderman, you know what they're saying now? Good, good. Ray's first loss of the event. Ray still has more points than Fabi. God damn. Mm-hmm. G6, as predicted by me. He's got 2 pawns, 1 for each of them. No idea what Ray's going to play here. I got nothing. I have no idea. All moves lose, so I don't know. He's not going to resign because he only has 15 seconds. He might resign if he had an hour. And he'd be like, that loses, that loses, that loses, I resign. But he won't resign now. He'll make a move with 1 second left and bang the clock and knock all the pieces over. That's the most likely. Knight c3 with 2 seconds left. Man, truth hurts. All right, every move wins. I predict here because I want to get close to that. Because, darling, if you want me to be closer to the A-pawn, get closer to me. Yeah. He might, but I mean, every move wins. So I don't know. He won't play that. Yeah, he'll play this, this, or this. I'm predicting this. Mm-hmm. But, they all win immediately. The engine likes this the best.
Really?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. They all win. They're all plus 1,000. Probably a good engine, thinking for 10 minutes, would just say mate in like 36.
Yeah.
Yeah. This will announce mate, too. He played king c6. That's what I would play. So maybe that's a bad omen or something.
I like it because there are no checks. You cut the king off.
Right, and the king is getting closer to the A-pawn. And I have another idea of, queening this pawn if you start trying to take my pawns. I don't know which pawn I'm going to queen. I queen all of them. He'll make another move with 1 second left and hit the clock really hard. Yeah, okay, he did it again. Yeah. This is the engine move, G7. I'm going to predict B5. Yeah. This also wins, but I got B5. B5 is my move. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'll play B5. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I know how grandmasters think, better than I do. But okay, it's an endgame, so B5. When every move wins, I can usually predict what they're going to do, because we think the same way. B5. They calculate better than I do, but Fabi's like 3 passed pawns, that's better than 2. So B5, he'll like B5. Closer to you. I wonder if he'll not like knight check, king here, knight check. Oh, then king d4. I didn't see that. Oh. All right. Yeah, he played b5. Probably knight check, king here, king d4 resigns. Yeah, that's one of the engine lines. Yeah. It's getting close to resigning. He knows he's lost, but, what if there's some trick? Mm-hmm. It's hard to have a trick, because if you win these 2 pawns with this, it's just dead lost. Yeah, okay, definitely he'll play here. 400% he'll play there. 500%. Unless he plays here. Yeah, this is 500%, and that's like 200%. An engine definitely wouldn't play that. This is a really human move. This is actually the engine move, because after here you go check, take. Yeah, this is the human move. That's, yeah. Yeah, I got all of Fabi's moves. If he checks, which he won't, then king c6, 8,000,000%. 8 million, maybe 9 million. The other move here is to resign. I think he'll resign here even when he has no time. No, he didn't. Okay. I've never been so sure this is going to be played unless he plays here. Could play here too. Mm-hmm. Actually, he will play here, because after here, it'll be knight here and check and take the pawn. After here, there's none of that. Mm. Yeah, now I predict here. I changed my mind. Yeah. It doesn't matter, but I predict. Yeah, now he'll either go here or he'll resign. Probably resign. That was an amazing piece sack. I really enjoyed that.
That was pretty impressive.
Yeah, because I thought he was going to take the knight and he didn't. He set it all up so he could keep his white squared bishop. Yeah. And again, when you have the 2 bishops and you have a passed pawn, I want to see that person win. I don't like it when, the completely winning, Let's see. What does the engine say? King b5, king b4, king d5. Fabi has to calculate king b4, knight b2, a6, check. Okay, that's what he's doing. Yeah. He'll play a6. He calculated that. Then he gets a queen. Yeah. This is the only variation to calculate was a6, knight check, king anywhere, knight takes a7.
Mm-hmm. Sorry. I was just going to try. I'm not bored, can you?
Yeah. The question is, will Ray take both of these pawns and play out queen versus knight? The answer is maybe. Maybe. Just because they both have no time.
Yeah.
But it looks like that's what he's doing. He's going to play queen versus knight. Normally in the top level tournaments we don't see this, but in the championship and women's we do. We see things being played out that are ridiculous.
Yeah, they have a tool in chess.com to practice queen versus knight. And I had to practice to win it.
He's trying to figure out if it's insulting to do it, because he wants to do it. But he's like, am I going to look bad in the world of chess if I do that? What? Oh, okay, he's not going to take this. After here, he's going to play knight here. And then if he queen, you check. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's ridiculous, obviously. He's not going to queen. After here, knight here, you just play king b6. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Man, g7, Fabi's mean. Fabi's not going to let him do that. Fabi's going to play here, then queen with check, and then queen with check again. Yeah. So Fabi's either going to go here or he's going to queen. I think Fabi's going to queen here instead of going here, but it's a very close decision. Mm-hmm. Very close. I think okay, I was wrong. He played here. Yeah, now when he plays this trick, he queens first, and then he queens again with check, and you can't play this check. And Fabi's mean. Now he'll resign. Closer to you. Wow, he didn't resign. Very insulting. Now Fabi will make a bishop if he has a good sense of humor, which he doesn't. Bishop is funny. Yes, he did it.
He did.
He made a bishop. Go, Fabi. You're the greatest. Yeah. Very good, Fabi. Yeah. Excellent. there might only be one queen next to the board, but there's definitely two bishops. Twice as easy.
He showed you.
Mm-hmm. Might make a bishop. Yeah. You don't get to under promote very often. Making a bishop is more professional. I'm going to explain why.
Yeah.
I'm not even kidding.
Okay.
If you make a queen and the king goes here, there's more stalemate.
Yeah.
There aren't any stalemates, but there's more. But there's not any. There's zero stalemates. So it's more professional. Go here. That was a queen, and I go here. You make another queen. There could be a stalemate. Not really. There could. Here, there can't be a stalemate. It doesn't exist. Very professional. Okay, and he resigned after the bishop promotion. And Ray is the kind of person that would think that was funny. Like if Hikaru was black, he wouldn't think that was funny. However, if Hikaru was white, then he would think it's funny. He would. If he was black, he'd be mad if the guy did that. Yeah. But Ray would think that's funny. Yeah. Very good. Yeah, I like the bishop because I said it might happen. That's the professional move for some reason.
Yeah, that was exciting ending. Hey, Grandmaster Gowrie, how's it going?
It's Gowrie.
I'm going to have to go back and review that.
Mm-hmm. That was good. Okay, standings. Lenderman, Wesley, and Sam, 4.5. Lenderman drew, Wesley won, Sevian won. I said Sam, I should say Sevian. 3-way tie for first. 3-way action at the championship. Wrong section for that. Tied for fourth, Dominguez and Robson. Tied for fourth. Tied for sixth, Fabi. Actually, I said tied for sixth. He's the only player with 50%. Is Fabi. 3.5 out of 7. Sixth place. Bruzon, Schwiertz, Shanklin, Naroditsky all have 3. And Jeffrey Shong and John Burke tied for last at 2.5. Frankly, amazing. And in the women's, Carissa Sinclair first with 5. Crush and Nimsova 4.5. Eshwaran is the only 4. Tucker Genova and Nazi and Sabina all have 3.5. Talia and Sharevich and Megan Lee have 3. Megan Lee beating Pakidze today. Frankly, amazing. Totsav 2.5. Zatonsky 2. So Totsav and Ann obviously very unhappy with their performance this event. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow, same time. And I think Friday's a rest day. I don't think they play on Friday.
Yay.
Thanks for watching. Thanks for donating.
Thank you, Grandmaster
and so
Gowrie,
forth.
for that.
Fabi gaining 3
6
rating
days.
points.
Yay.
Yeah. And I'll rate the STL Chess Club for 3 minutes. They might interview like Fabi after the game,
That's
so it
true.
could be a longer
yeah,
raid.
I want to see that anyway. Bye, Big Daddy.
Yeah.
Bye, Endervex. Bye,
That was a fun
everybody.
round.
Grandmaster Gowrie,
Spelled
Bonarici.
chess wrong. My only mistake was spelling chess wrong.
R666999.
999. And don't forget,